afternoon. Hi, this is the afternoon stream here. Usually I stream in the morning, but after today's debate, I said, man, I have quite a bit to talk about from last night. And I figured you guys probably are done talking about the Trump debate and everything. Let me know if you can hear me. But yeah, so a couple things I wanted to start off with. I talked to the Thorpes. I know everyone's always interested to hear about the Thorpes. And so one of the ideas we came up with was kind of a flip this house type of show. We won't be flipping the house, more or less kind of renovate this house type of show. Um, so I thought maybe the lady, I'm not, you can hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Okay, great. So I thought the lady Star Nova. I'm glad you're here for the tea. Yeah, so I thought the lady Star Nova would be a good kind of like co-host with me when I host this flip my room type of show. So it's kind of an idea. I thought I would say have a sexy lady and any other women or whatever. Yeah, TLC. That's right, with the thought. TLC with John Galt and the thoughts. How about that? It's actually with lady Star Nova. So it was just a suggestion and thought of mine. I said, yeah, maybe I'll do that. That would be interesting. Kind of get a woman to give kind of her ideas on how I should design my rooms. I'm not sure if I ever showed you guys any of my rooms. I'll show you one. It's going to kind of be a free-flowing show. There's no necessary topic per se. Although if no one joins the panel, I'll probably go give you some ideas, some stories, some real estate advice, which I think really lends itself to practical advice. So some of the rooms I have, we can, let me see if I can show you one. Here's a cool one. I'll show you this one right here. And so we were looking for some ideas to kind of, this room is a little different now. It's a little bit updated. The floors have been redone, things like that. But I'll show this one. Let me see if I can. How should I best show this? Let's see. I think I can do it like this. Yeah. So we were thinking about doing a kind of a flip your house type of thing, where I put my rooms on the screen, and Star Nova and I have a little back and forth banter about what we should do to add some sex appeal to the rooms. And let me put one room up on the screen. I got to step away for 1 second, and I'll be right back. So take a look at this room here. It's one of the rooms we'll probably preview. Give me 1 second. Yeah, this is one of my Airbnb listings here. The pictures aren't always the best. As I say, the rooms change so often. But this one has a private bath. It's kind of the same, similar concept we take with all of our rooms. The private bath is right here in this doorway right here. Let's see. So you kind of get an idea. Private bath, blah, blah, blah. So kitchen's kind of ugly in my opinion. I had a guy, a white guy, worked for me, man. He was kind of like a savage red. Well, he was, he'd been on drugs for many years of his life, but he was hella handy, and he'd come up with crazy ideas. And one of the crazy ideas was to paint the kitchen this lime green. I wasn't a fan of it, but sometimes you have to give your workers a little creative freedom there to do what they want to do, just to keep them engaged and all that. Someone says, I like those. Hey, these wood floors look a whole lot better. A lot of times we'll put we'll put a room into play. You'll see this room here. It looks radically different now. We just haven't updated the pictures. But if anyone in the chat in the IT arena, they will understand what agile is. And anyone, if you do say yes, say yes, agile. If not, you don't have to write anything. Um, Over the years, I've taken my software approach, my software skills, and I've tried to extrapolate those to the real estate business. And one of the things that I've done is incorporated the agile programming method for those of you that are familiar with it. So you say if you take this room here, it's come a long way since um, it looked like this. It doesn't look like this anymore. Even the pictures aren't on the wall anymore. I think if you've been following my stream, you've probably seen this picture somewhere else in another house. As I said, the floors are redone. The furniture is a little different in the room. Even the curtains are different now. But from our standpoint, it's kind of an agile approach. We throw the room out there, and it's definitely acceptable. And then we make constant improvements on it to get it kind of where we want it to be. But so that's kind of our approach. I like to term it the agile approach to real estate rentals. I also talked to Portia today. I mentioned that HB, I think it was yesterday. It's just an interesting topic. I thought it would be interesting to do somewhat like a over the road, overnight trucker channel. You know, HB and I and anyone else up late at night, we could have a little banter for the guys that make their living delivering our goods over the road. I think that would be pretty interesting. I think YouTube is kind of taking over the radio industry in some ways. You don't have to listen to commercials here. So I thought that would be kind of interesting. Then I also have a landlord series coming up. I think that's going to be pretty good. It's going to be kind of 2 volumes, 2 different versions. The first version of the landlord series is going to be just about basic landlording. Let's see what Imperial says. John, are you saying you are renting this place out? That's a decent apartment for a city. How are you not renting to higher end? Oh, hey, that's in a nice area right there. Imperial, that's in a nicer area right there. But all of our places are nice. You know, let me show you a place in the not so nice area and see what you think about that. Right, that is a nice room. That has a private bath. This is one of our more premium offerings. So people that can't afford, or people that maybe can't afford a full apartment, but they don't want to share a bathroom with someone else, they'll book that place. It's a little bit more expensive. And let me see if I can show you what some of our places look like on the southeast side of town. Let's see what I have here. Let's see. What do I have here on the southeast side of town? I think I have this one. No, that's not the right one I want to show you. Yeah. I'm pulling up one right now. I think I've shown most of you this one here. There's another one I really want to show you, but I can't seem to find it. I'll find it at some point. Let me show you this one here. And guys, you know, feel free to give me feedback as brutally honest if you want. We're on the internet here. I can't jump out and grab you. Let's take a look at this one here. And again, this room has been updated a bit. But one of the things I want you to pay, see that picture there? The picture is over here now. This is the kind of the entryway from the outside of the house here. This is a pretty big house, by the way. As you can see, you have the bay windows here. So you get a lot of sunlight. You see the floors, like all of our floors. We try to get them at this point, to this point, at some point. It just depends on the ebb and flow of the guests. You know, we have to move all of the furniture out to sand the floors and things like that. But one of the things, how many of you guys maybe were on the channel that I did with the like how to stage an Airbnb or something like that, how to prepare a rental? If you weren't, I'll point out some pointers here. Let me show you one thing. Let me move this over here. So one of the things, and the lighting isn't very good in this picture, but let me see if I can show you a better look. That is probably the best lit picture. So one of the things that we learned, like over the years, like just renting, and definitely renting to short-term people. excuse me, is one of the things you want to keep it simple. So if you see how simple this room is, it's a pretty simple room. You know, there's not a lot of knickknacks or anything in the room. Very simple. It's not even a real plant. We used to put real plants in the rooms, but then we would have guests that would stay for a very long time, and they would never water the plant. Then the plant is dead. So it's like, you know, so it's like wasting money. So now we just put some fake plants just to give it a little color and a little bit of, you know, a little tropical type nature. But one of the things, if you're looking in this picture, and if you can spot something interesting about this photo, feel free to point it out. I'll direct you to it. It's about the paint. So if you can spot anything interesting about this paint, let me know. I'll look at the comments for a second. Let me look at the comments, and while you guys are looking at the paint on this, let's see, John says, hello, everyone. DJ MFB says, salute. What's up? Hey, San Jose. John, your real estate expert testimony. Can you educate us on what you think the housing market will look like in the next 16 months? You know, that's exactly the kind of questions I want to get on this channel. And what I can say is, in the inner cities, New York, San Francisco, LA, we've gone over it over and over again. All you have to do is pay attention. You can answer this question for yourself. All the migrants, they're going to have a place to live. All of them. They're going to outgrow the shelters at some point. Donald Trump is not going to send them home. And I'm going to show you a deportation video at some point. I'll see if I can send it up. So if you would have asked me where I think the housing market is going, I'd say sky high. Because clearly the rents are going to go high. Going to go very, very high. And if the rents are going to go very high, then the underlying asset value for the property is going to go high. If people are willing to pay more to live somewhere for rent, then that clearly shows you that the mortgages are going to go high. I've shown you over and over again the African guy that put that had 40 people in the cellar. Those 40 people, once New York City put them out of that cellar, they spread out into neighborhoods, and they would still had the same demand. Housing is not like crack cocaine. It's much more addictive because people never kick the desire to live in a house. And that demand is constant, and I think it's going to be ever increasing. So that's where I think the housing market is headed. If you were to ask me, you know, I'm just a landlord, but I do have a lot of, what's the term? Empirical data, anecdotal data, whatever term you might use, just right here at my fingertips. And in fact, let me show you something to kind of give you some insight as to why I think this. Let me pull it up. And I've shown you some of you this, but I'll show it to you again. Let's see. You should be able to see this Facebook page here. This is my Facebook page where, you know, I advertise housing. Half the time, as you can see, I don't even respond back because I'm so overbooked. But it's every day. Every day. Every day. As you can see, all the blue dots mean I haven't even read the message or responded back. Blue dots, blue dots. I'm so overbooked, I don't even have to respond to half these people. So that is in my opinion, more evidence of where I think the housing market is going. I hope that answers your question. If you have other questions, feel free to jump up, or you can send another message in the chat. Someone says I saw an herb orb. Hey, you know what? I got a pineapple in here that I haven't cut up yet, and so it's created a few gnats in here. I will say. I need to cut the pineapple up. That's fair. Stanley, you're here. I would love to have you up on the chat. Who is this? Welcome. That's right, Nina. Thank you very much, Nina. Oh, Portia, I'm sorry. Glad to have you here. Talk to HB about that. I think that show could have some legs there, Portia. We could do it overnight, like a business, over the road, driver, owner, operator type talk. It could be pretty good. I grew up on talk radio, by the way, so I used to hear a lot of truckers calling the Rush Limbaugh. They would, just talk about how they grew up on Rush Limbaugh, and I was kind of Rush Limbaugh baby as well. Ditto heads, as they say. John, are you saying you're in this place at? Oh, this Imperius. Yeah, that's an expensive room. I think I mentioned all of our private baths, all of the rooms in Northwest are a little bit more expensive. But as I said to you earlier, not much more. Maybe I'm underpricing the places in Northwest, or maybe what I think is that the demand on the low end and the supply of landlords on the low end is so out of whack that I can charge so much more on the low end relative to the high end. That's one of my thoughts that I've been working on for years now. It's not a random thought. It's something I've thought for years. Why is there such a little premium for the risk incurred in living in the ghetto versus the nice neighborhood? And I have a lot of thoughts on that. Anyone, if you're interested, maybe we'll get into it. I have Imperius here. I'll bring it up. What's up, Imperius? What's up, Imperius?
Hey, how are you, brother? Okay, so I just have a quick couple questions on here. So let's say I have a place in California, right? It's about a little over $1 million, okay? Valuation's a little bit over $1 million, okay? I don't live there. Of course, I'm in Florida, so it would be a little risk. But would you recommend renting it out, or would you recommend waiting until the housing bubble bursts and then selling it at double the profit to when the exchanges and everything raise?
I don't think the housing bubble is going to burst. So you have to make a decision based on the bubble not bursting, in my opinion.
You don't think they'll go? You don't think with the increased demand or anything, the bubble will burst a little bit? I mean, it's just there's not enough houses, dude. Like in California.
Wait a minute. Repeat your question. Repeat the question one more time.
Sorry, I was saying you don't think the demand will increase the bubble to burst a little bit because there's so much demand and so little supply of houses, especially in California. You know what I mean?
Well, listen to what you're saying. You're saying there's so much demand or so little demand.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But the thing is that at the same time, there's so much valuation. Because of the demand. The demand is artificially inflating the prices, and eventually the demand is going to back. It's going to back out.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. How can demand artificially inflate prices?
Well, it's just like any market. If there's an artificial input in demand of something, let's say you have for Tesla example, when they first got into the market, because of the advertising and the big push behind them, in the beginning there was a massive pretty much value overvaluation of the price and of the stock itself because of the actual cultural and how would you say the media pushing the company. You've seen stocks be inflated all the time.
Well,
You've seen stocks artificially inflated.
I think stocks can be manipulated.
Well, they're artificially inflated. Yeah, the value is. I mean, for example, Facebook when it came out. I mean, I remember people were buying into that stock when it came out. For your IPO at $37.
Are you familiar?
You know what I mean? It was and then the actual valuation people were saying was 20 something.
Hold on for 1 second, Pierce. Brandon, we're not coming on here talking about cartoons today. So I'll leave you in the back.
I mean, I'm just asking you as your expertise. You know the housing market better than I do. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm not trying to
No, I understand. I would love to have a back and forth. There's no problem. I think that the demand is real. It's not artificial. I don't even know how you would create artificial demand for housing.
Well, I think that's the whole. I think that's a big push, though. Is that's the whole American media, that everyone wants a house and needs a house. I think eventually what is happening is the market is pushing so many people out of that's going to just be a kind of a flash in the past. It's kind of like the idea of the 2-car, houses with 3.5 kids and the white picket fence. I think that idea is dead. And I think,
all of that, all I do believe that the home with a white picket fence, that's dead for most people. But I don't think people have given up on living in a home yet. It could be a room. It could be in the living room. on a sofa somewhere, but people haven't gotten to the point where they're willing to live in shanties or just
Oh
live
no,
outside.
no! I'm not. Okay, maybe I should be a little bit more specific. I apologize.
So, what was it? Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I think that demand, which is constant in America, growing slowly, but then you add in the migrant demand. You add in the just increasing the cost of housing.
No, I agree. I definitely agree. I guess maybe I'm talking about a specific segment of real estate. Like, yeah, I think everyone wants to live in a house, like a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. The house I'm talking about is a 5 and 4. So it's a little bit different market. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I think.
So I guess maybe I should be more specific in what I'm talking about. So I apologize about that.
I had a guy work for me. I showed you that kitchen that was painted green, that wild green. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
Before he came to work for me, he used to live in California. And he worked at an Airbnb house. And I can't remember who owned it, but let's just say some Filipinos or Asians or something like that. And those people, they turned every room into a room on Airbnb. And then they had some kind of video poker type casino thing in the basement. He said they were kind of mob related, criminal related in terms of the poker thing. But he ran their Airbnb for a while. I think there's so many people out here like that are Airbnb, running all kind of illegal operations, and they can afford to pay a little bit more for the house because they're not valuating it. They're not applying a valuation to it the way that a homeowner would. Does that make sense?
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I was thinking, let's say I'm in California, I can rent one of those rooms out in California. You know what I mean? For about $1,400, dude.
Mm-hmm.
In the area that it's in. So right. I could be making about $8,000 a month just on rent.
Now let me give you a curveball, right? You see, it's a 5.4, right?
Yeah.
Someone like me would make it a 7.5, right?
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
A shitload of money, right? A shitload. And so you think I'm the only one doing this? I doubt it. People.
Oh no, yeah. Yeah, I just don't live there, so it would be hard for me to oversee a construction and stuff like that to deal. You know what I mean? When I'm not there, and I really don't trust the people in California nor the contractors to really do what they have to do.
Yeah, that makes it very difficult. But if you're able to pull it off, and a lot of people are going to be able to pull it off, and they're going to inflate the market regardless if you do it or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I guess maybe I'm thinking I'm looking at higher end real estate, just kind of like how LA, because of that tax on properties, has kind of killed higher end real estate. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'm just specifically looking at my state, like my situation. But I think, to me personally, I feel like just like 2008, I think we're going to hit a pop because, again, most of the debt and most of everything in the U.S. is put on in the balance of real estate. All of the wealth is backed by real estate. You know what I mean? And
let me ask you this question, Imperius. Since you mentioned 2008, and I've heard a lot about 2008, but I'm here in DC and there was no 2008. Where were you doing 2008, and what was it like for you?
Well, I that's the thing. I bought this place, the one I'm talking about, in 2008 when it dropped after the burst hit. And I bought it for $467, and it's over $1 million now.
Right, that's very cheap.
And not just that, but at the time, because my credit score was, that was before it was the 800s, but I think it was 780 or something like that. Mm-hmm. I was able to get a 2 point something I thought it was 2.38%, 2.35% loan at that time.
Let me ask you this question. Oh, that was damn near free money.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm thinking more of a long term, to just wait a little bit, wait till that market bursts. Wait till it rises up again, and then BlackRock and all these other companies are going to start buying those properties once the economy refluctuates, and then I could sell it for twice the value.
Yeah, you sitting on a hell of an interest rate, man. That's 2%, man.
Dude, my dad, when my dad bought his third, he bought his third property or something back in 2008 when he saw it, he got a 1.5% interest rate.
Right, that's more or less free money, man. You can't get much better than that, basically, unless you get to zero. I think you'd have to hold, in my opinion, if I were there, I'd try to hold on to that as long as possible, just because of the because of the rate, you have an asset tied up with that kind of rate. I mean, you should be able to make the mortgage pretty easily.
Well, that's the thing. The rate is, I mean, the mortgage itself is almost an asset, just to have that kind of mortgage.
And that's what I'm saying. It really is an asset, because some bank that's holding that liability, or I guess it would be an asset to the bank. Because
the thing is I could sell at any time and make the money back that I paid for it. But at the same time, I can borrow against that 2.5%. Right. And get more if I wanted to go buy more properties.
Yeah. I think, and I was, it's one of the things I wanted to cover today, is that I think if you're going to get in real estate, in my opinion, you know the term, you're in for a penny, in for a pound. And I think having one is probably more risky than having five.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, this is more like my place when I go back to visit family and I visit, my mom and dad and shit like that. It's kind of like, I mean, my mom and dad take care of the place while I'm gone. You know what I mean? But it's more just like, to me, maybe as I'm getting older, I just don't want any stranded parts. I'm almost to the point now where it's like, I'd rather sell the property and invest in hard materials, gold, silver, copper, you know what I mean? Like increasing value, because I think gold's like $2,200 an ounce right now.
I think what people oftentimes overlook is like the cash flow. I wouldn't be able to sit here with you guys if I didn't have a lot of cash flow. I'd have to get up and go do something to bring in the cash to pay the bills. If I just had assets that were, I don't know, just assets that were appreciating in value, like the underlying houses. But the ability the fact that I've been able to make the assets create cash flow on a very, very regular basis allows me to be here with you today. And so I think that that is what I would focus on, in my opinion. Looking out 25 years or something from now, do you think that they're going to have Social Security for someone like you?
No. It's and not just that, but remember, the banks, when they loan to you, they don't care about your debt. They care about your monthly capital, your capital income. So if you have like 10, 20,000 a month that you have income, it doesn't matter if you have like 100,000, 200, 300, 400,000 in debt, because they're calculating their rates and what they'll loan to you based off assured income. So I get what you're saying. It's just more the fact is that, I just with my job, I don't have the time to be managing places. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit different on my end. I guess I could,
Hold on for 1 second, Pierce. Let me read this question for DJ MFB. I like this question, actually. John, I'm a private investigator. You think that would be interesting content if I did a live case? Oh, man. Why don't you get on the panel right now? We can flesh it out.
You should. Hey, look out. Hey, speaking of this, there's a guy, I forgot his name, but he's on YouTube. He's a huge black dude, the ex-football player. He goes and serves people in the hood, and he wears his football shit, and he fucking knocks them out while tackling them when he serves them. It's hilarious. John, you got to look that up. I'm gonna head to I'm at the gym right now. I'm gonna head in there, but I'll be back in a little bit. But try to check that out. Like I forgot his name. I'll try to find it, but when I come back, I'll let you know what it is. But dude, it's hilarious because he goes into like, dude, this is the hood too. Like I'm talking like the dirty South, like Alabama, Mississippi. You know what I mean? Like shit like that. And he goes on to these really sketchy places, and there'll be like 4 or 5 black guys like, "What you doing, nigga? Who you?" And he's like, and he'll just walk over and fucking knock the dude out with like a tackle, and then all the other guys are like, "Oh shit! Oh shit!" Yeah, it's pretty funny, dude.
Put it in the chat. We'll look it up.
Yeah, I will. I'll send it. I'll be back a little later, man.
All right, sounds great.
Later.
Great. Here for the tea. This should be interesting. It's always going to be interesting if I'm doing the hosting here. I'm going to give some interesting, try to have some interesting dialogue. I've lived such an interesting life in terms of the work I've done. I've worked as a software developer, I told you, for many, many years. And so I had a chance to work with, early on in my career, it's mostly white people. Toward the middle of my career, it began to be a few more Indians and things like that from India. And then toward the end of my career, it was just, pretty much diversity. And that's fine. It wasn't a problem. But just working there, having a difficult time understanding what the people were saying, things like that. And I'll tell you one of the other things. I remember working at L'Oreal. What's up, Kid Crack? And I was working at L'Oreal right there on the west side. What is it? Hudson Yards. Oh, man, I love working there. The food was great. The women were absolutely gorgeous. And I worked in, it was like working in a modeling. It was like a modeling agency. There were people doing photo shoots there every day. L'Oreal, and L'Oreal owns a lot of brands, so it's Heel, the makeup brand, all the makeup brands. L'Oreal owns a lot of those, so the building was very, very nice. So I enjoyed working there, but they had a large and if anyone is in IT, you probably know the term spaghetti code. And it was just spaghetti code all over the place, all different websites, nothing being reused, duplicate, redundant data all over the place with no desire or intention of fixing anything. And I said, damn, I didn't enjoy working there. It was, and there were other environments, very similar to that. And I just say, it's just, unless someone comes to me with something very interesting, I don't think I want to do that anymore, work in those type of environments. Because in the marketing field, I work mostly in marketing, advertising, software. So yeah, I guess I could have went to another industry, but I have other things that keep me busy. What's up, Get Crack?
Hey, what's up?
You have a question. In Blackstone buys houses. BlackRock, its spinoff, focuses on equity securities. Yeah, that's right. It's interesting. I read a story about why they named the spinoff BlackRock. BlackRock and Blackstone. I don't remember the actual reasoning why, but it was somewhat out of the. I don't want to say to confuse people, but something along those lines. Yeah. Let's see what else. What else here we have? Looking through the chat here. Blackstone has a massive underground data center under apple orchards in Washington State called Aladdin. It models all the markets for investments and real estate portfolio. Did you know that? Get Crack. Well, you mentioned that, so I had never heard that before. How did you find that out?
Oh, they have a documentary.
Really?
Somewhere. I don't know. Dude, I research a lot of stuff. I don't remember where I remember things were coming in my head, and I don't remember where they came from.
Someone says to Imperius, why not do both, rent it out, then sell it later? I think Imperius's issue is that he's not there.
Yeah, that's dangerous in California, too.
Yeah, California, very dangerous.
Yeah, I chatted out that they'll turn it into like a strip club or a whorehouse. They'll do that.
Or one person would just squat there and just call it a day. How about that?
Yep, that's right.
There's nothing you can do. I had a buddy of mine. Matter of fact, let me show you a text message he just sent me. You're gonna love this. Did I get it? Did I send it to myself? Let me send it again. I thought I sent it to myself, but I have it though. So let me pull it up. So yeah, a buddy of mine, he came on CT's show and did I interviewed him about the issues that he's having because he's trying to manage a property from afar, and it has been one nightmare after the other for him. And so I wouldn't advise anyone to do that. And when I show you this text message, I think it'll get me into the next topic that I want to talk about in terms of real estate for the people that are interested in doing it, or the people that already are. And there probably would be some people that are in this situation here. Let me see if I can send this message. All right. Okay, let me pull up this message here. This is from a buddy of mine, and this kind of encompasses two issues all at one. Let me pull it up here. Let me see. All right. Better yet, let me see what I can do here. I want to edit some of this out. All right. I think I get it. I better not show this with all this information showing. But one of the things that this, and I'm going to show it in a second, I just need to edit it a bit. But one of the things that I noticed early on in these inner cities where they build condos and things like that is that you oftentimes end up with the problem that you're sharing common walls with someone.
Yeah, that's bad.
And this guy did that came on CT's show. He had a tenant. He had a tenant upstairs. Well, it wasn't his tenant, but there was a tenant upstairs set a fire and basically set off the sprinklers downstairs in his building. That's one of the things you have when you enter into a common agreement with real estate. It's one of the reasons why I would never advise anyone to do it.
Yeah, or somebody has a leak and doesn't fix it right away, and just water damage gets everywhere, and insurance companies will probably look at that and be like, that claim ain't gonna file.
Yeah, and you really put yourself at damage. And here's one of the other big things that most people do not think about is that condo fees. When you get into a common agreement and you're sharing condo fees, as an example, everyone may not pay their condo fees.
I know that. Yeah, I've been there.
There you go.
I've been there. And you got a HOA also have their bylaws too.
Yeah, and you end up having to pay for that person one way or the other. Someone's going to pay. It's just a matter of I think they'll put special assessments or whatever they call it. Let me see. Now I have this message. So
yeah, you could have a tenant like Imperious, and then he'll just start doing legal tricks on you, like changing the bylaws, and getting a real estate lawyer, and just mess you up.
Hey, you know what's interesting? I know I'm jumping around here, but I'm going to tell you this story. I had a while back. You may remember during the protests and all that. There were lawyers that would go around and they basically would make their living, representing the protesters, things like that.
Yeah, right? Yeah. They'll be there with them too. They'll watch what the cops are doing, record everything. Yeah, it's fun stuff, man.
And so this guy, someone that was working for me was like a tenant. Someone was working for me hired one of these people. And I did not know that was like the business, that they were in business more or less to, represent protesters. And I said, damn, that's very amazing. All right, let me pull up this. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. Let me pull this up. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up right now. I want you to take a look at this. Let's see, I'll put it here. All right, let me pull it up. Give me 1 second. Got all these folders open here. Last time I think I did this. Hey, last night I had a stream, by the way, Get Cracked, and there was a guy, the black guy, Snake. What was it? What's his name? Snake. Snake.
Solid Snake. Solid Snake. Snake.
Yeah.
The guy that was yelling and.
So, last night he was he got on the panel on my stream last night, and one of the things he mentioned was he tried to farm or mine Bitcoin. See, he didn't make any money on it, but he tried. Right.
Interesting.
Let's see if I can pull this picture up. Is this it? Let's see. Let me make sure I get the right photo here before I show it. I think. Where the hell is it? Where the hell did I put it? Let's see. I want to close that one. Oh. Huh. Anything? How do I do that? Oh. All right. I'm having a little technical difficulties. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up to kind of give you an example of what I mean when you buy properties where there's a common interest there. You can really have all types of problems here. Let me show you the example. See if that works. That works. All right. Here we go. And that's amazing. All right. Anyway, I have to show it to you later. I don't know why I was blocked from Google sending it to myself, but that is very interesting. I'll pull up here. Here we go. All right, I got it. So take a look at this. So this is a guy who's, I don't know, 6 or 7 months behind on his rent. And he gets this letter from his condo board, the building that manages the condo that he owns. He owns one of the condos in the building, so he has a common arrangement here. And so basically, it has come to our attention, and this is in a nice area of DC. No, not very, very high end like Georgetown, but not Southeast either. It's Northwest DC. It has come to our attention that there has been a recurring issue with spit, cigar wrappers, ashes, and other debris. We kindly recommend all residents and guests to refrain from spitting or discarding any waste on the front steps of any common areas of the property. Blah, 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 blah. Can you imagine that?
That's normal. That's what condos are like. Heck, man, they'll complain about how you color your garage doors or something. You use the wrong paint that they don't like, or they'll go after you on everything. Yeah,
man, but I mean, like spitting, like
yeah.
This is what happens in these inner cities where the government is subsidizing people to live in above their means housing.
Yeah, that's right.
And they go out there in the front of the building and they're spitting, dumping their blunt, the guts of the blunts, to roll their blunts, and you end up getting messages about this. And,
yeah,
it's just one of those things.
They might steal your laundry too. They might go into your laundry. They'll be like, "Wait, where's my panties at?"
Hey, I've seen it all. I've seen it. Someone says they be gambling. Ooh. Yeah, they be gambling. What else we have here? Graduated high school class of 2008. Gold can go back down. I'd keep the real estate too. Again, like as long as you're getting some cash flow from the real estate, I think that's the best way to go. Worst come to worst, you can always live there. This is something from you. 1.5 is not free. It's not just free. The bank is paying you. Yep, that is very true. Yeah, that is very true in this case with interest rates. Probably.
Yeah, that's why when you lock in those low interest rates from before and the inflation goes up like right now, man, you're getting paid.
Yeah. The bank would probably pay him to refi.
Yeah, don't get scammed. They'll tell you like, hey, hurry up and like change your rates because they don't want to.
No fees.
Oh,
no
man.
fees on there right now. Right. What else I was gonna say? Hey, Get Craig, I don't know if I heard you say anything about the Trump debate last night.
Oh man, I'm not gonna say anything new. Everyone said what they wanted to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the thing I found most interesting was like the people that were dyed in the wool Biden supporters. It's almost kind of like the vax, in that they know that they regret it, but they can't say it.
Don't bring that up again, because then you have that. Remember that chatter that was going at you about the oh my! I don't want a whole army coming in here with that.
I think when people put something in the panel here.
Yeah, we have to wait. You have to wait for him because he can't post it on the YouTube chat. Yeah.
Someone says those retainers are on retainer. Those attorneys are on retainer from NGOs. Yeah, that's very true. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if their own staff of the NGOs, the hell retainers. Did you try to post a link? You can't post them here. Yeah, Imperious. If you want mod powers, I can give you that if you want to post something. Solid Snake. Is Solid Snake here? You know, he kind of represents what I would have expected from the black men on or about my age. That to have some anger, you know. All Americans are being displaced here, but the people at the bottom, typically the blacks, are going to feel it the worst. And I think he's angry about that. He's, you know, a working class man, and he works for a migrant or immigrant or whatever. And so I understand his anger. I'm really surprised that more lower class, and maybe they do, but the blacks that I encounter, maybe they're just oblivious to it all, because I don't see much anger there.
Yeah, some are. I mean, there's liquor stores near where I live, so then you can just walk by and you can see the anger there when they get lit on 40s and stuff. You know, then they'll start showing their true colors.
That's just regular anger.
No, they have some directed anger now. Their discourse is changing. Really? Yeah, they're talking about Hamas and Israel and Ukraine.
Really?
They're not. Yeah, something's up, man.
Not that I hope for it, but I think the people should awaken a bit.
They are awakening a bit, but it's taking too long though.
Yeah.
It's just too slow. It's like glacial, the movement's taking too long.
Indeed, you're right. Hey, Seven Steel Story. Yeah, I saw your comment on YouTube, man. I would love to have you come up here, have a little landlord chat, if you like. I think you say you've been a landlord for about 8 years. Let me drop the chat link. So if you would like to come up, I would love to hear your story. That'd be great. So I just dropped the chat link again. Let's see who else. Who else do we have here? What's down with OPC? What's down with OPC? Is OPC? Are you referring to OPC Dunn? Yeah, I think that's who he's referring to. I said, were OPC Dunn and Grace on the road together?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they headed down the
he's the handyman for the Thorpes now. I'm like, this is a real corporation, bro. This is a real operation.
Yeah.
We got a producer, and we got this and that, and like I'm in there now too. They got me. I was like, I'm an employee.
I kind of like what they're doing, though. I'll be honest with you. I know people don't like them, but I can't appreciate what they're doing.
I don't know. The thing is, like, I came in this late. I don't know the whole backstory. I don't care. I don't know. People want to make up their own like stories about what's happening in the behind the scenes. I don't want to know what's happening behind the scenes. I just want to see what's up in the front.
I heard it. The backstory is not of interest to you. The Seven Steel Story says, I just read that Senate passed a bill stating landlords can no longer ask for 3 times the rent. Yeah, I read that in California. I actually talked about that on my stream the other day. I actually may have an article. Let me see if I have an article about that. Yeah, I do. Let me see if I can pull that up, and I'll share it with you. We can take a look at it. It's very interesting. Again, it's something that I covered the other day, because I think California is like, what do they call it, the tip of the spear type thing. So let's look at this law that they just passed. And it wasn't just about rental laws. There's some other things as well, you'll see. One new California law will address security deposits. Let me make sure you can see this. Yep. There you go. Renters in California will no longer be asked for a security deposit greater than 1 month's rent. Previously, the state law allowed landlords to ask renters for security deposits equivalent to 2 months' rent or unfurnished rentals. Now, you know what my question is here? What's your question, Craig? Do you have any questions about that law? Should I put it back up to see if you see what I'm thinking here?
Put it back up. Let's see.
All right. Let's see. And I'm going to highlight the part right here.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Okay. I see. Yeah.
Okay. Now, what are your thoughts about this right there? That one sentence right there.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that's asking for trouble.
Well, let me show you a picture, and then I'll see if you can see the loophole that I think that they just opened up here. Is this an unfurnished unit?
Nope.
And what did the law say?
No security deposits. Yeah.
For what? For what kind of units?
Unfurnished units.
And I said that this is what? A furnished unit?
Mm-hmm.
So would that law apply to this unit?
Yeah.
Right? You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, because if you didn't have a security deposit, you did that. That dude could just steal the bed, steal everything, and just run away and be like, whatever.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I would bet you that what the landlords are going to do is stop having unfurnished units.
Mm-hmm.
I quit doing unfurnished units a long time ago.
So you think like staging companies will get more business, something like that?
Well, maybe the landlord would just do what I did: buy a bed, a sofa, a TV, and call it furnished. It's not furnished anymore.
Yeah, it's just the bare minimum, huh?
Right,
okay.
Right. And then now that the room is furnished, I'm not beholden to the law saying I can only charge one month's rent. Right. That's what I would imagine just off of reading that they're not going to write a law for furnished rentals. It'll probably be just for unfurnished, as the article clearly states. So that's going to push landlords to do what? Furnish their rentals. Landlords start furnishing their rentals, they're going to want to be paid for that furniture. Hence, higher rents.
Yes, I see.
That's my thoughts on it. Anyway, 7 still. I don't know if that answers your question or not. Who has Stockholm syndrome? I don't know who mentioned that. Awakening doesn't mean MAGA too. Well, I'm just surprised that more blacks are not angry with this migration. And the only candidate talking about the migration is Donald Trump. His platform, when he laid out, he wanted to deport the people. You could say it's hyperbolic, it was big talk, but it had to be said. No one else was going to say it. If he hadn't run, we wouldn't even be talking about migration today. We would just be overrun with millions and millions of other people. And Biden wouldn't even have to address it. By the mere presence of Trump, the migration becomes at least a small, minor issue. Without him, we don't even talk about migration. That's my opinion on that. What do you think, Get Crack?
Just the magnitude comment, like if they get awakened, would they? I mean, I don't know. I think people will. Yeah, I think they'll come up with their own theories and ideas about it.
Yeah, I truly believe that the people that saw Biden last night are very similar to the people that took the vaccine.
I mean, you see down there, like Stanley just posted, like there is annoyance, but not enough for me to vote for MAGA. I think that's probably a lot of those angry guys I saw in the liquor store and all that. Yeah, I think that's true. Some of them. I don't know if it's enough to turn the tide because it's too slow. It's too glacial, you know? Some might turn, but is it enough for one election cycle?
Yeah, now I don't think the voting matters. What I do think, though, is the sentiment matters. And I think that with the sentiment being as it is, we could have another pandemic and these people probably wouldn't even have a scintilla of skepticism based upon all they've gone through. You know that they can't be honest with themselves.
The urban community really did not want to do the vaccines. They had to push really hard around where I am at. Yeah, they had to put up posters every time. They had to put posters. They had to like bribe people with like things to go, activities. Like you get a free this or that. They push so hard, but people, nah. See,
I know more than you know. Here's the thing: a lot of people if you ask them about it, they'll say they were forced to take it. I was just on Capitol Hill the other day, and I was talking to some police officers on the Capitol, and they all said, no one forced you to take it. You did that on your own. And I think the language, the propaganda was so slick that a very low IQ person felt like he had to take it. For instance, you work in a job, and the job says, hey, man, you don't take it, you can't come to work. Well, that doesn't mean you have to take it. That just means you have to take it to keep that job. You always go get another job. You always drive Uber or do something, do DoorDash on a bike, something. No one forced anyone to take it. No one had to take it. And they know that deep down in the back of their mind, they know that they were punked, bullied, forced to do something that they now know is wrong. And they're seeing the health articles talking about the consequences. Did you hear about the lady in the military and COVID?
No, I don't think so.
Let me see if I can pull this article up. I think she was 24. Sally's not gonna like this, but we're gonna show it anyway. You know, Mexican Sally. He's not gonna like this, but we'll show it anyway, Master Kim. We're gonna like Master Kim, get cracked. We're just gonna force this information down the story. Are you able to see the screen? Get cracked.
Yep.
Listen to this. U.S. soldier 24 says Moderna COVID vaccine gave her debilitating heart condition. Now, if you read deeper down into the article, you'll find something even more interesting. She said she did not have any conditions with her heart prior to receiving, the vaccine. She has since been diagnosed with postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, which ties the according to a U.S. Army memo, which ties the vaccine to the syndrome. Some 17,000 soldiers refused the shots, flouting the Biden administration's mandate. The military eventually reversed the rule in 2022. Those people stood tall. They didn't have to do it, and the rules reversed. What must this lady feel like? There were 17,000 other people that resisted, and she couldn't resist, and now her heart is going leaky. Truly amazing. Look at this lady, nice looking lady. And look, they put the lady out. They abandoned her, put her out of the military. So she has a debilitating heart condition linked to the COVID vaccine. Truly amazing. And then put her out.
Yeah, Tuskegee 2.0.
And so I say, Master Kim, imagine if you're Stanley in the chat and you're reading that and you're having to defend that vaccine. He has to read that, looking in right in his face and say, I don't believe it. I'm going to keep doing it because the government told me to, because I've gotten 4 or 5 shots already. And I think Biden is kind of the same way. There at least one vote in for Biden. How can you turn away now when their only other option is Trump? And so they have to just keep on Biden. Yeah, I think that's real. I think that's more or less how it turns out here. Let's see. I think Black Maha is the essence of living in denial. Oops, MAGA. I think he meant MAGA tropes. But if you look at that man and think he's even fit currently, let alone for another 4 years, yeah, I agree with you on that. There's annoyance, but not enough for me to vote MAGA. There will never be, like, you see a man that's demented. That should be enough for you to not vote him. And like, I'm not telling you to vote Biden. I mean Trump. But if you can go down to the poll and vote for a man that can't even walk off the stage by himself, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
Hey, you look at Stanley's last comment here. We have an all voluntary military, folks. You see that's the soft coercion, because everything is voluntary.
Right.
But let's be real. You signed up. You went through boot camp. You want those benefits. You want that GI Bill. You want all the stuff that's coming with it. And then one day, I give you some demand. You follow that or not?
Yeah.
You want court martial or not?
Yeah, and I don't think any of those people volunteered to be coerced into an
It's
experiment.
always soft, man. Soft power.
Yeah.
I slap you with a velvet glove. Is that still not a slap? I got that L'Oreal perfume on my hand. Is that still not a slap? I don't know.
Let's see what Jay Boogie says here. You have to be ignorant to put
Hey, John, you're a biologist. I want you to go on a deeper dive on this.
But because
you did PCR tests, you did all that.
Yeah.
I want to hear something here.
That may be a string that before they shut me down or something. Assuming they shut me down, they probably just prevent me from being monetized or what they call that, where you shadow ban me.
Yeah, right. You'll shadow ban.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. You know what? My kids will be able to see these videos or something. I think any experimental medicine, but I think the bigger thing is if you trusted the government to have your best interests at heart, then I think that is the greater fool. That right there, the person who believed that the government would shut it all down for your safety, for your abuela, and for your grandma's safety. I mean, those people are really deluded. They don't understand the way of the world. The governments throughout the history of time, if they go one way or the other, they usually go in a direction that doesn't favor the citizens. And for Stanley and all these people to have believed the government officials, you remember? Well, who was the guy in Iraq when we were storming through Iraq, and the guy, the propaganda official, Baghdad Bob?
Oh, I remember him. He was hilarious.
Yeah, he was just, there are no Americans here.
There were Americans with tanks in the behind him, and he was still telling people, "No problem, we got this."
But Fauci is like Baghdad Bob as it relates to the medical industry. He's out here just telling people whatever the pharmaceuticals told him to tell. They wound him up. They told him to go out here and just tell the people, wear a mask, put the vaccine, take the vaccine. And people like Stanley just took it. He listened to Baghdad Bob. And now he can't admit that he was tricked. And so he has to just keep digging deeper. At some point, Stanley, you have to stop digging. You've gone down the wrong road. It's okay to come back and admit that you were wrong and get back on the main road. It really is. Like, it's a sign of intelligence. Because again, like, how many more vaccines are you willing to take, Stanley? You've seen Biden come out here. He told us, do you remember when Biden... Shit, you're going to make me look at it. I was over here trying to roll me up a joint, get cracked, and talk to you at the same time. But I got to look up something, get cracked, because I remember this shit like it was yesterday. Remember that? You remember this shit? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh,
this is a blast from the past, get cracked. Let me see. And I wonder if Stanley believed this when he was, when Stanley was listening to Biden. I wonder if Stanley believed this. Oh man! Let me see it. Can I pull it? Oh no! Hold on. Let me see. Hey, Stanley, is this what convinced you to get your 4th or 5th shot? I'm really curious to know. Stanley, is this what did it for you? Come on, please, and tell us.
Unvaccinated, we are looking at a winter of severe illness and death.
Nigga, I'm still here. Unvaxxed, unmasked, unbowed. But Stanley, you got that vax from this clown. The damn mask about to fall off his nose, Stanley. there has to be some embarrassment for you niggas to let this man right here convince you to go get a shot after you saw that nigga last night. After you saw him last night, you should be embarrassed at yourself. You should be embarrassed that you listened to him.
Unvaccinated. For themselves, their families, and the hospitals they'll soon overwhelm. But there's good news. If you're vaccinated, you have your booster shot, you're protected from severe illness and death. Period. For unvaccinated.
Hey, is that what did it for you, Sam? Please come on the chat and tell us. Is that what convinced you to go get all those booster shots? Did Biden scare you about a winter of death? And you ran down to CVS and let one of them niggas in the pharmacy jab you in the arm? Is that what did it? I wonder why Stanley never comes up here. I think the reason why he doesn't come up here is there's no one for him to get up here and bully the way that he does on CT's. I think that's what it is. You ever thought about that get cracked?
I'm not gonna say anything, man. CT has his own internal plans in his head. You know, he's devious. He's a devious guy, man.
Stanley get up there and CT channel and he bully people. But he doesn't come up here and bully anyone. I wonder why that is. Stanley, why don't you come up here and defend every single one of them shots in your arm?
He's gonna be up, man. Let's go. I don't know.
I will put your vax card on the screen, Stanley, right? So you can show how much of a true warrior you are. And I want you to defend all 5 shots.
Well, you know, the funny thing is that if you're a true warrior, you got Pfizer, baby. That's for real. People really were selective out here.
Right? The Pfizer was the one they really wanted.
So my mom, I took my mom to get her shots, and there was a huge line waiting for it, and every one of them cheered when they found out that they ran out of Moderna and started issuing out Pfizer. They loved Pfizer. Pfizer was the golden brand.
Moderna was like the welfare vax, I guess.
Well, they had another one. That one's worse, like the Novavax one. But but
the J&J.
Oh, J&J was the worthless. J&J was the worthless
one. AstraZeneca was bad. You remember the AstraZeneca?
AstraZeneca, man, I forgot. Because
AstraZeneca was mostly in Europe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Look at that. Stanley said he got. He said, "Listen to this." Stanley said he got vax and 2 boosters. That's 4 shots. That's 4 shots, correct?
Vax and 2 boosters. That's 3 then.
Listen, how in the hell you let Trump convince you of medical advice? I done heard you liberal niggas call Trump everything but a child of God. Stupid. What do they call it? Demented. They wanted the 25th Amendment him. And you hear somebody, I'm gonna screenshot this. Now you willing to tell me, see, this is what I'm saying. The idiocy knows no bounds. They have to keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper. Because you took medical advice from Donald Trump. He convinced you after he got his vaccine. So you sure Trump got the same vaccine as you? I'm curious. You think Donald Trump got the same dose, the same batch as you got?
Hey, talking about pharma, you know about the Ozempic, right?
Yeah.
So Ozempic was supposed to be a diabetic drug. And all of a sudden, you start seeing these influencers using it as a diet drug, And recently they said, hey, Ozempic can also be used to stop heart attacks or something. I don't remember. But this Ozempic is turning out to be a real winner drug, like a miracle drug almost. Really? And actually, Novo Nordisk, who owns Ozempic, most of the GDP in Denmark is now Ozempic. So a lot of Denmark's GDP is all in Novo Nordisk. It's crazy.
That is crazy.
And the thing is like this is like a Nokia situation in Finland. Finland had a lot of its economy just based because of Nokia cell phones. And the thing is, yeah, after Apple came out with their iPhone, it killed the whole thing.
Yeah, I remember Nokia.
Yeah, so a lot of people that had pensions in Nokia stock lost it all. And now Denmark has all these old guys with Nova Nordisk like in their whatever the Denmark 401k equivalent is or whatever they do. Who knows, man? Having your economy like concentrated like this is not a good thing.
No, it's not. It's definitely not.
Mm.
Stanley, you have some questions up here. I'm gonna let you organize your mind.
What question?
We're gonna be a minute. And I'm gonna go grab a beer and a soda, and I'll let you get your thoughts together, and I'll be right back.
Actually, I need to go get beer. This sounds like it's going to be a long, painful session.
Okay, cool. I love struggle sessions. Every time CT does some struggle session.
No, this isn't going to be much of a struggle session. I was kidding about Trump, by the way.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Hey,
you don't really. I mean, if I was going to accept Trump's medical advice, I might as well vote for him.
That's what I was going to say. So what?
That's like that. Okay. Taking his medical advice is like more important than voting for him.
Let me ask you this question. We have AP listening up here. I can't wait to have her up here. Hey, what's up, AP? I think it's the first time you joined. I'm glad to see you here.
What's up, John? What's up?
What's up? You guys hit the like button, by the way. We have AP here. She's worth a like from you guys. How about that? Go ahead, AP.
No, I just wanted to say for all the Trump supporters, and this is not to be political or anything, but wasn't he the guy that helped fund Operation Fast and Furious? And to this day, he still brags about the vaccines. And to this day, he still supports Dr. Fauci. So when all these people talk about how, yes.
Huh. You mean warp speed, not Fast and Furious.
Warp speed. You're right. I'm sorry. Warp speed. Correct. But all of these people who on here bragging about how great Trump is and how he's the savior of the republic, this man refused medical advice from other people who were telling him that we did not need these vaccines, that we did not need to fund this. He still went along with it. Okay. And then the second thing is that even after a year of lockdown, when Governor DeSantis was opening up Florida, Trump still did not come out against having everything shut down. So my question to these people is, I mean, he's a little bit better than Biden, but his action shows he's no better. We're dealing with two sides of the same coin.
To a certain extent, I agree with that.
Here's what I'll say. I think as one man, I think that he was overwhelmed. He said he had only been to DC 4 or 5 times in his life. I've been here 20 years, and I've learned things probably in the last 5 years, particularly since 9/11, and for sure, that I didn't know the first 10, 15 years I was here. And I think the level of people willing to do almost anything to save their stature and their jobs, and probably more importantly, their stature. There are large parts of these people live here they're not even rich in a lot of cases, but they're elitist in mindset. And I think that right there will make a lot of these people do anything. I told a story, AP, about, I've known many people who worked on Capitol Hill, things like that. They don't make a lot of money, but they roll in enough circles, and the allure of becoming a congressman or a senator, something like that, is so strong that they're willing to do anything. And I think that is what Trump was up against and is up against, to be honest with
you. Well, I think Trump is the same way, but just in a different way. I mean, Trump doesn't like to lose. He'll do anything to win. I agree with AP. This is The two sides of the same coin, just different styles, different ways of doing it.
I think the two parties are two sides of the same coin.
I don't disagree with that.
I think Trump is truly an outsider to both parties. He's not a Republican. He has
I don't think he's an outsider anymore.
Well, like, let's consider someone like DeSantis. Many people forget that DeSantis was in the Senate, right? Wasn't he a senator? You remember he got shot?
He was in Congress.
Remember when he was shot here in DC?
Oh, I'm sorry, he was in the House of Representatives.
That's Congressman. You remember he was shot in DC? Does anyone remember that?
DeSantis at the baseball game?
Maybe he wasn't shot. He may have been at the game where they were shooting.
I think he was at the game. The guy who got shot was really messed up. It wasn't DeSantis.
Yeah. Maybe it was DeSantis was at the game though.
It was Scalise, wasn't it?
Scalise, that's correct.
It was Steve Scalise.
I think so. But I said it to say DeSantis has been around a long time. He's an insider. Look at what Florida did to allow DeSantis to run. They had to change a lot of rules, and they had to change a lot of FOIA laws to block his travel records and things from being released. He has to be a member of the establishment. Trump doesn't have that. He doesn't have, he may have some greed in his heart. And I think what his biggest flaw was is you look what his son-in-law did, that Kushner boy. He went over there cutting deals, making money, and now that can be used against him. Well, that was probably what he wanted to be in the White House for. He didn't have any interest in improving America. He had interest in.
Well, I don't think Trump did.
Well, see, here's the thing. Intuitively, innately, if you have property here in America, considerable property like Trump has, he has to be pro-America. He can't be anti-America with billions of dollars in real estate here in America. His fortunes and his children's fortunes are tied here. That makes him have to be pro-America. You look at where Biden is being talked about, all the money is coming from. It's all out of the country. The Ukraine, China, whatever. And again, I'm not criticizing Biden. I'm just saying that in DC now, all the action is out of the country. That's what the politicians who want to get rich, that's where they want to be. They want to be in the State Department, not the Department of Transportation. Because that's where trillions go. That's why Hillary Clinton did not want to be Obama's vice president. She wanted to be his Secretary of State. That's why Mitt Romney wanted to be Trump's Secretary of State. That's why, who do we have as Secretary of State right now? I forget who that guy's name
is. Anthony Blinken.
Right. That's big money. The big money, like if you just look at where GW, where the Secretary of State, Department of State and all that is, it's a very influential area, Georgetown GW area.
I think the biggest flaw that Trump has, and this is something that a lot of people won't admit, is that he wants to be liked. And my thing about it is, will he be the one to draw an iron fist and make a stand on where he is, whether people like him or not? And I think,
I think Project 2025 is the evidence.
Hold on, Shannon. Hold on. Go ahead.
And I think he wants to be liked because he does care. I sense the fatherly image in him. He wants people, he cares. He genuinely cares about people. And I think that's part of him growing up in New York. And even though he comes from a wealthy family, Trump still has that appeal where he can reach out to the average guy that's working on the street. You don't get that from Joe Biden and the other old Joe Biden when he was younger, probably. But over the years, as they made the money, he doesn't have that appeal. That was the same appeal that Bill Clinton had. Bill Clinton could reach out to, poor boy from Arkansas, single mom. He could reach out to the average Joe, even, different people. And that was his appeal. But the problem I have with Trump is that, is he able to put his fist down and tell those old, spineless, useless Republicans, the Mitch McConnell type, the backstabbing Mitt Romneys, to go sit in a corner and stand with the hardcore guys like the Steve Bannons and say, hey, this guy has been with me from day one. And this is what we need to do to fix this country. I don't care about where you need these people to come in and clean your houses and pick your apples, whatever. They need to get the fuck out of here because they're costing us money. And that goes for his constituents who are on the welfare, on the dole as well. If the red states want to be independent, they have to be able to say, hey, for real, we don't want Obamacare. We don't want federal funding. We're willing to stand on our own. And I don't think that's the reality that Republicans are willing to take. They will talk, but in reality, if they want to stand against what's happening in America, then you have to stand against the federal government. And that goes back to states' rights. And I don't see that happening.
No,
okay, we done now?
Go ahead.
Because I certainly have a rebuttal to that. Number one, Project 2025, if you've kept up with it, and as a matter of fact, I've downloaded a white paper of it. I haven't had a chance to go through it. Trump is already making plans to go in and gut career, like the middle level of government managers, basically career civil service. So I think Bannon and Stephen Miller, I think they've already, they're already making inroads into that. Trump, I buy the argument that Trump has to care a certain extent about America because he's got real estate holdings and that sort of thing. But I don't think it goes beyond that. And Trump's own hometown, they're not big fans of it. And that tells me a lot about who Trump is.
Well, I tell you about Stanley, as it relates to New York. I lived in New York. A lot of those people, particularly the ones in Manhattan, they're so disconnected from the rest of the New Yorkers. I mean, there's a billionaires road in New York. You think they like Trump? Probably not. They don't agree with the people, or don't have many of the same interests as the people down on the street level. And so I think that the people in New York that don't like Trump are the real hardcore liberal people, part of the ones that can run above all of the high inflation, the crime. They got doormen, things like that, and they don't see what's happening down on the trains, on the street.
I think Trump is actually a real populist. However, having stuff in common with, the working man doesn't mean you're one of them. And Trump's not one of them. Trump would toss a working man overboard if it meant, him having to make a sacrifice. And the two people that I think of are the two ladies who were election workers down in Atlanta. They ran roughshod over those two innocent people. Where was the working man's compassion for those two ladies who were working class? Between Trump and Giuliani, they rode roughshod, and these ladies still aren't safe. Drove them out of their homes, etc.
Let me ask you a question, Stanley, because I know who you're talking about here. You can talk about them niggresses, that nigger in her.
You know what? You can call them what you want them, what you want to call them, but they did nothing wrong.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're referring to the same people.
The two election workers in Atlanta, the older lady who was, in her 60s, and her daughter, they did nothing wrong. But they were working class, but Trump didn't care enough about them to tell Rudy Giuliani to lay off.
Well, what was that lady name? Wasn't her name Ruby?
Ruby something. I don't remember their exact names, but I do know that Giuliani owes them a bunch of money, which he's not going to be able to pay for defamation of character.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Do you think there was a water pipe break in Atlanta?
I think they did nothing wrong. I think Giuliani defamed them, and I think that Trump worked as much as he has in touch with the common working man. ran roughshod over those two ladies, and
Now,
they
ju-
were driven. They were driven out of their home.
now, just like the
So I
snake
don't
man.
care. I don't care about water pipes or any of that stuff. The bottom line is they did nothing wrong. Period.
Just like Snake Man didn't answer your question about J6. You didn't answer my question here. I asked you.
I don't care about water pipes. It's irrelevant.
I understand you don't care.
It's irrelevant to my point.
But why am I? Do you know why I'm asking you about the water pipes?
You know what? I guess you're going to tell me.
The reason why I'm asking you about the water pipes is because they use that as an excuse to stop the voting, then to stop the vote count, right? Then do you think there was a water pipe burst or not?
I think that story's been debunked.
What did
if I recall?
Well,
I think that story was debunked.
So what part was debunked?
You know what? It's been how many years ago? 3 years ago. I don't recall the details. I do recall that everything is kosher. They are owed millions of dollars for the defamation that Rudy Giuliani did. That's the important part.
I honestly, Stanley, I think.
Hey, John, I got a couple.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
I'll tell you where you're wrong. That the thing is, you're not understanding that Biden does the same things. I don't
need to understand.
No. So I'll give you examples. I'll give you a few examples.
I don't do whataboutism.
Hold on, Stanley.
Whataboutism is a weak.
All right, Stanley. Make your point
again. Stanley. You're talking about two 60-year-old poor ladies that the Justice Department went after. What about the 85-year-old Catholic lady that Biden just put in jail for the rest of her life?
Which two ladies did the Justice Department go after?
You're talking about the election officials, right? That Trump tried to go after, correct?
The Justice Department might have gone after them initially. It's Giuliani who's on the hook, not the Justice Department.
Yeah, but that's my point. You're talking about a guy who defamed somebody instead of Biden using his Justice Department to put an 85-year-old woman in jail for the rest of her life.
Okay,
I question who you feel sorry for.
What 85-year-old woman are you talking about?
There's an 85. You want me to find her?
Hold on.
It has to do with weaponization. You're talking about oppression. You're talking about oppression of weaker people, correct?
All right, come on.
Did you hop into the middle of this? I'm talking about the two election workers. I'm talking about the two election workers in Atlanta. What does this have to do with the Justice Department exactly?
Because your whole stance is that poor two ladies that got defamed.
No, that's not.
Look at what Trump did. He defamed two poor ladies.
No. You are taking huge liberties in reconfiguring my narrative. I was talking about Trump and his populism. He is not as populist as people seem to or think he is. That's where I stand. What you're talking about is totally different from what I was talking about.
All right, I'm going to change the subject a little bit. How many of you guys have medical insurance?
Of course. Of course.
If you do, if you don't, I don't. I don't. Right? To be quite honest with you, I don't.
No, I don't.
Platinum PPO, baby. Platinum PPO.
Oh, platinum PPO. Dang, that's good stuff.
Over the last couple of years, I probably have.
Well, yeah, I got that in my. Of course, the company I work for better pay for that. They're big enough.
Yeah, I mean, most companies just give you that crappy HMO.
I just saw.
Yeah, dude, I have I think I only pay. I think I pay a maximum of like $500 a year.
Oh, that's a good deal.
I want to tell you something. See, someone just sent me a text. I want to see who this is. I'm not sure who this is. I'm not sure who this is. Anyway, I know who this is. Let me respond to this. Oh yeah, so yeah, I remember years ago when I was still working, I took a job and they offered me healthcare insurance. And I said, man, just give me the money. And they went and did a calculation and they said, okay, you want the money, you can have it. And they bumped my pay up for the differential of the, hello, Ava. Nice legs there you have.
Oh, Ava.
Yeah, baby, forget what I was
Do you
about
have
to say.
PPO, HMO, Ava?
Baby,
Do you have an HSA? HSA?
Let me put you at the Lord. Have mercy. The Lord is my shepherd. You ever heard that? Oh man.
Cast down our eyes, John. Cast down our eyes.
Come on, John. You live in New York or in DC. You see better ass than that. Come on.
You don't see better ass. You don't.
Oh, come on, dude. I can walk down the street and see better ass. I was just at fucking the beach. Give me a break. It's an average girl. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's not get all overheated for just a normal person.
Hey, a lot of women ain't average these days. Period. A lot of women ain't average these days. Ava, when you joined, you made me think about something. I want to see if I can show it to you. I want to see if I can show it to you. You guys keep the conversation going. I'm looking for something. I want to show Ava. Let me see if I can find it. Anyway, I can't find it. I'll see if I can find it at some point. Anyway, there was Bernie Mac did
Is that a dildo on her couch right there next to her?
Is that a dildo on your couch, Ava? That's a person.
Oh, okay. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Ava, well, I guess the first question is, tell us how you found the channel.
Dude, I literally was searching StreamYard and then clicking live on the filter and scrolling through, and the only things to choose from right now are like old white dudes talking about the most boring shit ever, and a shocking amount of like Spanish speaking Christians saying that like the world is coming to an end and whatever, and that's about it. So and then I saw this and I'm like, I recognize that guy.
Which guy do you recognize?
You.
No, me. Oh, okay. What do you recognize me from?
Ben's.
Okay. There you go, Ben Thurp. Okay, yeah, Ben Thurp. Yeah, you seem like someone that would be on Ben's show.
Yeah.
So what's on your mind today? How about that? Tell us what's on your mind.
Well, I would prefer that you guys just keep talking, because honestly, I don't know a lot about politics, but I'll chime in when I can. But the thing is that I think that, are you all Trump supporters?
You want to go around the panel? Stanley's not a Trump supporter. AP is not a Trump supporter. Who else? Get Crack, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm between AP and you, John. I'm basically that level. But I did vote for him the first time.
Yeah,
I was the only.
I voted for him the first time too, but from the things I see what's going on, I don't really care. I'm a secessionist.
I was the only guy with the red cap in San Francisco, probably. After he won, I was like driving around with my convertible like roof down with my hat. Started pissing off people, just blaring music loud.
Are you still in California?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, God bless you.
Yeah, I got to split my time. Yeah.
I headed for the mountains. I got out of there. I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
Dude, the only appeal of Trump is like to own the libs.
That's basically it. Yeah. Now at this point.
Like he everything that he was saying. I was shocked last night. First of all, I don't even follow this shit anymore. I used to be so fucking into it, because I feel like when he first ran, there like everybody had hope. Like they were like selling this idea of hope, something new, but now it's just all the same old shit, so nobody really cares as much. But it's like I was shocked by the way that he was spinning things to say in his favor, like the getting fired. He's like, I fired so many people. Does Joe fire anybody? Like, Joe has no balls. Joe doesn't do any. Like, what? How is that? Like, I was like, wow. Like, he has a really good tank behind him or something. Like, I don't know. Like, because it was just crazy, like, the claims that he was making and trying to spin it to be something good. And then Joe just looked like fucking catatonic.
And so, Ava, I'm going to ask you this. When you see these two guys standing there, what do you feel like they're doing for the future of the young people of this country?
Dude, absolutely. Like, the one thing is that, like, I will vote for Biden or, like, a Green Party candidate or something, because he's, at the very least, like, the one thing that's appealing is that he's, like, actually going to do some fair taxes and, like, make some tax changes, whereas Trump is just going to be helping billionaires.
What I'm saying is that these old pieces of shit, excuse my language, are the ones who are spinning up our future, have spent up our future, and spinning up the future of our children and grandchildren. And we're supposed to look for them for leadership. This is what the young people should be writing about. Not pro-BLM, not pro-Hamas, these old pieces of shit that we're having to pay for their health care, pay for their disability, while they're willing to send our sons and us to go fight for some shitty war and to pay for Israel. But yet and still, if you dare ask for a discount in college tuition or free college tuition, oh, no, big government, big government. But it's okay to work us to death, take our tax money, and give it to foreign nationals and talk about migrant children dying on the border. Excuse me, as far as I'm concerned, they all can die on the border. I don't give a shit about
Well, can I respond to that right quick?
Hold on, Stanley, hold on. But it's these old shits that have destroyed our future, and they're continuing to destroy it, and we're supposed to build up and look after and protect them. And they're willing to sell us out so they can have some cheap labor to wipe their butts when they're in nursing homes. This is what I say.
Can I respond to this now?
Stanley, go ahead, then. Go ahead.
Okay. My recommendation, if young people are that up in arms about what the old people are doing, is dig your ass out of your phones and do something about it.
And the first thing that young people
That's a Chad statement by Stanley, dude. I have to agree with that. That was a Chad statement, Stanley.
No, bottom line is I'm all work a campaign. Work a campaign. Do something.
It's all about money, though.
Stanley, I agree.
No, volunteering for a campaign is not all about money.
Yeah, no, Stanley's absolutely right on this. I don't agree with him much of the time, but he's completely right. If you want political clout, you have to impose yourself through work and effort. Like, that's just it. I mean, why do you think canvassing is the most important thing right now? Why do you...
Let me ask you guys a question.
I
don't know how many of you
do. That's how they're able to get their Medicare and all the other.
Well, it's because 70% of
they go out, and the ones that go out, they go out and vote, and they go out and put in work. You can't get the young people to put down their computers, and when you ask them to go to the school board meetings, when you ask them to stand against what they're doing in the schools, you can't get them even to show up.
No, you're right. You and Stanley are.
I can tell you they're not.
That's it.
No, yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Hold on.
It depends on where you're going to, but I can tell you they're not. Every time I go there, it's always a bunch of old people. And the elderly people will tell you, how come you don't bring other young people? And I'm like, I try. They don't want to come.
Should we go to
well, the bottom line is old people, and I'm one of them, are going to represent themselves.
Yeah,
exactly. Stanley, tell her, Stanley, tell her what's the percentage of old people over 55 that vote? Why do you think they get all they want?
It's like 80% or something.
That's why they get everything they want, because they're the ones that go out and vote.
AP, right. Can I AP, hold on guys for 1 second. AP, since you mentioned the schools, I wanted to earlier I brought up an article about California and new laws coming into effect July 1st. And so I wanted to show you this. I think it's two-part, and then I want to get your response. And the first part is going to be this.
Shit, bro, I will beat the fuck out your ass, bro. It's okay. Get stupid.
What are you showing? I can't see it.
Oh, damn, you can't see it.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can't see it.
I can watch these. I can always watch these niggas fight twice, but there's a point to me showing you this, AP, and anyone else on the panel. Let's go.
Why do you have a bunch of women breaking it up? Where are the men? That's the problem.
And now I'm going to show you this. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah.
New law passed in July. New law passed in July for California aims to keep students in school by taking away the use of suspension for those misbehaving.
That literally.
Didn't I say this the other day? I brought this up, John. I said this. I said in California you can't suspend or expel a kid for behavioral or truancy.
Teachers would be able to remove a student from a class for their disruptive behavior, but the student would not be suspended. It would then be up to the school administrator to determine an appropriate and timely in-school intervention for the student.
Federal money. Gotta keep
Exactly. The amount of kids that are in the school that are on the roster that day is how much the feds give a school. That's all this is about.
They're correct.
You guys know that they label kids with behavioral problems as special needs. See, we used to back in.
Well, that's the definition of special needs.
No, it's not. Because
yes, actually it is.
It disruptive.
Actually, it is.
Be thrown out. No, it's not. Special needs.
Actually, it is.
Disabled.
At least in Georgia, it is.
Delayed. No, that's because they changed the law. So in order to keep the federal money flowing, that's why. Those kids are savages. They need
in-house suspension has been around for decades.
But even an in-house suspension.
And I know this. My sister is a retired teacher. My mother's a retired teacher.
Stanley, you can twist it around all you want to.
I don't need to twist. I'm right.
If you go,
no, in-house suspension. In-house suspension has been around for decades. It's nothing new.
No, it is new. It is new.
It is not.
No. He's right. No. He's right. My school had in-school suspensions, but they also had expulsions and out-of-school suspension, which you can't do. That's the problem. I agree. You can in-house suspend a kid. That's what I'm saying. I agree. You can in-house suspend a kid if that's what warrants it. But the option for expulsion and out-of-school suspension should also be there.
Well, I mean, if you commit a crime, I would think if you
like if you have drugs or a gun on you. Yeah, if you have drugs or a gun on you as a kid, you should be expelled, but you can't anymore.
And this is why the Florida shooter did what he did, because they kept keeping him in school. That kid had shown violent tendencies the whole time, and they never kicked him out of school.
Does California not have like reform schools? In Georgia, for instance, there are special
they closed all those. No.
In Georgia,
no. California is now fully integrated. No, I know, but California, you got to understand, the LAUSD as more.
You're breaking up a bit, or I am.
Yeah, it's the largest single Democratic contributor. You know that? You know that, Stanley. The LAUSD is the largest donor.
I'm going to concede. I'm going to concede that California is its own animal. You know, I'm kind of a middle of the road person, and California is just out there.
I see that.
Imperious, your service. Hey, let me ask you guys. Imperious, your service is breaking up real bad. Hey, how many of you guys are familiar with school count day?
School what?
Count day.
I've never heard of that before.
Like the school count day. So schools around the country, and Portia, if she's in the audience, she probably could chime in. There are like a couple of days where they have to do a count for their allocation of federal funding. Are you familiar with that? Anyone familiar with that?
Oh yeah, They're audits, yeah.
Right. So in the ghettos, man, this is interesting. This might be groundbreaking for some of you guys. You're going to see how the scam is worked. So in the ghettos, in these inner city urban areas, you can Google a guy, or you can Google, let's say, Chicago public schools. So in the first couple of days, they go all out to make sure that the kids come to school so they can get counted for the federal allocation. So they'll have concerts. And I remember reading, and I'm going to see if I can find the article. But one year they had Jeremiah at the school. Does anyone know who Jeremiah is?
Yeah.
You know what song he sings, right?
Yeah.
They had him at the school.
X.
Yeah. He performed at the Chicago public school to get the kids to come to school. And that is really what the schools have become. It has become a factory where the kids are more or less, the money coming into the door.
Well, John,
go ahead.
These are the same people whose parents, what did the commercial they have? From the polls to the polls? They were doing strip polls and had the trans guy advertising to get blacks out to vote. So, I mean, having a singer come and get their kids to go to school, I mean, it's not a far stretch.
It definitely. I wish I could.
What a lot of this is, John. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
What a lot of this is really is just. The thing is we've gotten so insane in this country that there are literal, reasonable solutions to these things. That doesn't have to bring everybody to these emotional, fucking ridiculous positions and cause all this stir. For example, like let's say the trans kids argument, okay? It's very simple. No kid before high school gets taught about sex. There's sex ed in high school, and there can be a specific course offered for kids that are interested in that. And for normal sex ed, parents should be able to withdraw their kids if they don't feel comfortable talking to their kids about sex, or if they want them in that other course. These are very simple solutions that can be implemented, but the politicians and the interest behind it, why does that sound retarded? You're giving everyone a choice. Don't you believe in that?
Proven that sex education is like a huge factor in preventing teen pregnancy. Like,
didn't they say that about DARE too? And it actually increased. Didn't they say that about DARE and it actually increased the drug usage?
No, they didn't say that about DARE. It's very common knowledge that DARE is a failure.
Well, so is sex ed.
Sex ed is a good.
Sex ed's a failure too. Sex ed's been a failure for 25 years.
Why are teen pregnancy rates down there? What's caused that?
Because in general, all pregnancy rates are down.
No, actually, they're not way up.
No, they're not way up. No, they're not way up. They're not way up. No kids in general are getting pregnant because in general, if you're looking at the numbers.
Because it's super common now.
But what is super common? And that definition is very wide. You got to narrow that down a little bit. That's all we're asking. I mean, common would be like 50%, I would think, right?
I'm Googling.
So what's causing the rate to go down if not sex?
I think it's a big thing. I mean, I think a lot of No, hold on. It's not sex ed. It's our culture. Men in general, young boys, just not interested in having sex.
So
Like,
you think it's just like
young people are
is it the internet?
it's similar to the herbivore male
just
thing.
not getting.
Well, I think it's the herbivore. I think it's I think it's a different shift. I think men now, younger boys, have lower testosterone, dude. I mean, I think in there's away from society. Look at the herbivore males in Japan, and look at.
Hey, hold on, Pierce,
hold on. I'm going through
Oh my god!
Yeah, I'm gonna show this video while your service is breaking up. I want to get you guys to respond to this right here. Check this out.
Okay.
This is from Trump, by the way. This is a Trump ad. I'll let you watch it.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with
looks like an animatronic.
Everything we have to do with look. They finally beat Medicare.
This is
they're trying to find housing for Black Americans. The impact on the choice, the idea that they're gonna. I'm been proposing that everybody they pay. The millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one after I've not raised the cost of Social Security for anybody. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And wants to get away with get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it stopped. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
Wow, this is a guy that's
John, this is elder abuse. John, CT's right. This is elder abuse. And you know who I blame? I blame that Karen White bitch, his wife. That bitch fucking is making that bitch is making our office of the presidency.
Ava, can you please stop?
Yeah, Ava, come on, dude. Stop. No one's simping here.
Can you
It makes us look
like
a
joke. I need to rewind the tape here. What did Ava do? I need to rewind the tape.
It makes us look like a joke.
Dude, the presidency is bigger than any one man. And they're making the presidency look bad. Biden is still the president of the United States, and you do not disrespect that office. He's still the even me, as much as I don't like Biden, he has complete immunity. I would never try him. I would never prosecute him because he is a president. If you believe in democracy, you may hate me, but that's the reality. The presidency is immunity. It is the single office because it is the only office that the American people vote.
Authoritarian state?
The presidency has always been authority. Look at Washington, what he did in 5 years after he became president. Frickin' Shays Rebellion. Look at what Roosevelt did. He locked everybody up. Look at what Lincoln did. He took away habeas corpus.
Roosevelt took my gold, bro.
Imperius,
yeah, but those were always in emergency.
Stanley, what did you think about that video? That had to be pretty rough, right? That's pretty rough.
Well, I mean, I think that the Democrats took a risk and lost.
The risk in what? Nominating Biden?
No, the risk in this debate. I mean, they're the ones who said, hey, let's debate. So, I mean, they took a gamble and lost.
But don't you think that the American people needed to see this guy?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the debate. I'm saying the Democrats rolled the dice and they lost. I'm okay with that.
Did America win by seeing
America? Well, if we want to go whether America's winning, America's losing because neither of these guys should be president.
No, I guess what I'm saying, I know you like to bring up Trump, but let's just focus on Biden because he's the
I'm
one.
not bringing. I said both these guys.
Right.
Both
Yeah,
these guys have
right,
problems.
right.
Both
But
these
Trump,
guys are old.
but hold on. But Trump
Trump
seemed
is
to
old.
right. But Trump seemed to have held his own last night. Seemed to perform.
That's all well and good.
I
I'm
mean, no,
saying that
but I'm saying,
America is
but I mean,
losing in
right,
this
right.
gerontocracy.
Very well could be, but in this case,
Oh, well, no, it's not very well could be. We are.
right. But what we saw last night, and I don't think you had a problem with gerontocracy in electing Biden the
The
first time.
problem we had was Biden didn't have a good night. The Democrats lost this one.
Do you think it was just a bad night for Biden?
I think the biggest problem we have is Biden not doing the one term and getting someone in there younger. There's a huge strategic problem that the Democrats have, and it's coming back to bite them now. Same thing happened with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She should have gotten out of there way before she died. Feinstein, another example. You know, she went totally senile before they got her out of office. Biden's in the same boat. We let these people go on forever, and it comes back to bite you if you don't.
The answer really, Stanley's absolutely right, dude. I mean, I'm crazy that I'm agreeing so much with Stanley today, but in reality, he's right. The problem, I mean, I like Trump. I think he'll be a decent president, but I would much rather have someone younger like a Josh Hawley, a Mark Robinson, somebody like that. That actually knows and can be. I mean, I like him, great, yeah, but is he my first choice? No. And that's what Stanley's saying. Both these guys are nobody's first choice. And the problem is that if we step back here and if all of us here were non-biased and tried to act like adults, I know we're fucking around. We would both look back and say we made our country look like fucking joke. We have shit going on. Like Trump said, the biggest line that I agree with Trump was last night, aside from all the rhetoric and stuff, was when he said, this shouldn't even be a debate. We are a fucking joke in so many words right now. And we're a joke because the only reason, if anything, you should vote for Trump is this. He has the biggest dick in the room and everyone's going to be afraid of us again. That's what he should really run on. Because geopolitics,
I'm here to tell you, John.
Politics, ladies and gentlemen, is a mafia game.
Hold on, Pierce. Let
it. California guy can back me up on this. There are so many people in this country that are so demented that even though they saw that with Joe Biden, their hatred for Donald Trump and Republicans is so much. Joe Biden.
Oh, I'm one of them. I think I would.
A mannequin, and they still.
I would.
Yes, that's right.
Right. They're under no set. I'm one of them.
Stanley, I'll take the win. Stanley, I'll take the win if you just sit out. I'll take that, Stanley. Just sit out. Don't vote for Biden. Just don't vote for anyone.
No, I have to vote against Trump, but it's not going to be a happy decision. And I'm
okay. Hey, honest, we're moving progress, buddy. We're moving the progress.
The Machiavelli in me, it would not hurt my feelings if they did a coup and got Biden out of there. I think somebody's going to have to.
Hey, Stanley, I'll ask you this though. Let's say Trump gets elected again, and we're all still talking here in 5 years, and he hands over the reins and everything. Will you non-biasedly go, he probably wasn't that bad?
Probably not. I mean,
hey, Stanley,
see, I'm kind of weird in that whether I like it or not, you can take me out of the church, but you can't take the church out of me. I think character matters.
Hey, Stanley, how would you say Trump's first term was, in your opinion?
Disastrous. His first 2 years, I agree. He was doing okay. And then his leadership during the COVID thing. And I'll tell you the moment he lost me, or at least lost my, whatever respect I had for him, because I knew he was going to win in 2016. Hillary Clinton, I lived in Rhode Island at the time she and Ira Magaziner were working on her healthcare initiative. She's never been that well liked. But anyway, what I'm saying is that when that cruise ship came in, I guess it was to Los Angeles or somewhere, and those people who had COVID, Trump would not let them off of the ship because he didn't want the numbers, the number of confirmed COVID cases to go up. And if he took them off the ship, it would drive the numbers up. When I heard that's why he wouldn't let these sick people off the ship, I knew he wasn't a leader, or at least not for me. So that one specific incident is where I lost total respect for Trump. That's not a leader. You don't leave your people on the ship to suffer. You deal with it. And he didn't do that.
Hey, Stanley, have you ever considered that COVID was a scam?
I don't really care about any of all that. All I'm saying, COVID was real, and Trump was not a good leader.
No.
That's where I leave off.
This is not about Trump. You notice I don't really talk much about Trump, but
you don't.
But COVID is really like my bailiwick here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I'd much rather talk about almost more than anything. So I'm asking you, do you think COVID was a scam?
I don't really care that one way or the other. I hadn't really given it that much thought.
Are you as concerned about COVID today as you were during the height of the pandemic?
No, a lot more people were sick then.
So do you think your vaccine has worked and alleviated your concern?
Well, as you well know, John, and as we both know, because we both had a lot of biology, vaccines, they give you resistance. They are not silver bullets.
So what do you?
Some vaccines are better than others. So you could take a polio. You can still get polio if you take a polio vaccine. It's just your chances are way low.
Can I ask Stanley a question?
Hey, hold on. Let me ask you one more question, Stanley. Do you think COVID is still spreading today?
I'm sure it must be. It may not be getting the news coverage that it was.
When is the last time you were tested for COVID?
The last time I was sick, I guess. It's been a while. I don't know that I've ever been tested for COVID because I haven't really been sick.
When is the last time you wore a mask?
I still do occasionally. The last time I wore a mask that I can remember was maybe last summer because the VA, when you go to the VA clinics, they were requiring masks. They don't any longer.
So for the most part, you don't wear masks anymore. And you don't really worry about COVID anymore.
Well, you also have to understand my lifestyle. I'm retired and, I'm not a social butterfly. So
did you used to spray your mail? You remember how they used to tell you to spray your mail?
No, that's ridiculous. It's an airborne disease. It's an airborne disease.
I guess. So when the government was telling people to spray their mail, what did you think about that?
I thought the government was wrong. It's an airborne disease.
When the government was telling people to wear masks outside.
Okay, the government can be wrong,
Yeah, I understand. So we've established that. So when the government was telling people to wear masks outside in their cars while riding, let's say Uber, the Uber driver and the riders had to wear masks. Did you think that was wrong?
Well, I thought several problems with this. Now, Fauci and the way they handled masks, because there was a shortage of them at the very beginning, and I think it was Fauci who knowingly went out and said, "Oh, masks aren't that important," because he didn't want there to be like some huge shortage. I think that was a mistake. However, Fauci was not like the president. The president okays these strategies and is ultimately responsible. The other thing that I had a problem with was these cloth masks. If your mask isn't an M95 or an N95, then your masks really don't prevent you from your masks don't protect you from COVID.
Hey, John, let me ask Stanley a question real quick.
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, so hey, Stanley, real quick, man, respect, dude. You're an intelligent man, dude. I've talked to you enough on here. But my biggest problem with Donald Trump, even though I'm gonna vote for him, is Operation Warp Speed, because we all know vaccines don't get warp speed. What would you say is an acceptable amount of years before you bring a vaccine to market?
Now here's the deal, and I'm glad you asked that question. Actually, mRNA viruses have been around since like the 90s. They've been testing these things forever. And John will disagree with me, and he's probably more qualified than me. I understand how an mRNA virus works. And the thing that really gives me comfort is that after a certain amount of time, the mRNA, the active part of the vaccine, gets broken up and basically flushed out of the cell. It doesn't linger. So I'm okay with I don't have a problem with mRNA viruses.
But Stanley, the problem was that they had tried previously before to come up with vaccines for respiratory illnesses. And they knew all the time, due to the mutations of respiratory viruses, that there was no way that you would come up with a vaccine for that. So it has been tried in the past, and it was
I don't agree with that assessment.
No, but that's what it says. And as a matter
respiratory,
of fact,
the flu shot, for instance.
Hold on, Stanley.
Hold on,
shot
Stanley.
doesn't work. Flu shot doesn't work. Everybody knows that. Anyways.
Well, the flu shot doesn't work because it mutates.
Come on, Stanley.
That's what I just said, Stanley. Listen. So the second thing was COVID, where the pharmaceuticals got off like fat pigs, was not only they knew the virus didn't work, they also knew that it caused blood clots, that it caused miscarriages. They knew that from the study. They also knew that it had causes Guillain-Barré in some people. They also knew from these things from their own studies that are now coming out. Also, remdesivir was a black box drug. They had tried remdesivir before in Africa, and they had stopped using it. So pharmaceuticals, hold on, Stanley. Pharmaceuticals got away like a fat rat on both ends. As of right now, only thing I know is Kansas is the only one that's suing the pharmaceutical companies for misinformation.
Yep.
However,
okay, can I respond now?
Hold on, Stanley. Just wait. Stop being a female. So.
No, I'm not being a female. I don't have patience with. I don't have much patience. I don't suffer fools gladly.
Hold on, Stanley. She's gonna wrap it up, and then you get a chance to respond. Go right ahead.
So my problem with Donald Trump and with all the Republicans as well, there are only a few that are willing to say they made a mistake. None of them are admitting they made a mistake.
I think Donald Trump did just fine with Operation Warp Speed. I don't see it the way you see it.
I thought you said you didn't like what he did about the boat.
Okay, that had nothing to do with Operation Warp Speed. Warp Speed was developing the vaccine, right?
Well, he didn't really do the vaccine.
Two totally different things. Apples and oranges.
Well, he didn't develop the vaccine.
Okay, I didn't say he personally developed it, but Warp Speed was under his auspices as president, was it not?
Yep,
okay, so you give him credit for
I
that.
don't have a problem with Warp Speed. That aspect of what Trump did, I don't have a problem with it.
Are you?
Did you have a problem?
Mandates? Are you cool with mandates?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Are you cool with mandates?
That's a good
Depends
question.
on the mandate. I think that in hospitals,
hold on, Stanley. You know what mandate he's talking about? Were you for the COVID-19 mandate?
Depending on the situation, yes.
Okay.
In some cases, no.
So hold on. For the secretary who didn't want to take it, should she have been forced to quit her job or take the vaccine?
Which secretary was she? A secretary in a medical office or
a secretary at a law firm, a Fortune 500 law firm?
I don't know. I could probably live. I could probably live with not forcing, somebody at a law firm to do it.
Hey, John, I have even better. Was it okay for them to fire firefighters and to give soldiers dishonorable discharge because they refused to put an experiment in their bodies? They wanted more information.
Okay, well, the soldier part, I actually do know. If you've ever deployed, they line you up There'll be people on both sides, and you're
No,
getting
Stanley,
shots
that's
in
not
both.
what I'm asking. Was
Okay,
it okay for a young?
can
No,
I
Stanley,
please
was it
give the
okay
benefit
for
of
young
my
men and
experience in the
women?
military?
Young,
You
I don't
mentioned
care
the
No,
about
this
your
is different.
military.
This
experience. We
is
don't
Let
care
me
different,
about
tell
your
Stanley.
you about the
experience.
No,
military.
We don't care
hold
about
on,
your experience.
hold
We
on,
don't
AP, hold on,
care. We're
Stan, hold
asking
on,
you a
Stan.
question.
Hold on. This is different, Stanley. Let's not be naive here.
No,
Right?
I don't have a problem with the
I
military
mean,
taking
it's one thing,
vaccines. You
right?
don't have to explain every vaccine. We
Right.
got vaccines, and we didn't ask a whole lot of questions,
Hey,
so it's
That's
he
not
not.
out of the ordinary.
No,
Stanley's not
Stanley,
lying,
that's
dude.
not
When I was in the
true.
military,
That's
they
not true,
gave me
It
Stanley.
is.
vaccines.
Were you
He's
in the
not lying.
military, ma'am? I was.
Stanley,
Yep.
let's not
Have you
deflect. That's not true. A
ever
lot of men and
deployed,
women
ma'am?
ask
I
questions.
have.
A lot of
I'm
men
not
and women
making it
did
up.
ask questions. I don't care about you, Stanley. I'm talking about the
Okay, well, I
majority
don't
who
care
did
about
ask
you either.
questions.
About 90% of what you say is hokum, and I'm trying
Okay,
to be
well,
patient.
the other 10%, let's say it's not hokum, okay? Whatever. But what I'm
You know
saying
what?
is,
I'll grant you
what
that.
are the
The
men,
military
what about the
part,
men
the
and women
military
whose
part,
rights were
I do know
violated
about.
because they refused to take an experiment which they
Then
had
you
no
don't need to
information
be in the
on?
military. I'm okay. If you don't want to take your shot in the military, it's a voluntary military. Fine.
Yeah, he's
We'll
right.
give you an honorable
You
discharge.
sign away. You sign away some of your constitutional rights once you join the military. You sign away your freedom of
Yeah.
speech rights.
But what about the firefighters? What
This
about
is
the
it's
But
But
if
firefighters?
they're
you,
civil
Madam
servants. They're no.
firefighters and
Ava, hold on. A civil servant is a lot different from an enlisted military.
different.
There's a
Hey,
lot different
true.
legalities for that.
AP, this is
He's right about the fact that in the military, you do not get to defer on orders or on
Somebody's
universal
microphone's
vaccines and
really
things
low.
like that.
I asked
Hey
them
guys,
Somebody
hey
that.
say
guys,
What are you
something.
shooting
hey guys,
in?
can I
And
show
they
you
said,
something
don't
here?
worry
I
about
know,
it.
I know we're going to get heated about. We can come back to the vaccine. I never get tired of talking about the vaccine. Let's
For the firefighter stuff, I don't have an answer for the firefighter stuff. I simply don't.
all right. Let's take a look at something.
Not much
It,
answers
it,
for
it,
anything, actually.
this is a DC issue, but I'm sure wherever there are migrants, I'm sure you face the same thing. And I'm going to tell you a backstory before I go too far. Hi, BG. Feel free to join the panel. Lawrence, feel free to join the panel as well. Everyone hit the like button for me. A while back, about a week ago, maybe two, I was riding my scooter around by the Capitol here in DC. And so one of the Capitol police officers said, "Hey, come here." And me being a law-abiding citizen, I pulled over. I could have kept going, but I didn't want to run from him. And so he says to me, you don't have to tag on your scooter, you know, blah, 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 blah. Right. And so I said, damn, no one has a tag on the scooter. And so he called tow truck. And of course, well, we have JR Dukes here. I want to discuss the Trump topic with him. JR, how's
Hey,
it
my
going?
friend, how's it going?
Oh, it's going well. Since you're here, we're going to go in reverse a little bit because I really
Yes,
want
sir.
to get your opinion on this video. It's a Joe Biden video, so you have to brace yourself here.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find it. I just played it, but if I can't find it, I'm sure there are plenty of them. But anyway, while I'm looking for it, can you give us thoughts on your thoughts on Biden from last night?
Well, I have been talking about this situation for quite some time. Matter of fact, John, I think you and I have talked about it on my program before. I'm not surprised by any of this. What I think happened last night, unlike the State of the Union, because clearly he's jacked up on something. He's taken Ritalin, he's taken some type of Provigil, something that can at least temporarily mask the dementia or some type of disease or disease process that he is clearly going through. I think last night what happened is they didn't give him enough medicine, or they gave him the medication closer to the debate time. If you noticed, at least by my viewing of the show, it seemed like he kicked in more in the second half. The first half is when he was really stumbling, confusing his words, losing his place. And then in the second half, he come back a little bit harder, a little bit more coherent. But that's essentially what I think is going on. And I think, unfortunately, I obviously I can't really appreciate the man or his politics. At the same time, I almost feel sorry for this guy now because I don't believe you're really dealing with the regular, normal Joe Biden. What I think you're dealing with is an adult in later life that simply is in decline, period. And it's kind of sad to see what's going on. And everybody apparently is lying to him that's in his circle of advisors, circle of friends. And it's a shame that it's went on this long, this far.
What do you think people are lying to him about?
Sorry, I was on mute. JR, as I was hearing you talk there, I thought about the conversation we had on your show. And you asked me, a couple of questions about black people and their vote for Trump. And I think I told you that it's not going to matter. They're going to vote for Biden anyway. And I don't know if you've heard from Stanley here on the panel. Stanley, I'll bring him up right below you. But Stanley is the guy at the bottom of the panel.
Hey, Stanley. Good. Yeah, I see him down there.
Now, Stanley, he's an educated black man. He lives in the South in Georgia. And he's not like he went to school for African American studies. He majored in chemistry. He went into the military. He's a black man I think might support Donald Trump. But I would say a staunch Biden supporter, but he's going to vote for Biden. Even after seeing, and now I want to show you this, JR, because I was able to pull the video up, and then I want to get your opinion on all this here.
Sure.
Let me know if you can see my here.
Yeah, it looks good. I see it.
All right, let's go.
Both sides, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with if we finally beat Medicare, we're trying to provide housing for Black Americans. The impact on the choice, the idea that they're gonna. I'm proposing that.
JR, I know it's hard. I can stop it any time if you want. You just let me know. I can keep going if you want more punishment. Well, you let me know when you've had enough.
No. When you're done, I'm done. I've seen a lot of this, but it's kind of good to have it in a like a collage of sorts, I guess. One right after the other. That way, it drives the point home.
Now that's a Trump ad, by the way. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
Right.
When you see that, if you were a Biden voter, that.
You got some feedback or something on your end there?
Yeah,
John?
I just had to put someone on mute there.
Okay.
When you see that, JR, and you hear that people are still willing to vote for Biden, what must that make you think?
Well, I want to have measured comments, because if someone on the program here supports Biden, that's entirely up to them. I
don't worry about
everybody's vote. I expect everybody making their own choice. Like my program, for example, as you know, I'm all about stopping indoctrination. Even if somebody supports someone I don't support, I'm perfectly okay with that. I mean, I really mean that. What I'm all about is making sure everybody has all the evidence, has all the relevant information to put through their brain to make their own decision. And if you're asking me what do I think about that, I think a lot of people, it's not so much they support Joe Biden necessarily, but they support the policies that the Democrats stand for. In other words, just like two different visions of life. And when you're more conservative, you see the world through a particular lens. If you're more liberal, you see it a different way, obviously. And I would think someone that is still supporting Joe Biden probably thinks, well, when it's his time to go, he goes. If he's replaced, he's replaced. But the mission for the Democrats continues. Someone else will step in and fill his role. I'm guessing that's what most Biden supporters that are still sticking with him would think.
Well, let me flip it this way. Let me flip it this way on you. If that were Trump, could you vote for him? Could you vote for Trump looking like that?
That's a good question. I haven't thought about it like that. I can't imagine any scenario that I would vote for Joe Biden. I just can't imagine that. And it's not just Joe Biden. It's there's two different views of the world going on right now. I mean, really, people cannot be so far apart. I have people in my own family, as y'all may have, that I mean, we just don't have discussions on these particular subjects. You know, for example, they're fine with girls, or I should say, men competing in girls' sports. They're fine with just a lot of this, what I consider nonsense going on in our world today, and they have as strong as views about about the conservative, a more conservative aspect on the way
Hey,
to
John,
look at world.
John, can I ask him a question?
Sure, go right ahead.
Hey man, JR, how about
Hey,
that?
hold on. You need to talk up a little bit. Is that some dude?
Yeah. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
speak up just a little bit. Yeah, speak up a little bit, some dude.
How about the 1994 crime bill, Joe Biden? Would you vote for him?
No, that's another thing that I love to talk about, and that is the criminal justice system that we have in this United States. I love our country. I want to say on the front end, I bleed red, white, and blue. I can assure you of that. At the same time, it's clear that our justice system is a mess, and it's been a mess for a long time. It has nothing to do with what Donald Trump is going through and actually just went through. It has to do with this two-tier justice system. And I would say before Trump, it wasn't so much what party you're in, it was how much money do you have. If you have a lot of money, you clearly received one type of justice, and if you did not, you received another type of justice. And most people don't understand that unless and until they go through it themselves, or there's someone else in their family that unfortunately gets caught up in that system. It's all about money. It's all about profit. It has little to do with equity or rehabilitation. It has everything to do with cash, money, and frankly, how people look as far as being reelected or their political careers. The prosecutors are more interested in putting a notch in their belt. I sent so many people away for life, and they're proud of that nonsense. And yet you have human beings living in cages, and they say nothing wrong with that.
But you do
and that's the
understand
problem
that
I got.
there was a lot of African Americans in the 90s that backed that crime bill. They were sick of it. They were fed up.
I remember the bill. I do remember the bill. I will say at that time in my life, I wasn't as involved, let's say, in politics as I am today, but clearly that bill, from what I can tell, had and has some serious flaws in it. And I mean, let's just face it, we live in a world now, at the rate we're going, you're going to have half of the adults that are among us, so to speak, are going to be felonious, and the other half's going to have to watch the half that's incarcerated or on some type of probation or something like that. That's just the way that I see it. I mean, it's staggering the amount of people that are caught up in that justice system. It's just overwhelming. And listen, I'm not a person that's into the drug thing necessarily, but at the same time, my views are rather libertarian. They may surprise you. I don't know what the hell the government's doing in our business anyways. I just don't understand that. And this so-called war on drugs, for example, it's nonsense. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked.
The drug
I fuck with you, dude.
The drug offenses I get, man. I don't think any should be in jail for nonviolent drug offenses. But the violence that was going down, and if you listen to that crime bill speech, it's like that Joe Biden is a different Joe Biden than the one we got today. That Joe Biden, and like I said, there was a lot of black people that supported him. Clinton, it was the Biden Hatch crime bill, and it was both sides, Republicans and Democrats, both backed it. And I'm not saying you call black people super predators, but let's just face the facts here. There was a lot of people that were very upset with what was going on in the ghettos, and we're kind of going back that way. And John can speak to anybody who's on Ock Nation knows it ain't good in Blackistan.
And the thing about it was the blacks who supported that bill, they also didn't do that part in the community to stop these people from having these children committing these violent offenses.
I don't know though. I think any black.
Let me finish one quick
Go ahead.
AP, hold on for 1 second. I'm gonna let you go.
Sorry.
But JR runs the show, and full disclaimer, it's not as based as you guys can get. So let's keep it
Salute.
PC, politically
Oh,
correct.
no, John, don't tell them that. I want to be treated just there like everybody else. It's your show, my friend. I'm a big boy. I've heard all kinds of stuff. Trust me.
So don't put him in a bad spot. That's all I'm
Okay,
saying. Go right ahead.
I'll be light. I'll be light. But I just want to say one quick thing is that even though we should have tough laws, and I agree with that, but also the part with the blacks feel was they stopped in their community doing more to put restrictions on these people who are having these violent kids. Like for instance, look at what's happening in the school system at that time. They did nothing to change it. So when they talk about calling the laws racist and all these type of things, no, the failure still falls back on you as black people because you didn't do your job in the homes to make sure that the young people didn't fall into the prison pipeline.
You know what? I'm gonna do you a favor and remain silent on this
Stanley.
one. I just need to point out that you called it the Blacks Bill, and I'll leave it at that.
That's who was committing the crimes.
JR Stanley is our resident Democrat liberal.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm also your resident stickler for being correct, and it wasn't even called the Blacks Bill.
He's a Biden supporter.
Biden
supporter, JR.
Well, Stanley, I think that's great. I think it's great to have someone from all perspectives on your show. It gives a balance to the debate.
Yeah, well, I mean, the other thing is I'm center left. Okay, I'm not, a progressive. So, I mean, I'm willing to at least listen to a lot of things. And I'm glad someone actually brought up that, the Biden bill the Biden Hatch bill had a lot of support in the black community. If I recall, even like Jesse Jackson was into it. So
everyone was for it. Both sides were for it at the time. Both sides were for it at the time because it was such a hot dude. People think the crime is bad now. If you look back in like 92, 93, it was 10 times worse than it was now, dude. It's bad now, but it was that's when people don't remember. In the early 90s is when the whole drive-by epidemic was going on and people would spray people. I mean, I'm talking anybody, Mexicans, blacks, white, everyone was spraying. I grew up in Southern California and I remember hearing about houses getting sprayed down in drive-bys and stuff like that. So that it was a different animal even than it is now. So that bill, you say what you want, the rhetoric may have been racist, but that bill's purpose was a bill that was cried out by the American people itself, not just one community trying to oppress another. It may have been implemented wrong, which things usually are, but it was pretty widely, I think it was like a 70% backing at the time by the American public. It was an overwhelming response to a problem that was going on.
Hey,
so
JR, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, but I think we were talking about the legal system. The number one thing you have to do when it goes back to is you have to revamp or analyze prosecutorial discretion. Okay, that is the single greatest issue. Okay, a prosecutor is the only person that determines if a crime is going to be committed. One person. Okay, if he doesn't think he can win the case, he's not going to bring it. If he thinks if he can win it or get political clout out of it, he's going to win it. He's going to bring it. You should force prosecutors to have to try every case. That's what you have to do.
I don't agree with that. Let me ask you this question, JR. What do you think we go from here? After seeing Joe Biden perform so poorly, where do you think the Democrats go from here?
Well, let me preface by saying, first of all, that despite the way I look, I know it's just human nature. We all judge each other by the way we look, at least at first glances. I'm not as conservative as I may look to be on the front. I would say that I don't consider myself anything, to be honest with you, as far as Republican or Democrat. I am a registered Republican in Florida, and the only reason for that is if you're an independent, then you cannot vote in either primary. You have to actually, so to speak, be married to one party. Otherwise, you don't get a vote as far as the primary is concerned. Now, I would say if I had to describe myself, someone had a gun to my head and I had to say what my party is, I would say I'm probably more libertarian than I am anything, but I don't really fit anything in particular. Now, as far as one other comment too, as far as the race stuff, I think looking back over my life and just the experiences I've had with people, I think we have all been conditioned, and it's just my opinion, to be too sensitive to race. We're all brothers and sisters in Christ. We all come, in my beliefs from Adam and Eve, we're all related. We're all human beings. We may look a little different on the outside as far as the skin color or certain facial features, but I'm uncomfortable with the race labels. The race labels is something that was completely man-made. Now, are there idiots among us that have some really weird and nutty beliefs? Absolutely. We all know the reality of that. But generally speaking, when it comes to identity politics, it makes me uncomfortable, and I really think we shouldn't be labeling everything in that particular manner. Having said that, I realize the reality of the world we live in, and that's just the way things are. Now, as far as where we go to from here, what I think is going to happen is Joe Biden has just enough functioning. If you look at the speech he gave today, he is lucid enough to basically continue on. I mean, I think it's really that simple. Unless he, I don't wish this on anybody, but unless there's a death or some serious incapacitation where he's literally in a mental institution or something like that, or he resigns, that's the only way that the Democratic Party is going to be able to replace him. My understanding of their laws and bylaws really don't have anything where we've changed our mind, let's do another vote and pick somebody else. It does not work like that, unfortunately. And I think they have just August 10th, August 11th, something like that, to actually solidify it, because there is a new law in Ohio that requires everything to be ironed out by that date. So the clock is ticking, and my prediction is you're going to see Trump versus Biden.
Yep.
Can I add to that? And I guess I kind of live in my own version of utopia. I honestly think that Joe Biden needs to take a good hard look at himself and step aside, because I think I have visions of a RBG or Dianne Feinstein, where they're hanging on by the last thread, and they wind up hurting more than helping. The whole point is no one is indispensable, including Joe Biden. If you cannot perform, something as simple as a debate, when you have to perform and you wind up falling short, you have to start taking a good hard look. If it happened once, there's nothing saying it won't happen a second time in the second debate. So some hard decisions need to be made, and you can't force Biden out. But someone made a point today on another news show or something. Joe Biden is a patriot. I think Joe Biden is like any other politician. Hey, he thinks he's indispensable, and he wants to keep the power as long as he can, and that's just not the best thing.
Yeah,
they're all fucking rats. They're all rats on both sides. They're all rats for their own interests. That's all it is. You're going to see all the media, all the people coalesce around Trump in the next 2 days. You're going to see Republicans that hated him, that talked all kinds of crap, get behind, because they all follow where the power tit comes from. That's all it is. You have to understand, it's not drugs, sex, alcohol, whatever. The biggest drug in the world is power. And when you're the most powerful man in the world, it's human nature. I forgot, it wasn't Shakespeare, but it was actually a different lord, but he was the one that said, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And
go ahead.
And that's what it is. I mean, once you have that, you're never going to want to willingly give that up.
Well, I think the bigger thing that we're seeing here is we're seeing power behind the curtain. We're seeing people exercise power, but they're not going to be held accountable for their power. As I said in one of my other streams, a few years from now, when Joe Biden is dead, you're going to see investigative reports from Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, talking about all the fraud and abuse, the Ukraine money stolen, this and that. And no one will be to point the finger, but Joe Biden. You can point the finger at the dead man and say, well, he's dead now, but he was fighting the good fight.
Welcome to democracy, John. That's my point about it.
And I think, but to my point, I think that's why Joe Biden is needed so badly on both sides, because both sides know that they have a man asleep at the wheel here, who is a 50-year politician. He's probably corrupt up to his neck. And they know that they're both going to be able to get all of their corruption and graft with him in power easily, and not so easily with Trump. And that's what I honestly think it's all about.
That's an interesting take, though. That make him the scapegoat and just keep doing everything and slush as much money to yourself as you can. Interesting take.
Yeah,
who do you replace him with? Like, seriously, get Big Mike out of it. No Big Mike. That's not going to happen. Big Mike ain't into politics. Who do you replace Joe with? Gavin Newsom? You don't want
somebody brought up Gretchen.
That's what I said earlier. It'll be Whitmer. If anyone. Newsom is not popular even in California right now. He's had 2 recalls. He's gonna, you know what I mean? Like he's not popular.
Wow.
Yeah, he's had 2.
Interesting.
But John, speaking of scapegoat, didn't they do the same thing with Ronald Reagan? They brought up. They tried.
With the Iran Contra and everything. Yeah, you're right.
He's right. So 20 years from now, they're going to do the same thing with Joe Biden, and nobody's going to supposed to be around to answer for it. That's the dirty tricks that they always pull.
When I was a young man, my grandmother would go to sleep about 6 or 7 o'clock. And I'd wait till she good and snoring, and I'd steal her car keys, and I'd jump in her car, and I'd be gone. Joe Biden probably goes to bed about 7 o'clock. And I imagine all the people around here are running their little fiefdoms. One person has Ukraine, another person has Department of Transportation. They're probably hiding meetings from him, meetings that he should be in. They're attending themselves in place of him. And I think that's just the nature of the beast here in DC.
No, I think you're right. But I think we're kind of forgetting one thing here. You have an old school type mob boss coming in the room. That's what Trump is. And that's what they're scared of, because what they want is a collective group that they all get rich together. While what Trump says is, I'm big dick in the room. Nobody makes a move until I say so. And I get the lion's share first. That's what they don't want. He's an old school ruler.
Yeah, I can go for that. Did some people dropped off? Did someone dropped off? Was that Imperius that dropped off?
No, I'm here.
Someone dropped off. I'm not sure who. This brings to mind that quote that I mentioned from Machiavelli last night in my stream.
From the Prince, or what? From the Prince?
Yeah, from the Prince. I think you may have been on the stream last night, Imperius. But it was talking about establishing a new system, a man coming from outside. And I think that's what Trump is. Here it is. I'm going to share my screen with you, and I want you guys to take a look at this quote. I shared some version of this last night. I think it was last night on one of my streams. Are you able to see this?
Yeah, you're good.
And I think this is honestly what Trump is facing here. I'm going to maximize it a bit. And with my time, with my time here in DC, I've known a few people in the political arena, and this is what I think he's facing. And I'll read it out loud for you. It must be remembered that there is nothing more difficult to plan, more doubtful of success, nor more dangerous to manage than a new system. And I think Trump represents kind of a new system. For the initiator has the enmity of all who would profit by the preservation of the old institution, and merely lukewarm defenders in those who gain by the new ones. And I think that is the situation that Trump finds himself in.
What exactly is the new system Trump is proposing?
Well, more national, he's talking about more populism instead of a oligarchy system.
I mean, populism isn't new in America.
No, but the system that would be formed it's new now, because for the last, 60 years, we've had the neoliberal, neoconservative paradigm.
Let me give you an example of what I mean. There was an election down in Mississippi a couple years back where the Democrats and the Republicans colluded to get the Democrat to win. That is what I mean about the system, in that all of these guys, the Republicans and the Democrats, at some point their interests intersect. And I think Trump is outside of that intersection. And
it's why they'll always pass a government funding bill. And so notice how that's why, because they have to keep their own interests going.
And if you remember when Trump was in office, both sides came together to hamstring him in many ways from affecting policy.
Yes.
From making a
yes. Paul Ryan was worse than Hillary Clinton.
It wasn't just. And I would argue
Trump being an outsider, I thoroughly disagree with that.
Let me ask you this.
He partnered with the Federalist Society, to come up with a list of judges. That's not outsiderism.
Well, there's some things like Mitch McConnell.
Is John lagging for you guys, or is it just me?
No, he's fine.
Mitch McConnell was very keen on judges and appointing judges. So again,
they intersected as far as mission goes.
So in that sense, as it relates to judges, they intersected. But as it relates to
that's not the only intersection.
Well, it's not okay. They may have had more than one.
But judges is a little different because the Heritage Society is more of a group of lawyers themselves that are recommending other lawyers to rule in certain policy matters.
Federalist Society is what I'm talking about.
I thought you were talking about because the Heritage Society is more the one that you're going to get.
No, the Federalists were Leonard Leo and his group were the people who recommended.
If you look at some of the
Amy Coney Barrett, etc.
Hold on. Let's not get down into the weeds.
Well, anyway, all I'm saying is Trump is not the outsider that John is making him out to be.
Let me mute you for 1 second, John. So what I'm saying is, if you look at some of the committees, like those. And I can't remember the exact name. Some of those committees that Warner from Virginia is on, and some of the Republicans are on the same committees. Those committees that allow a president to initiate investigations, or they can block appointments and things like that. That is where I'm saying that the Republicans and the Democrats, they block, or they can block, any president from appointing people that might come in and say, hey, I want to do an investigation on this. I want to do an investigation on that. There are some of those special committees where you have to have special clearances and all those type of things that they will block, like who you can appoint for an attorney general. They will make sure that you pick one of their guys, one of their acceptable guys. That's how it works, Stanley.
He's right. In the Senate especially.
That's why they were so willing to...
All I'm saying is Trump isn't the outsider you make him out to be.
No, he's not an outsider. You're right, and he's not an outsider that doesn't know who they are.
Especially the second time around.
Well, he's not going to be this time, but that's why they're so scared, because he knows now how to do the system. But
I agree with that.
The issue is that he was an outsider the first time in so much as the inner workings of politics itself. Just like when he went into, because he didn't know, he had no idea. Do you think he would not have blocked it or done something to have his phone records, his tax records shielded, the whole piss tape thing, him and Melania? Do you not think he would have not had Melania's fucking wardrobe and shit go through? Do you think any man wants his wife's fucking wardrobe and her bra and panties looked at and shit like that and pictures taken of them? No man wants that.
My impression was John continues to think Trump is an outsider. So maybe I got that part wrong.
Let me give you a better example, Stanley. Maybe this will work for you. Do you remember when one of those IRS employees leaked Trump's tax records? Does anyone remember that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they got nothing for it.
Yeah, hardly got any punishment. If you had leaked Obama's tax records, you would have faced the most severe punishment. That is what I'm saying. Trump is an outsider.
Be like his chef.
Okay, Trump this time around is not an outsider. That's
no, not this time. Not this time, but the first time.
Hold on.
We shouldn't be dwelling on the past, should we?
Hold on.
Really quick.
Let me finish my point again. Go ahead, Grace.
Just really quick. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, why don't you get on camera, Grace? Everyone would love to see you here.
I I just wanted to say really quick, I'd like to invite everybody, just a quick plug. I'll leave in a second. I got to get ready. I'm having speed dating going on my channel at 8 p.m. tonight in half an hour. Anybody who wants to come up date, I've got John. I'd love to see you there. Dan, this white guy, I don't know what your name is, Junior Dukes. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so.
Stop laughing. Stop laughing.
Jesus, Grace, I don't think you want to be plugging to having Grace. You don't want to plug me to come over there, Grace. I'll do what I did to you over there. Come on, dude.
This is why men don't take women seriously, because we're having a serious discussion and this pops up.
Oh, bitch, shut up.
Well, it's like that L girl was walking around with her tits out. I mean, Ellie or whatever.
Ava.
Ava, sorry.
Everybody wants to date your shitty bitches. Go away. Anyway.
Thank you, girl. Thank you. Get her out of here. This is why, hey, I'll say this, John. I've always had a black chick friend that could kick the shit out of all the other white girls around. So I appreciate her. You know, you always have that one cool black chick that you're friends with, dude, and she'll beat the shit out of all the girls for you.
Oh, we got to be respectful to the women.
Wow, that's...
JR, hey, hold on, JR, before you go, any last words? You know, I appreciate
No, hey, Stanley, check this out. I'm telling you, dude. Like, when I was a dude, you have the black girls can fight, dude.
Here, Pierce. JR, any last words before you head out of here?
I just want to say thanks. Congratulations on your stream here. It's nice talking to everybody. I'll come back.
Drop the link for your show.
My streamer.
Damn.
Do what now?
Can you drop the link for your show?
Yeah, I'll do that for you. Not a problem. Appreciate that. It's just at JR Dukes, and I have to prep a little bit. I got one of my friends going to be on there, so I appreciate the opportunity to come visit and say hi to everybody.
And I have your handle is right. Your handle is right here below his name, in case you can't. Yep.
Hey, thanks for coming by, dude. Great input, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thanks a whole bunch for everybody, and I'm going to drop this in the link, and I'm out of here. Thanks a bunch.
Nice meeting you, JR. Thanks.
Nice meeting you guys. Bye-bye.
JR runs a good show. He's very pro-Trump. I appeared on his show once. You guys should check his show out. Pretty informative. Again, he's a Trump supporter.
Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. Generally a nice guy, yeah.
Yeah, you can
tell
he's
John,
fairly...
can I say this? I just want to apologize for that.
No, go ahead.
I just want to apologize for that. But it's like every time you guys are having a really good discussion, some female always pops up with some foolishness to derail the conversation. And this is why men don't want us in their spaces. Because men can be sitting around having a conversation, and then some female comes up with something stupid.
Dude, she sounds like my sister, dude. She sounds like my sister, because you would. No, but it's true. No, like, because I remember when, like, me and even back in like high school and middle school, all the guys, like me and my buddies, would be hanging out, and then the girls would come by. My sister, you know, being older, she'd be like, "These little fucking girls are so fucking annoying. Get them out of here. They don't know what the fuck they're doing." You know what I mean? So I get it. It's funny.
Well,
so men, stop doing that. Stop allowing women and men who act like sissies to come in and derail your conversation. If you guys are having a great conversation, tell them to move on. I mean, if you're not being impolite, but it's like your highest art, and because it disrupts the whole flow. That's all I'm saying. I apologize for acting out. Sorry.
Now, AP, you know, we're always. I think this is your first time on my stream, and I will say, from my seeing you on CT stream, I'm glad you're here. I'm always happy that something with passion comes along. Even the other guys, Snake, what's his name, Snake Man or something like that. You know, I was saying earlier,
Solid Snake, I think, right?
Yeah, he's something, whatever. I think that, you know, people need a little bit more passion in terms of the things that are happening now. We can't keep passively looking at things and saying, "What the hell is going on?" You know, and you know, we're living our comfortable life is comfortable for now, but at some point, you know, as they say, you know, how do you go broke? You know, gradually, then all of a sudden. And I think that's kind of the things that we're facing here today. Let me show you. I started off on the motor scooter thing, and I know I'm rambling here a bit because I can go on and on for days. I got a lot of things I wanted to talk about. Let me see if I can share this with you, if I can find it. Oh, yeah, this is so I was telling you that I was riding my scooter by the Capitol, and Capitol Police pulled me over and basically called it tow truck, and the guy says, "Man, we have so many scooters in impound just give me $75 and I'll let you go. So he took me out of the capital zone, and then he just dropped my scooter off. And so here's something that's going on in a lot of these inner cities. You'll see it in New York. I'm sure you'll see it in LA. You see it here in DC. Is that, in the third world, a lot of people commit robberies and crimes on motorcycles. Hell, that's the only thing they can afford. They can't afford cars. So they don't do drive-bys in cars. They don't snatch persons in cars. They snatch them on a motorcycle. And I think many Americans that have not been to the third world, you probably haven't seen people riding around 2 to 3 people on a motorcycle or something like that, like you might see in India or whatever. But I think that is what's coming here to America. And if you're in the inner cities, you've probably seen it. You may not know what you're looking at just yet, but that is what you're seeing. You're seeing the third world, large elements of how the third world transports itself, largely by motorcycles and scooters and things like that. So take a look at this video. And again, I haven't seen it, but I think it gives the perspective of what's going on here. Let me sure you're able to see it. Yeah, you're able to. All right, take a look at this.
All right, the news continues with another story that is all new at 11. We want our food delivered fast, and a WUSA 9 investigation reveals the impact a new trend in delivery is having on our safety.
Yeah, so across D.C., some moped delivery drivers are breaking laws and ignoring rules, and some neighbors fear it's just a matter of time before someone is seriously injured. Here's our chief investigative reporter, Eric Flack, with some stunning video that could inspire change on our streets.
Is he going to swerve? Is he going to stop? You don't know where they're going.
Lisa Abel was walking in her Mount Vernon neighborhood last month when she nearly got a delivery she wasn't expecting.
I thought he was going to hit me because he was coming right at me.
She says a moped food delivery driver was zipping down this narrow stretch of sidewalk and nearly hit her. It wasn't the first time.
So you're walking across the street. You have the light.
Yes.
Moped delivery driver runs the light and almost hits you?
Yes.
So twice?
Yes.
What's going on in this city?
I see them drive crazy all the time.
So did we. A moped delivery driver riding the wrong way on 14th Street in Northwest, cutting across heavy oncoming traffic. A moped delivery driver along P Street in Northwest takes his ride from the sidewalk to the street.
These are very affluent areas, by the way. Very, very affluent areas.
John, can I say something real quick before you start?
Let me ask you a question, John.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, why did you click on this video?
Well,
really, it was the girl, wasn't it?
Not that lady. She didn't have the best audience.
No, but the lady's the focus. Because, dude, John, that woman is the reason and the origin of all the problems, though. Because she's the one. She's the one that wants those, and would look if that bike was over on the other side of the street, she would go, "Oh my God, that's so cute! There's a brown guy on the bike. I love this. Oh my God, let's go to Starbucks and get a latte." Like that's what they would. That's what they would do. So they're the white women in their mid 40s are fucking the devil personified. Trust me on this.
No, she never mentioned the migrant issues. She just mentioned the.
No, it don't. But that's who's. Oh, come on, John. Who's writing those things?
Let me finish playing the video, and I want to get to the point. And since it's the title is landlord, I'll tie it into my experience as a landlord. Kind of the whole demographic things that's a fact.
John, am I wrong though? Am I wrong, John?
No, you're definitely right. Like she definitely was. If she was living in that area, like she's very liberal. Like that's a very liberal area, very affluent, gay area, P Street.
And notice how fast they notice when they're my little perfect utopia environment, just like Martha's Vineyard. Just like Martha's Vineyard. Get these migrants out of here. Oh my God, I like them across the river. Yeah, that's like what they are.
Are you familiar with DC at all, Imperius?
I have family in Virginia. I actually have an aunt who used to do catering for Congress. So. Yeah, I get a little bit.
If you're familiar with, say, New York, this is probably like 14th Street in New York, Soho-ish, maybe.
Okay, so like the south, like in Manhattan in that area, right?
Right. No chain restaurants other than maybe a McDonald's.
No, these are Michelin star. This is all. Yeah, I get you. This is like God, what is that in Nob Hill in San Francisco or Brentwood in LA or La Jolla or that area. I get you.
Right. That's why there's so many delivery guys here. So this same woman that's complaining about them probably goes home and gets delivery from them. So you're definitely right, Imperius.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She wouldn't care if he was in the back of a kitchen. Just please don't get in my way.
Like these people aren't delivering in Southeast where I live because this is short haul delivery. You're on a scooter. You're not going 10 miles. You're just going 4 or 5 miles. And I'm going to tie all this back in just 1 second. Let me finish this.
And hits the gas, headed in the wrong direction. We watched as this moped delivery driver in DuPont Circle cuts in between.
DuPont Circle is like, that's right below Obama, his neighborhood, closer to the White House. So you understand this is very, very affluent.
Yeah, this is an influential area. Yeah.
Very affluent, yeah.
In traffic, then blows through a red light. Later, making an illegal turn while simultaneously running a second red light, breaking traffic laws 5 times in a 30-second span. Standing outside of the Central American Resource Center in Columbia.
I want y'all to notice that. Did you hear what he just said? Standing outside what? What did he just say? Let's see what he said again.
Central American Resource Center in Columbia Heights.
Central American Resource Center. I want you to bring your attention to that neighborhood. The Central American Resource
Central
Center.
American Resource. Sorry about sneezing too. I didn't mean to interrupt your stream.
The Central American Resource Center in Columbia Heights.
Shit! It's an NGO, dude.
That's in Northwest DC. That's a very affluent neighborhood. Heights is very up. Is up high, very elevated in DC. There's some parts of Columbia Heights where you can look down and see the whole city, the White House, and everything. So very affluent. So you see these people, their resources are in very good neighborhoods. Very good neighborhoods. The average person is probably paying $2,500 minimum for like a 1-bedroom or studio.
Well, that's what they do. These liberals treat people like pets. They bring them in as like these token little pets. Like, oh my God, it makes me feel so good that I can have a black and brown person. They sit there and they want to elevate their own morality by saying, "Oh, look, I'm being the it's called the white man's burden." It's actually back from the 1800s during colonialism.
I've actually heard of that book. Hold on, Imperius. I'm going to play a little bit more.
We spoke with this moped delivery driver on the condition we don't show his face. The center's executive director, Abel Nunez, translated for us.
He said it's about 2 months he's been doing it. He said it's pretty good. He makes about $150 to $200 every day.
At upwards of 30 deliveries a day, that adds.
I want to stop you right there.
Meanwhile, young black men are chilling on the corner.
Well,
saying they can't get a job.
Here's the thing. I told you that this was in a very affluent neighborhood, correct? They've named 3 neighborhoods now. Yep. DuPont Circle, Logan Circle, and this other area they're in is like more or less like U Street-ish area, 14th Street. These are very, very affluent area. So what's happening here is that they're cherry picking the best deliveries because they're on scooters. They can get there quick, so they can pick up a delivery from, say, Le Diplomat, which is a very high-end restaurant. There are many like very high-end restaurants on this street. I was just there maybe a couple weeks ago. A slice of pizza, $7. One slice. This is not like New York where you go get a $2 slice. No. $7. And so, I think I stopped. No, I wasn't there, but I stopped at a place similar to that, and I logged on the CT's channel, and the pizza there was like $6.50, right at $7. Like that's DC. A lot of people making a lot of money, working government jobs. If they were anywhere else in America, their salary would probably be cut by 2/3. So anyway, here are all these people cherry picking the best deliveries. Now, what is not being talked about here is that the blacks who also do deliveries, and I'm talking about by and large Black Americans, who are Americanized, who are more likely to have a car, they're doing the more long run deliveries. So they're coming to me. So they're getting saddled with the less profitable deliveries coming to the ghetto. Whereas the migrants, as he said, he's making $150 a day doing deliveries. I've joined some of the Facebook market groups. I can show you. I can pull up my Facebook. Some of the Uber and DoorDash driver groups. And I see the complaints about the Uber drivers who drive cars. The whole marketplace has changed. In these cities, they've cut down streets. They've built bike lanes.
Yeah, you mentioned a good point with the bike lanes.
Right.
A lot of streets in my city now, they cut lanes down.
Damn right. You add in the COVID, the restaurants on the blocks, on the streets. It's so damn difficult to get around in a car. But these migrants are riding around on scooters. And I'm gonna finish playing the video. The technology that I keep telling you is capturing these blacks in these inner cities. It's not capturing the migrants because let me play a little bit more of this video. What's up, Savage? I want to get your thoughts, and I have a show suggestion I really want to run past you while I have you here. So hold your thought. I'm coming to you right next. All right.
It's up to more than $1,000 a week. He acknowledged.
Put up the video, John. Yeah, put the video up, buddy.
Wait. What did they? What did
John,
they
put the video up. We can't see it, buddy.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, because you got to see this. You got to see this.
I'm like, oh shit,
man! This is like, yo. I need these people as my tenants. Listen what they did. What this man just said, and he's showing the receipts. As the nigger said, he's showing receipts. Listen.
The $200 every day.
At upwards of 30 deliveries a day, that adds up to more than $1,000 a week. He acknowledged his moped is unregistered and that he doesn't have a permit to work in the U.S., although he said he's trying to correct that. He added he doesn't break traffic laws other than that unregistered moped.
Folks. $1,000? What was that a week? Am I wrong?
Yeah, about 13, and he ain't paying no taxes on that.
Folks, when people ask me why the rent going so high, they're making $4,000 a month. What's the cost of that scooter? What's the cost of gas he got put in that scooter? Huh? What's the cost of the gas? Huh? How much registration? How much cost in registration did he pay?
No insurance either, probably. Yep.
No insurance. Hell, he can't get.
Yeah, and who pays for when he hits somebody and he drives off?
Me.
Well, why is $4,000 a month that much? That's what?
That's a good living after taxes. I mean, that's like 65 grand.
In DC.
Hold on. I'm gonna have to play. Hold on. Do I need to play the migrant video that I filmed at the DC migrant shelter to explain them, Stanley? Or maybe he can't figure that. Most people in DC, Stanley, that aren't white collar, aren't making $4,000 a month. And it damn sure ain't tax-free money like this boy pulling in. That's $4,000 tax-free. Now, let me add in a couple caveats. You think he paying rent? Does anyone think he's paying rent?
No.
Nope.
Huh? Does anybody think he paying rent? Does anyone think?
No, he's with like 6 other people in like a one-room house or something.
Hell no.
And he could charge them $1,000 a head for rent.
Nah, let me show you. Let me show you something. Let me show you what's really going on here.
He's living in a shelter more than likely.
Damn right. Like I'm gonna pull up that video in a minute. I went down to the DC shelter, and I go by there almost every other day. The migrants
John, too, keep in mind, he could have a wife or girlfriend who's working cleaning houses, and she's getting paid probably $200, $300 a week, cash, no taxes. Also living in a shelter.
That is correct. And so what I'm trying to explain to you all, and I'm going to play a little bit more of this video, then I'm going to get to Savage Red, is Americans are going to have to change their whole way of living. How many niggers, Americans, anybody, I don't give a damn who y'all, what color y'all, can come and pull down $4,000 tax free with as little of an investment as a scooter. His
And
operating
John,
cost is like $10 a week.
and let's think long term. When he and the woman that he's with have children, never forget they won't claim any of that as income. So that means they will qualify for federal assistance for college and everything else.
Oh,
Money
yes,
that
yes,
you won't qualify for.
yes. That's a beautiful thing. Like you can't even hate them because again, the Americans don't have any passion to stop it. And so they're
Exactly.
doing
You're right, dude. It's all about, oh my God, to throw out people, it just makes me not feel good. And that just the solution just hurts my feelings, so just keep it as it is. I just don't want to see it.
well,
And two, let's also think long term. Look what's happening in Europe. Those of us who visited Europe see what's happening in the last 10 to 15 years. When they get, because they're overpopulating the people through that birth rate, once they get into a power position, then they're going to flex that muscles. See, all this little humble talk that he's doing, like, I don't have the idea. Keep
Oh
in
yeah,
mind, these
exactly.
people, and keep in mind the piece of shit, excuse my language, that's running the center, Mr. Nunez. They know that these people are coming here and they're helping them come. We can't just blame the whites. We also have to blame the people who are so-called legal citizens here too. They're happy to bring them in because it increases their numbers. And this is a part where blacks are deflected, always talking about whites and looking in the other direction. These people's numbers are strengthening and they're getting political power.
And when they get in power, they don't have no guilt. They don't have no slavery shit that you can appeal to. They don't give a fuck. Trust me, I've been down to Mexico. I built down homes for that during my confirmation and to graduate high school. They don't give a fuck. Their racism is straight up. If you look whiter down there, you're fucking in charge.
Right. And put it this way, they were when they talk about all the children being trafficked, when you hear that bullshit, because I really don't care about that, guess who's trafficking those children to the sex traffickers? They are. They traffic their own people. So do you think they give a two licks about Americans? No, this bleeding heart liberal stuff is destroy us. People don't realize the enemy that they've let here. And not
It's
just
called,
that.
you know what it's called? It's called pathological altruism.
Exactly. And it's destroying us. And that comes from not just the people, these churches as well. Because if you can give these people charity and money to take care of them, then why the heck do we have homeless people on the street? I don't care if they are crackheads or drug addicts. If these churches are given free money from us taxpayers, NGOs, same thing, to bring these people here. That's politics. They are working as a political entities. That's not charity because they're changing the whole demographics of neighborhoods. And that's what these women, that woman standing there that's, looking like she doesn't know what's going on, living in her liberal area, they don't get. They don't get it.
Now I think once they do figure it out, it'll be a little late. I'm looking for this video.
They will figure it out when they're on that back and one of them is laying on top of them, RAPING.
No, exactly. That's exactly. Yeah, you're right.
That's what's happening.
100%.
All of these beautiful college campuses that we could run around when we were younger without a problem. Guess who's living in the hotels a few blocks away from them? And they're stalking us women. So you women can keep on pulling the blinders over your head. I love all people and God bless it. No, when you're flat on your back and he's cutting your throat, then you'll realize, hey, I should have listened to my white husband. I should have put up white men because they were the only people who were standing in line to defend you. And you turn your back.
No, you're right. Blacks should be the first people that are like, this is fucked. We should get the shit before anyone else. That's really what if you're just even as a fucking conservative, I would say it's a better argument that I would rather pay off the blacks for fucking shit and then they don't get to complain anymore than give it to fucking illegals to come here. Like, I don't get it.
Hey, hold on, guys.
Nothing to do with that. But what the blacks complain about, they have no complaints. The problems that they're complaining about, they did it to themselves. They have nobody to blame but themselves.
AP, I want you to listen to this black man. Now, this is a black man that was evicted from his home in DC. and DC dropped him off at a at the migrant shelter that has now been taken over by the Hispanics. So what I'm about to show you is a shelter formerly housed by blacks. And I want you to listen to the sights and the sounds, you can't hear the smells of the food that's cooking.
Did it smell like piss or what?
Now you're talking Spanish food I mean, there is some piss, but that's probably all of them. But the food being cooked outside and stuff like that, the music being played, you would think you're in Mexico. And what I want you to pay close attention to is what the man's saying. Like, the city just dropped him off in basically a third world country. And so here's the video. Let me see. I got the volume up. It's a little low. So now you see all these cars. Now this is front of the migrant shelter. These are migrant cars. These are not the black people cars in the shelter, because you can't have a car in your name and be in the shelter. So every car you see parked is a migrant car.
No driver's license, probably no insurance.
I want you to listen.
Hey, I'm gonna see if I can talk to my head about how you live about this ID. You know what I'm saying? With no money.
What you need ID for?
I gotta have ID, identification. For what? You gotta have ID in DC.
Now you hear him say, I gotta have ID in DC to get a job. Now, what did we just hear the migrant man just say? I'm making $1,000 a week with no ID. I'm working on that.
Hey, John, I thought the liberals told me, though, that blacks are too dumb to get IDs, so we have to keep, voting with no ID.
Well, this black ought to continue to act dumb and without an ID. And
No, but I'm just saying, they got an ID. I mean, there's no real excuse not to have voter ID.
Well, this guy doesn't have an ID. And I'm saying that he doesn't need one. If you listen to me when I'm saying, hey, man, what the hell you need an ID for? Why bother yourself with that when the migrants are out here doing $1,000 a week with no ID? You get the ID once you get your $1,000 a week.
Well, John, what's the even dirtier secret, dude, is the really rich people hire them and have them live in their house and then pay them for taking care of their kids, pretty much as slave labor, and then just paying them a ton of money. And all those people get tax-free. They start sending it back to other countries and remittances. Dude, it's insane.
Yo, speaking of remittances, let me show you a website that I worked on years ago.
And how many of them have been vaccinated?
No, well, dude, none of them that crossed the border during the time.
Only Stanley's been vaccinated here.
How many of their kids are vaccinated, but they want to force all that crap on our kids?
Only Stanley's been vaccinated here.
To me, the worst one, though, the most blatant to me is the airport. They have a line that they don't have to be screened. They don't get pat down. They could carry anything they want on.
And they get
but we go through metal detectors.
Across the country.
We get patted down and our rights invaded, but they're honored guests. They go right on the other side. There's no line. They can just be right in the plane.
So since you mentioned remittance prices, Imperius, I thought about the work I did years ago. I developed this website. Let me see if I can share this for you. There it goes. I developed this website years ago, and it still hasn't changed much, which is interesting. But anyway, so what you see here is like a remittance prices worldwide. And damn, I literally developed all this, must have been 15 years ago. And not much has changed. So anyway, so if you look at say sending money, since you talk about remittance prices, so what you notice, I actually developed all this functionality, right? Let's see, United States to Mexico, and this is what you're talking about, Imperius, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Here you go. And so what Imperius is talking about is that the United States could ban all remittances to Mexico if they so chose, or they could tax it all. And so here's I developed this too.
Man, John, dude. We were talking about the Eurodollar system in the first Bitcoin. You helped them. create this system? The euro dollar system,
I
bro.
reported it here.
You made the milkshake work. You made the straw.
So you see here, like I actually developed this. So if you see, this is basically the cost of, how much it costs to send 200 or 500. Boom, boom.
John Galt, first Fed chairman.
But yeah, and so if you go back to the to this box here, one of the things you will notice is that you can't send money from every country. So if I select something here, this drop down, as you can notice, is not highlighted. It's not you can't put the focus on it until I select something here, which one I remember developing this because this list is determines this list here. So in other words, you can't send money to every country. So it can only display you from country to country where there's somewhere where you can send the money to. So Imperius, you are right in that the United States could easily stop this Mexican migration thing by just stopping the money flow. And that would
this is all just a money thing. None of them really want to be here anyways. They want to be in Mexico, but they're offered a gold mine here. That's the thing. Like, people don't realize they're the reason why our rulers want them here is because they're a compliant people. Down there are not revolutions. Those people are compliant for hundreds and hundreds of years. To honestly, the greatest wealth disparity generally is in Latin America. Latin American elites have their private cities with their own water filtration systems, their own food system, growing systems, their own private cattle, their own private everything. Like, there is no contact between the elites of Mexico and South America to the normal people.
How much does it affect our economy when they come here? They make their money, they wire it back to their country, and then those dollars don't circulate in our economy.
Exactly. Yes, that's the point. You're literally draining the wealth of one nation and giving it to another.
I'll play a little bit more of this video. If you can't hear it, I'll narrate it right here for you. So I asked him, and you see he's eating like a big old bologna.
John, we can't see the video, but you got to put it up. Put that video up.
Sorry about that. All right. Let me put it up. Savage, I'm coming right to you. I promise you.
Savage can shut the hell up, all right? I'm just fucking with you, Savage.
All right, you got it, right? All right, let's go.
What do you need the ID for? They don't need more. In order to get a job, they got to have ID.
They're saying in order to get a job, you got to have ID. But I just showed you the migrant with no ID, right? He's working $1,000 a week.
I only been here 3 days. I'm trying to figure out what the hell.
So he says, I only been here 3 days. I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
You can get inside the motherfucker? Yeah. I got a bunker.
So he said, these are they. Is it mostly Spanish in the migrant in the shelter? He said, yeah. He said, these are their cars right here. Now, every car you see parking, almost every person walking up and down the street is a migrant. Now, to put this in perspective, this is downtown DC. The capital is probably 2 blocks away. Georgetown University is across the street from this migrant. A block up. At the you're going north, you hit the corner, you cross the street, you're at Georgetown University Law School. That's where these people are living downtown. So it's prime location to do Uber Eats and DoorDash. You're living for free. You're making $1,000 a week. That's $52,000 a year tax free. To make $52,000 a year, to bring home $52,000 in cash, you probably have to make about 75, 80.
No, more than that. In DC, you're taxed high. You got to make like 90.
That's correct. So this migrant is doing $1,000 a week, a little bit more than $1,000. He's living for free. That's $52,000 a year. He's cherry picking the shortest, the best rides. And if we go by Imperius's number, that's $90,000 a year. That's a lot of money. BG, you want mod power? Sure, I'll give it to you. All right. That's $90,000 a year. That's a lot of money. Like, he, at this point, he's doing better than pretty much 95% of all blacks in DC. If he's making $95,000 with no rent, he's doing better than most of the blacks in the richest county in America, right next door in PG County. If he's able to clear that kind of money every week with no rent,
there's attorneys that don't make $90,000 a year, John.
Yeah. And if they do make 90, they have to pay rent somewhere. This guy doesn't have any rent, right? That's amazing. It's truly amazing. Like the people who don't understand the downstream effects of this, they really have no foresight here. Here goes. So yeah, I'm asking, man, how did they get all these cars?
They do. What they really do? They think wrong with money.
They what?
Okay. Instead of them going to pay rent, they come ahead.
Stacking their bread.
Stacking their bread. I think about how these cars.
So his thought is, instead of them going to get apartments, they're staying in the shelter, stacking their bread, he says. Well, a shelter in DC is probably first-rate accommodations compared to where they come from. Some of these people are from Venezuela, Guatemala. What the hell the living standards like? Is there a housing inspector that's going to come in and make sure that the shelters is properly in order? In Venezuela, I don't think so. But here, we have all these accommodations and these regulations. These people would be willing to live in a shelter forever and make $1,000 a week and pay no rent.
The insidious thing, John, is then the first thing they do, opt 5 kids out.
Yeah.
Who got more?
Look at all these women. You see the women? You see all these women? You see with the bags in their hands? I'll explain the bags in a minute. That's free food. That, in addition to what the government feeds them.
Look at all McDonald's and all that. They got stuff like they got cars with lights on.
You see all those cars? Look at all those cars. That red car right there, that's a Ford F-150. I don't know what that is behind it, but that's an F-150. That's a truck. I used to have an F-150. That's enough of that, basically. But you get the gist of it. Here's a black man being dropped off in a shelter, and he don't know what the hell is going on. And all these migrants here are basically turning into homes. But anyway, Savage, what you got for me? What are your thoughts here?
John, you're just as bad as the liberals. You were so happy and gleeful to hear that there was some illegal dog that was in the country making $1,000 a week that you couldn't wait for them to be in your apartments and or in your rooms and paying you money. Having your house look like a third world country with 35 people in one bedroom.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question, John. Let's say the government says if you house all the migrants, we'll give you guaranteed rent for all the rooms for this long. Are you kicking all the blacks out to put all the migrants in?
Well, again, I don't have one in line.
Too. Hey, Savage,
I can answer the question. Let me ask.
Savage, do you have any immigrants working for you, bro? You got any? Are they all American?
No, I don't have any. I don't have any illegals working for me.
Salute to you, dude. Salute to you.
No, what I was going to say is that if I were really like in pursuit of the money, I'm sure all I have to do is call up some government office, say 311, and say, "Hey, I got a room. You got any migrants? I'll take one."
John, but let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Go ahead.
You're gonna say that. But at the end of the day, it's not the fact that you're against the migrants. You're just waiting for the key opportunity to cash in. Give it 6 months, 2 years. If we stay down this same path, like Biden becomes president again, and more illegals come in, and more things are more laxed, and they're giving them $7,000 a month or $5,000 a month in food stamps and giving them a bunch of free stuff, and they're making all this money driving illegally. You're not going to care. You're going to be like, holy shit, I can charge double for this room because they're going to have 17 guys in this one bedroom room.
Savage, did I ever show you any of my rooms? You ever
Sir,
seen
I've seen all your rooms. I'm not saying you're a slumlord.
They actually look pretty good. Those are the ones
Yes.
dude, they're actually pretty decent. I got to give
Yes.
John credit. I mean, for a city apartment, they're pretty good, dude.
I'm not saying anything that I'm not saying that your houses are garbage. I'm not
no,
saying that you don't have a designer eye.
No,
I'm
no, I
just
was just
saying that
saying I
you're
thought
an
they were pretty decent for a
opportunist
city
and you would
apartment.
suck the money
Yeah,
out of
it's
those illegals.
No, you know what I will say, Savage, is, honestly, and never say never, because I never say never. But what I will say is this, and it's been something that I've thought about for a very long time. I don't want an unfair playing environment. That would be too easy, man. It would be like playing basketball with children. I'd much rather compete for it. And I'm saying that now, and proof is in the pudding. I have not gone out and gotten any migrants to fill up my houses. And part of that is I don't have to, because the effect I benefit from anyway, because they're going to push the prices up through the roof. And so I don't even have to do anything.
Can we be honest, though?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the reason that you're staying with the people that you're staying with is because if you allowed a bunch of Hispanics in to sleep in your rooms and 4 of them be in one bedroom and you're charging all of them $700 a month or $700 a week or whatever it is that you charge, you're going to end up with the probability of getting stabbed 37 times and getting disemboweled because you're going to be letting these MS-13 guys in from Mexico, or you're going to end up letting these gang members in, and you're going to act the same way that you currently act, and they're going to stab you, cut you up, and then they're going to sacrifice your soul to some devil worship bullshit. And you're just not, that scares you.
Well, hey, I will tell you this, and I can be honest with you. And I don't know if I told this story, but I once rented to a Spanish woman, a couple. And the Spanish couple went their own way. But they had a baby. And so the woman, she moved on, and she left the apartment. So she left the apartment with her boyfriend. And that's one of the reasons, I don't know if I've done a stream about this, but it's one of the reasons why you have a hard time renting to like low class couples, because they always break up. And collectively, that's the only way they can pay the rent. Individually, they can't pay it. So when they break up, you have 2 people that can't pay the rent. So anyway, so they broke up, and the Spanish guy was left. And he was a decent sized guy, to be fair with you. And he wasn't like, a corporate guy. He was a street guy. And not street like, well, I don't know how street he was. But I remember walking in my house one day in the unit that he was renting, or staying in, I should say. And it was like 3 or 4 Hispanic men, like they straight out the West Coast, with them shirts they be wearing, like Mac 10 type shit. You remember the rapper Mac 10 or something like that. And they had brought in a barbershop chair in my house, man, and they were cutting hair like straight gangsters. And I thought about it like, damn, like I wouldn't know how to deal with these type of people. Like, I don't speak their language. They're probably willing to throw it all away and resort to a level of violence that the average American just is not willing to do for a place to live. Hell, it may not even be over a place to live. It could just be to kill me, just out of disrespect or whatever. And so you are partly right. And I do think that is going to affect not just me, but other people as well that are lower than me. Because can you imagine you trying to rent from a Hispanic man and you're black? He's not tolerating any bullshit, even if he even takes your phone call. So yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. But I'm not taking any migrants there. Not right now, anyway.
Hey, Savage, did you bid against guys that actually have migrants as workers? You bid jobs against people with migrant workers? I don't know how.
Savage, you on mute. Savage, you're on mute there.
Sorry, I'm talking to my wife. Give me a second.
All right.
Yeah, because I mean, at the
Yeah.
end of the day, dude, there's a lot of people that are using migrant labor, dude, and if you don't do it, you might be missing the boat. Because a lot of these migrants that are out here, dude, I'm in Cali, bro. They ain't going nowhere, dude. Trump ain't gonna get 50 million migrants just in the Biden administration, not to count all the other ones that have been in here. Good luck catching them all, brother. And they'll work for fucking nothing. No son man or fucking white man is gonna want the same wage, and those motherfuckers will work you into the ground, dude. So trust me, dude. I grew up in the culture. Good luck with it. You'll lose out bids to people who will allow these migrants on their fucking to come in and work for them, and they'll work on Christmas, New Year's. They don't give a shit. Cinco de Mayo, it don't matter to them, and it all goes back to the mother country. But that's it.
Let me. Hey, since people think about there's going to be deportations, I want to get you guys' opinion of this video here. Take a look at this. Let's see. This is in Japan, by the way. Some of you may have seen this.
Okay, so what was your question that you were asking me? I'm sorry, I was talking to my wife. Yeah, so were they cutting his legs off? Like, what were they doing?
You're trying to subdue this nigga.
Yeah, but what were they doing?
I think they were kneeling on his legs to try to subdue him.
So, hold on. Yeah, so what was the question that was asked to me a few seconds ago? Because you guys were saying I was on mute.
Oh, go ahead, Seth. I tried to unmute you. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what was being asked to me because I was talking to my lovely pregnant wife.
Oh, they asked if you hire migrants.
No.
Right. No. Not if you hire migrants. It's like, do you ever bid jobs like big contracts against people who do hire migrants? Has it got that far in Ohio where you got to deal with a guy who's paying somebody who?
Oh yeah, there's migrants out here.
Like I flew out to an Ohio State game, dude, from Cali, and dude, the first thing off the airport, I saw a taco truck, dude, and they were all Mexican, bro. So if they're out there that far. Good luck.
Yeah, so you gotta understand, there's a big Hispanic population that's in Columbus, and then on top of it, I was doing work in PA, like out in the country, like the Amish were driving buggies type country, and I seen an illegal immigrant driving around on Trumbull tags in PA. Like, yeah.
When you look at this video of the effort to deport one Mexican, one migrant in Japan, do you think, and this is for everyone, that we are going to be able to deport 20 million?
Yeah.
It's 50 million, John. It's 50 million because you got to count all the ones that got away. And then it's always like, you got to understand, they've been coming since like Reagan, bro. So I got a guy who's 25 years old who works for me, who's a dreamer, man. And he's never lived anywhere else but America, but he's he's not a national, dude. He's a Mexican citizen. And he ain't Mexican. He grew up here, dude. He's as American as apple pie, but he ain't a citizen. So
yeah, so the way this works out, this is the way this works out. If you cut off all the benefits and you start arresting them and deporting them, a lot of them are going to leave on their own. Like, you're not going to have to deport every single one. You're going to have to deport a good amount of them. But once you start cutting off their benefits and you don't let them stay in shelters and you're arresting them, they're going to go back home because the only reason that they're here is because it's beneficial to gain money. If they can't work, they don't have a place to live, and they're on the run from the law, they're going to go back home to where they're not going to have to deal with that. Most of these illegals don't like America. They like to be in Mexico.
Right.
Like
Well,
a few years ago, I was doing a hotel, and the hotel was 7 stories, and it was all cement. So they brought in a crew to pour the cement, and all the guys were from Mexico. All of them, like only like 3 of them spoke any sort of English that you could understand. And I showed up to the job. This is during when Trump was president. I showed up to the job like 3 times, and every time ICE pulled in, I seen dudes jumping out 3rd-story windows. Like if they don't have if they don't have the ability to make money and they don't have the ability to stay somewhere, they'll go back home because all those guys that were working there, those guys were making money and then they were sending it back home and they were building, like legitly, this is what they said. I come to America to work and I send my money back home and I'm building a mansion in Mexico. Once it's done and I save up enough money, I'm going to go live in Mexico.
well, do you think that they're all from Mexico? Because I mean, let's face it, dog. A lot of people. Say
No, they're
Mexico
not all
'cause they
from
could be
Mexico, but
Guatemala, Venezuela.
yeah, but it's the same thing. It's just like a Jamaican is different than a Black American, but they share similarities in the things that they like. Like they're not exactly the same, but it's just like if you found a European from England and you talk to American, there's going to be a lot of overlap. Not everything's going to be the exact same, but there's going to be overlap. All those people that are down in Mexico are moving to America because you either have criminals that are coming up here to commit crimes with people that have more money, or B, you have people that are getting free stuff. It doesn't matter what country you come from. If you're getting $7,000, a phone, a place to live, and you can make $1,000 a week, I think in most South American countries, the average income is like $2,000 a year, $3,000 a year. So if you're making, even if you make $2,000 a month, you are living way better than you are living in Mexico, even if you count for the fact that the cost of living is less. The cartels are shooting up everything. You got people being human trafficked. Like you have a lot of places in the South that don't have any sort of. Coming here and being what we consider to be poor is still being pretty high class compared to where they come from, especially when you go down to like Brazil or places where you see like all their houses are built together and they live in like the slums. Like being here and living in a hotel is like being a millionaire in Brazil.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, Savage, I think it was Get Cracked or Imperious. Is Imperious here? Yeah, he's still here.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I'm trying to be polite, John. Would you like me to not be polite?
I like this Imperious. Let me I want to go back to the question I think it was you that asked the question earlier about housing prices. Now I've told the story of my neighborhood in Brooklyn. Not even a great neighborhood, bro. And the house across the street from me, not in the great shape either. Sold for $1 million. It's not a big house. It's like a brownstone in Brooklyn. And I said, damn, $1 million, that's a lot of money. And the house sat empty for quite a while, right? And I found out the Chinese bought it.
Hold on a second. There's a guy called ESO, or however you want to pronounce his name. He says, Savage, if you want your idea to happen immediately, why don't you take up arms and go all out? It's nice to have a fantasy. Sir, I didn't say that was my fantasy. I said if they did that, that's what would happen. Just like if I come or someone comes and puts a bullet in your brain, you're more than likely going to stop living. That's not a dream of mine. That's just a reality of how the human body works. If you make it to where people can't make money and they can't live anywhere in your country, they're going to go back to somewhere where they know.
Savage.
That's nothing to do with a fantasy.
Savage, did you see the video I showed of the migrant making $1,000 a week?
Yes.
How are you going to make him go home? He's making that money without an ID.
Because this is the you make it to where they can't make money. So anytime you see these illegals, you're gonna have to start pulling them over, impounding their shit. You're gonna have to go after these foundations that are giving them all these tax breaks and all this money to buy shit. Like, I'm not saying that's practical, but I'm just saying that if you wanted to actually get rid of this issue, you would have to shut off the money and you would have to make it hurt to be here.
Yeah, you could theoretically deputize every American U.S. citizen, and then you can make a self-arrest if you ever see them.
You have to pass laws that say that if we show up.
Before I read this article here, because I want to cover this article to kind of answer Empiric's question. And I forget what I was about to ask you. Well, I'll say this. I think these inner cities, they're just not going to go along. There's a video I wanted to show you before I get to this article. It was here in DC. Matter of fact, it's on this article here. It's on this video here. I'm gonna finish playing it. Damn, where did I lose it? Let me find it, because I want you to hear what this council member in DC said, because I think that's the issue.
John, can I ask a question?
Sure.
How are you cognizant and still smoking that much, and like you're able to do everything?
And drink too? You forget to drinking?
No, I mean I drink once in a while, but man, dude, I thought weed would like fuck somebody up, wouldn't it? Like Jesus.
He's a sun man. He got tolerance.
Man, listen. Imperious, last night, I don't know if you were on the stream. I think you were on the stream last night.
Yeah, a little bit.
I think we got off, about 6 o'clock, 5?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
And I was up maybe by 8 o'clock. And I started to do my stream that I had, scheduled, because I have so many ideas, just so many thoughts. I'm like, I'll just schedule streams. So if you look at my channel right now, you'll probably see 5 or 6 upcoming streams. Just on
I see those previews.
Yeah. Because again, like I've been doing this for so long. A lot of times I just get up in the morning. I might write a couple things on the boards. Hey, I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna talk about this. Then we may go in a different direction. It depends on who joins the panel. But CT once said, he feels like he's built for the streaming. I'm a very high energy guy, man. Like I always have been that way. Kind of like Trump in a way. I will say, in that I'm a very high energy guy.
John, don't lie.
What?
You can't be high energy and be blasted on blunts and drunk at the same time. That downs your energy, sir.
Well, how do you explain that I did? I went streaming all night last night, damn near. I was up by 8 o'clock this morning. I could have done the stream, but I just didn't feel like I would give it like what your people gonna come on. I want to feel like I give you 100%. Yeah.
Well, maybe his energy level is like way higher than everybody.
Yeah, gotta be high.
No. I guess my question is like, don't you get like stoned and like, or is that what it's called? Like, stoned? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, don't you get like high or stoned or whatever, and like.
You see, I drink a whole damn bottle, but it probably took me, I don't know, a few weeks to
2 hours.
2 hours. You gotta be careful on that liver, sir.
Well, listen. You see, you'll see me drink out a little small cup, right? Just to like measure myself. So I don't really drink a lot, to be honest with you. Like beer, right? Because I'm worried about my fit, right? Yeah, as I said, I'm still the same weight I was 20 years ago, 175.
John, do you live on one of your properties, or do you have a separate personal property?
Yeah, and I live on one of my properties.
Wow. Okay, so like, do you have to deal with a lot of shit like 24/7? Do you get calls in the middle of the night since they know you're there to bother you and stuff like, oh, we need that. We need that.
Now I only have one tenant here in the basement. So, but in one of the videos, I'm going to play it right now, and I know I'm bouncing all over the place here. But in one of the videos, and this shows you. In this video, I think it's this video.
Floor.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't with these niggas sitting right here. And what happened when I got done squatting?
You fucked them, and you sent them off.
But what happened?
He got hit.
Who they're talking about is the guy that still lives in my basement to this day. This was 8 years ago, 10 years ago. The guy's still my tenant. They think I was downstairs fucking this guy. Well, I was down there cutting the water off. But again, like, he's an Arab guy. He's been my tenant, shit, maybe a decade now. So yeah,
No, I mean, if you have a good tenant that pays every month, I mean, why the fuck get rid of them? I get it,
Yeah, I wish Master Kim was here because he works in a smoke shop, and man, he tells me some crazy stories. You think a landlord has it bad? The people that work in the smoke shop, man, the blacks come in there, and they'll kill everybody for $50 in blunt wraps.
Listen, man. Listen. Like after 2020, I moved out to the country. I moved all my kids out to the country. Like, I can't handle the shenanigans and garbage that happens from the inner city people. In the city that I lived in the last like 6 days, there was 17 teenagers at the same place that were shooting each other at a park, at a beach. If you Google Edgewater Park shooting, there was a shootout with 17 teenagers with illegal firearms over the weekend.
I think you mentioned that in CT's chat. You said it was multiple people shooting back and forth at each other, right?
Yes, it was 17 people had guns and was shooting at each other, and they were all teenagers.
That's pretty amazing. That's
where I live. There's no illegals. Like, there is not a whole large of inner city people. Like, the lady across the street from me is black, but she's married to a white guy. Like, they're not out here bumping music and having crazy parties and in fights. Like, where I live, it's nice and quiet.
Shit, man, if you have any noise past 8, there's like 6 squad cars.
Hey,
well, I live in the country, so we don't have.
No, I do too. My town has about 8,000, 9,000 people, so I get you, man.
Well, I live in the township, so we don't have any sort of noise ordinance at all.
Oh, very cool. So, hey, did you put a range on your property?
Yeah, I have a range.
Very cool, man. Very cool. I guess I wish we could. In my county, we're still not ordinance for more than an acre per property. You know what I mean? Unless you buy more.
I have multiple acres. I have a 5
Well, that's what I'm saying. But because our county isn't split up in more than 1 acre at a time, it's a law down here. You can't build a range on your property, even if you have more than 1 acre. It's really weird.
Hey, in Pierce, you mentioned something about where you think prices are going. And I started off telling you the story in Brooklyn, things like that. Now, I want you guys to take a look at this article if you can see it. Let me know if you can see it. Oh, you can't see it, so let me share it. And this is what I think is really affecting the rental prices, the housing prices. I think it's why things are not making sense as it relates to the interest rates rising.
No, that's because of BlackRock.
Well, I think BlackRock plays an effect.
Yeah, but all the hedge funds bought like half the market.
Yeah, I think that definitely plays an effect. But I think around these cities, you have conglomerates, and I've seen it myself, conglomerates of foreign investors. In this case, this article is talking about Chinese.
That's true, but here's the issue that you have. You have individuals like you that own more than one property. You have hedge funds that also are buying properties. And then you also have foreign investors that are buying properties. So that, with inflation on top of it, that's why you're people are still, even though like the birth rate's low, people are still having kids and have to move into houses, and everyone that rents, the majority of them want to buy a house. So you're having multiple things compound on top of each other.
Oh yeah, I definitely think you're right. Here's another article I want to share with you. Another based article here. Check this out. This is June 18th, so this is 10 days ago. Eviction process is longer than ever in New York State. There's a new law in New York State that allows tenants to stay in their home they are renting even if they do not pay. The eviction process in most municipalities takes up to an entire year by the time you file, go to court dates, and then schedule an eviction. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I kept asking. Like, how do you do this, John? You have a patience of a saint, man.
Well, as I keep saying, Pierce, I did a stream. Let me see if I can share it with you guys. I did a stream here. Let me see if I can share with you. I guess I can tell you. Let's see if I can show it to you. Kind of give you an idea to answer your question. I'll answer your question with kind of an explanation. How about that? I did a stream on how to kind of check credit in the hood, right? I don't know if anybody saw it. I don't even think I was able to expound too much on it because people may have joined the panel.
I was in there, John. That was with the shoes, dog. That was with the shoes.
Yeah, the shoes. And so I'll go into that a little bit. That you'll see that here. John Galt explains how to perform a hood credit check. And the thing is that in many of these cities today, they banned the ability to check and see if anyone has been evicted, if he's been sued by his landlord. On and on and on it goes. So you have to figure out a way to dig the trash, as I say. You can't even go by pay stubs anymore. People are able to generate very genuine, authentic looking pay stubs. So what do? As I say, one of the tips I do is that, when I used to rent rooms unfurnished, I'd say, hey, I'm showing the room at 9 a.m. in the morning. And the only acceptable excuse for me going to come see my places, the only acceptable excuse was I'm at work. Otherwise, I can't go for it, right? Like, hey, you ain't up that early, I don't want to deal with you. And that filters out a lot of people. You'd be amazed at the people that just can't get up early, even to find a place to live. So that's one of the ways I filter them out. And then, some of the other things, let's say, and some of the if there are black women in the audience, they're not going to like this, but the weaves, the wigs, the nails. If they come showing up with that kind of stuff, you really have to almost project, where could this person work with these weaves, wigs, nails? Where can this person work? If this person loses her job, where can she go work? And so you have to yeah.
So right here is my white rooster.
Let's see your rooster. I'm gonna have to put you up on the main page so we can see your rooster. Let's see your rooster here. Is this live, Savage?
Yeah. This is my big white rooster. And then here's all my chickens.
Damn, you built that coop, Savage?
Of course.
You're ready for the Armageddon there, huh?
Oh, you should see my basement, how much food I have.
We saw him build that started building it 2 weeks ago, I think.
Hey, John, can I ask a question?
Here's one of my hens out here by herself, just scraping around for some bugs.
John, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, someone's asking a question. Is that some dude?
Yeah, some dude. Hey, man, out of all the people on the panel,
can you turn yourself up? Can you turn your volume up just a little bit?
How many of you actually can grow your own food on this panel?
Anyone?
I know Savage.
Well, I can garden some. I can do garden. I don't have a fucking cows and chickens, but I have some garden. I know how to, what are you talking about? That's not that hard.
Hey,
Yeah, they
man,
hit hard.
you'd be surprised how many people couldn't do it, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it. Most people are in cities; they've never even seen a garden, probably. You know.
No, I think you're right about that. Definitely right about that.
You ask anyone at John's tenants, dude, if they could
Are
grow
other
their own
people talking?
vegetables,
Because I
dude,
cannot hear them.
they'd be fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, you must. Something may be wrong with your mic, Savage. And some people are saying you're a little low there. Let me go through the comments, by the way. Give crack to me says Chinese real estate property sector contributes 20% of fiscal revenue, stores 70% of household wealth, generates 24% of GDP, and takes in 25% of bank loans.
Okay, John. So I mentioned that because, if there's another financial crisis like 2008 with the mortgage-backed securities, if that same type of thing happened originating from the Chinese market, it could take everything down because their percentage of household wealth is concentrated in their real estate. And now
You mean in their country?
In their country. And now you see them spreading around, bringing all this around to buy up other countries' properties. Now, if they're hemorrhaging in China, the government could, in fact, tell all of them to liquidate all real estate everywhere to put it back into China. If they put pressure on their families, like right now, they'll be like, whatever, okay, fine. They'll try to run away and keep their money overseas. But if push comes to shove, I don't know. That's something to think about.
Do you remember the guy that used to own the Brooklyn Nets? Jack Ma. You remember him?
The guy that got arrested, Alibaba.
Yeah. He said something about China, and they basically shut him down, and you never really heard anything else from him again. You remember
That's right. That's right. They got power, and they have families, And if they threaten your wife, they threaten your uncle, you'll do anything.
They made him leave the country, I want to say.
Yeah. They did that.
One of the things about Jack Ma people may not remember is during the COVID crisis, there was a player, Kyrie Irving, that was, acting up on the team. And I won't say acting up, but he didn't want to take the vaccine and so on and so forth.
I remember that.
And Jack Ma was one of the harder core owners in terms of saying, hey, you just stay off the team, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. He was very hardcore about that. So it's very interesting. Hey, give credit. You mentioned earlier in CT show about the Bitcoin. You wanted to pitch that. Tell everyone why you think they should watch it.
I don't know, because I think those were good streams, weren't they? I think and then Mr. Kim said he got a lot of it. He was rewatching it again. I was like, yeah, I guess it's useful for some people. People don't know the basics.
I wish Rashu would call on here, because I came away thinking, and I didn't go into it thinking that Bitcoin was a scam, but I think it's a scam. And once you mentioned the milkshake theory, I can kind of see how that would all come in line, because anywhere that adopts Bitcoin by way of a stable coin, therein creates demand for the US dollar, by my understanding.
So Bitcoin is Bitcoin is only worth what it's worth because the fact that there's a limited amount of coins, and they halfen every so many years. They halfen the amount that you can mine and get, and they increase the rates when it comes down to the energy it takes to mine one. And there's a demand. But if there's no demand, it's not like there's nothing that ties it to some sort of value. So
correct. Yes, that's right.
So it is worth something in the sense that if you were to buy a Bitcoin and hold it for a certain amount of time, you will profit. But the issue is that every transaction is recorded on the blockchain. So it's not as anonymous as people think it is. And on top of it, you really don't know if the people that are quote unquote in control of the market are doing anything nefarious or anything. Me
Correct.
personally,
Go ahead, Savage.
me personally, I don't have money in Bitcoin because it goes against one of my moral principles. So I don't put money in it. Just like if I end up getting offered a job by someone who happens to be a man who also loves another man, I don't take that job. So I don't do things that go against my morals.
Let me ask you
I
this
have a
question.
question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
No, go ahead. Who has a question?
My question is to the two guys. I mean, I don't know too much about it. I'm kind of still an old school traditional. I like tangible assets. You know what I mean? But my question would be this: if do we not think that the how would you say CIA type apparatus does not know who the people are that control the market and can just as easily get a hold of them?
So we went over that in the second stream. Be Brave brought it up, and I kind of clarified it. So yeah, that's a working theory.
Let me ask you this to the guys who know a little bit about Bitcoin and don't. How many of you know what a
I'm not trashing it. I mean, I'm glad for people that do well with it. Hey, that's all great. I mean, I'm glad you guys do well. And it's just not something I have time to really dive into too much. I find it interesting, and I don't really dog anybody that has it. I think it's a great thing.
Yeah, I'm not dogging anyone either. I just want to ask a question though. How many
Unless
people
they're
know
not
what
Catholic and Imperious.
How many people know what a stable coin
Then he can go to hell. Now I'm dogging him.
How many people know what a stable coin is?
There's really not such thing as a stable coin unless the coin itself is tied to some sort of physical, actual, real asset.
So
Bitcoin is tied in speculation.
Well, from my understanding, I could be wrong. If you open up an account with Coinbase or whatever, or the Tether company, you're not buying Bitcoin directly. You're buying Tether. You send them your money, they give you some tethers.
Yep, that's right.
Coin. And then they take the tethers or the money, and then they end up buying Bitcoin. They could print some tethers and then go into the market and buy Bitcoin. And the only regulation there, or the regulation that should be there, as it is with banks, and I worked a little bit with banking laws. I can't remember, was it Dodd-Frank, one of those laws?
Yeah. So, John,
Dodd-Frank, yeah.
I'm not trying to be an asshole to you, but to be fair, as much of there's manipulation in the gold market and the silver market, there's also manipulation in the stock market. There really isn't any assets that you buy that are not physical assets that this tampery is not part of. Like,
I'm not disagreeing with you, Savage. I'm not here telling anyone. And on my stream about Bitcoin, it turned into a financial "what should you do with your money" type stream, and I was probably the only one on here saying, "Hey, I don't need to put my money in the stock market." So
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
When you take the stable coin and you purchase Bitcoin, once you purchase the Bitcoin, there's no physical asset that the Bitcoin is tied to?
No, it's tied to your brokerage account, and you can move it from your brokerage account to a wallet so that your phone or whatever wallet you have keeps a track of the actual Bitcoin or coins that you have. But the issue
Right, but
with
what I'm asking is, I made a comment I guess maybe it was a couple days ago about Bitcoin not being much different than a derivative, like a CD.
Yes, you're right. Yes.
Yeah, it's similar.
You're right, dude.
Hold on. You're very wrong. Like, I worked in the middle office for years, and I took 3 of the CFA level exams. I passed the first 2. I got an MBA in finance. You're very, very, very wrong. A derivative has an underlying asset. There has to be an asset, and an asset has a definition, a financial definition. How you put credits and debits on the ledger is dependent on, is this an asset or a liability? And so an asset, say if you buy an option on Google, the underlying asset is the Google share, which is a fractional ownership of Google. if you buy Bitcoin,
you're right, but it's not the same though.
Well, that's right, because there is no underlying asset to Bitcoin. There is no.
It's more like a derivative because the
They're
simple
both
fact
abstracts. Yeah, they're both abstracts. There's nothing that's like it's created through thin air. It's an abstract.
It's not created through thin air, but what it comes down to is the market itself is completely and utterly regulated by demand and speculation. So if you have somebody that has, like back when they were 75 cents a piece and they bought 50,000 Bitcoins and they decide when it hits 100K a Bitcoin that they dump it, your Bitcoin is now going to be worth a lot less than the 100,000. So like when it comes to a stock, you have the same influx based off the stock, but there's fundamentals in theory based on the amount of.
Would you say this, John? Sorry. Go ahead. My bad. I'm on a Bluetooth, so sometimes it goes in and out. My bad. Go ahead, Savage.
Yeah, no, it's fine. So long story short, like if you're buying stocks based off a company, even though there's manipulation in the market, you still have fundamentals. The company grossed this much. The business developed this technology. With Bitcoin, it's purely based on speculation and purely based on what people are willing to pay and their confidence in the coin. So you gain money based on people's confidence, which would be like a derivative, because a stock price with a derivative is based off what it's worth, and you get a portion of that based on the confidence in the stock. And the confidence for the stock is based off of the fundamentals of the business. It's
financial derivatives I always took as kind of like being almost like, they're not completely this way, but almost like IPOs, where everything is based off the speculation of performance of something, but it has performance. You know, you can kind of balance it out with the credit, the assets compared to, income and credit, ratings and all that kind of stuff, Moody's ratings, all those things. But with a Bitcoin, there's absolutely nothing it is. Like, it's just saying, oh, we're going to create something called a coin and we're going to base it off what we imagine to be its rarity. And then we're going to artificially constrain that rarity. That's what it seems like to me.
Okay, so it's not like a derivative. I think I get it now.
Yeah, a derivative to me is more like an IPO, like an initial public offering, where you're buying stock of a company.
Well, no. Actually, it's more like a credit default swap, where if you it's gonna be based on mortgages. A stock is not a derivative. A derivative is made of stocks or some underlying.
No. What I mean is that a situational kind of way to think about it. I'm saying it's like a derivative is. Go ahead. Sorry.
Here's your definition right here. A financial, because listen, I worked in the middle office for years.
No, I believe you, John. I'm with you.
And you see where it says swaps here?
Mm-hmm.
I traded I didn't trade. I'm sorry. I price the option on swaps, which is called swaption. Let me see if I can show you that. Swaption, right? Well, swaption. See, so there's an option on top of a swap. So let me see if this scroll down. Financial definitions, swaptions. And see, and there is again. So you notice it says, let's see, pay fix swaption. Right. So you have you can have all types of what is a swaption in financial derivatives? And so swaption, also known as a swap option, refers to an option to enter into an interest rate swap or some other swap. So if you had a bunch of variable rate mortgages,
and then you're just trading mortgages to seeing what to balance out your own interest on different properties everywhere else. You're then they just trade them, right?
Well, let's say you had variable rate mortgages, and I'm a few beers in, but I'll see if I can explain it to you. So you had a portfolio of variable rate mortgages, and you borrowed money long term money to finance those variable rate mortgages. Well, in that sense, you kind of have a duration issue. You have short term mortgages, variable rate mortgages with long term debt. So what you would want to do is swap out that obligation of that long term debt to match those short term variable rate mortgages. So you have a fixed rate debt.
Yeah, no, I get that because I know that's what happened to the banks. They had assets that thought their long-term debt was a higher interest rate than what they could sell for. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I understand. I'm just saying, but is what they were essentially doing was just swapping real estate pretty much, but at a derivative level where they just keep dividing and dividing and dividing the interest, right?
What are you referring to here?
When they did these, like the mortgage crisis, what you were talking about these mortgage backed.
You know what's interesting. I remember. Let me see if I can pull this up.
What were they called? Mortgage backed interest, right? Or what was it?
Mortgage securities.
Securities. There you go.
And then they had the collateralized mortgage obligations. That's what the Goldman Sachs guy Paulson made billions of dollars off of. The collateralized mortgage obligations. If I'm not mistaken,
he was the guy that kind of invented the game, right?
Well, I'm not sure if he invented the game, but I remember him having sold I think they were CDOs or something at the time, and then he turned around and bet against the market, and made a lot of money, made $20 billion, something like that. Let me see, Paulson, Goldman Sachs, mortgages. Well, see, they charge them with fraud and structuring. So I used to work at I used to work at Fannie Mae, and I remember being in a meeting at Fannie Mae, and this is no lie. And so I was in a meeting at the time. They had a black CEO. His name was Franklin Raines, and we were in a meeting, and he talked about how they were making so much money off I think it was the pay fixed swaptions. I'll show you what a pay fixed swaption is if you're interested. And he said, we have to stop trading. So he was talking to the front office, and more or less the front office stopped trading particular financial instruments, even though they were very profitable. Yeah, here it is right here. I think it was pay fixed swaptions at the time. Fannie Mae was able to borrow money at very, very low rates. And this kind of speaks on what you're talking about, Imperius. So they were able to buy rates at basically borrow money at very, very low rates. And then they were able to turn around and go into the mortgage market and buy pools of mortgages. And since they had a very low rate, they could afford to buy those mortgages at a lower rate than the cost of money probably should be, which downstream from that, the banks would be able to lower their interest rates because they could sell off the mortgages to Fannie Mae, which had guaranteed money, as long as the mortgages fit certain criteria, the house was of certain sort. And so that's kind of how it worked. And so I do remember, like, they were trading these, and I was pricing these pay fixed swaptions. And they were making so much money, I guess the rates were low. And so they had low long-term rates, and they were buying, if you remember, a lot of people had like 10-1s and shit like that. Do you remember those? Anyone remember those?
Are you talking about what happened with the crash in 2008?
Yeah, I think that's what Imperius is referring to.
Yeah, I would say, wasn't that because you were reading the derivative, and I was like, wasn't that kind of what they were doing? Was swapping these mortgage-backed and creating derivatives of the original interest?
Yeah, but that's not why we had 2008. And the guy that bet against those loans, he wasn't right in them. He saw a weakness in the market and said that a lot of these loans were bunk, and that we were having a big issue in the market because of all these loans that are being written out, because what they were doing is they had laxed the regulations so much that anyone could get a loan, and the people that were writing loans got paid for every loan they gave out.
So basically, it's the mortgage-backed security thing. It's because you're making an instrument of another instrument. That's the derivative part of it. Because they
Yeah.
were wrapping around these mortgage-backed securities into another
Well, if you go
instrument.
inside, you're going to bed.
Yeah. So what happened was, eventually the banks caught on, and somebody figured out that, hey, these are worthless. These
Well,
things
no.
you're pricing to me at $100 per contract or whatever, it's virtual trash. And so if you watch the movie Margin Call, it goes into that. So the Lehman Brothers, they figured like, oh, we got a ton of them, and we got to offload this quick before anyone else realizes they're worthless.
Yeah. So the issue is that so you had people that were doing loans that were falsifying documents. So a person that made $30,000 was getting a loan for $300,000 or $400,000 for a house, and a lot of those were they weren't steady rates; they were adjustable rates. So you had a lot of foreclosures that were happening. You had a lot of people that were being given houses that couldn't afford the house they were getting. If a person could afford $100,000 house, because the loan writer was able to get more money based on a $300,000 loan, they were fudging the numbers to make sure that they got the higher loan, and then they were taking these loans that they knew that were not good. So you have ratings, you have AAA, you have AA, you have B. They were taking these loans that they knew were not good, and they were bundling them together and saying that this package was AAA plus, and that they were secure. All these people were good.
Oh, so they were like hiding toxic assets within another. Okay.
Hey,
Okay.
Hold on. Let me read a comment. Savage. And now I'm going to give you some of the experience I had at Fannie Mae. You see, I have in the background CUSIP. Most people probably never heard of a CUSIP. I'll explain that to you shortly.
I do, because I have to do my taxes by myself. Fucking annoying.
Someone, Stanley Crossing. I'm joining the Navy because of you and some dude. Hi, Stanley, Navy officer. Look at that, Stanley. You're an inspiration to people. You're on mute, Stanley. You're an inspiration to people.
Well, that's scary.
It is very scary. Very scary. Very scary indeed.
That's a lot of responsibility.
Hey, I don't know if you guys knew, but Snake Man, what's his name? Snake?
Solid Snake, dude. Solid Snake, like the fucking Metal Gear guy.
I don't know if you heard him last night, but he came on the stream and he talked about how he tried to mine Bitcoin. Did anyone hear that?
Yeah, I did.
I heard some about that. You got to have a hardcore rig to do that, though.
Yeah. And
if he did it early, you didn't need to.
And I don't know if you guys heard of Garin's account where he said he made a lot of money fixing people's machines that tried to mine Bitcoin. Did you guys hear that? And you know, it made me think about the gold rush. Do you guys remember the gold rush?
Hell yeah, dude. The 49ers, dude. Come on.
Well,
you know who made the most though out of that? You know who made the most? People forget.
Okay,
you know who made the most? Who made the most from the gold rush? Who made the most?
Okay, wait, hold up. This is why I told John we got to be custodians. We are the people that hold their Bitcoins for you, because you need people to hold their disk drives. That stores all the 0 and 1s. That's where the money's made.
Well, the people who made the most money were either the banks or the merchants, right?
The merchants, yep.
Selling the equipment to the miners.
Levi Strauss, exactly.
That's
Levi
right.
Strauss made the most money out of the gold rush. No gold man.
Those jeans were more important, man.
Yeah, they've. I mean, look at that, dude. It's an eternal part of our lives. Blue jeans.
Mm-hmm. Blue jeans. Yep.
You know,
the design of the rivets, all the things that go into those jeans.
I think they made tents with that apparel as well.
Yeah, they did.
You know, deep down in the Bitcoin, somewhere in the stream that we did about Bitcoin, I don't know if you remember Give Crack, but we read that I think maybe it was Tether or someone bought like so many Dell machines. Do you remember that with NVIDIA chips? Do you remember that?
I forgot if it was Tether or someone else, but yes, you need those things.
It was someone, and they put in an order for a hell of a lot.
And then I told you about like the mining companies I use to trade. So the Bitcoin miners are on the stock market. Trade them.
Yeah.
And that one stock I said the yesterday was like 24%. Jumps up in one day. You're like,
well, you know what? I was watching a short. It came up on like my recommended on YouTube, and it was some kid, not kid. I mean, he's probably older now, but this was from a long time ago. The video, and he had like $3 million he got from some. I don't know if it was a business or something that he had. He's early 20s, and he invested that $3 million into a huge like facility out in like Nevada, and he put huge air conditioners in there, and all he had were massive mining rigs.
Yeah,
and he made like, and apparently he was making like 10 million a month. And this was a massive warehouse. I think he said his electric bill was like 300,000 a month.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at that chart right there,
what's the symbol of this thing, dude? You show the symbol for the support. You gotta zoom out a bit so it shows the symbol.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, anybody watching this, if they don't know what Nvidia is, they should learn. Like, hey, what's the symbol?
Yeah, I have stock in there, dude. I inherited a lot of stock in Nvidia. My grandpa got that. My grandpa got that in the like 90s, dude, when they were first coming up.
Yeah, most of my money came from Apple, like back in the 90s. Like,
yeah, dude, Nvidia is great, dude. The stock is so solid, dude. It never drops.
No, that's why someone else on Grace's stream, he's an electrical engineer. I said, dude, work for Nvidia. You get all the stock options and shit. Like, just get your
it's an incredible stock I've seen. Yeah, and I mean, it wasn't mine for a long time. I wish I would have gotten it back. That I'm not that old, but. Man, dude, like that. Another one my grandpa bought was Intel, and that was back before the Pentiums came out.
Intel, yeah,
and he got the Intels now. Oh my god, I couldn't believe it. I got so pissed. To live back in like the mid to early '80s, dude, would just be.
I got interviewed by them, and right away, the way they interviewed me, the people there, I knew the politics would kill that company, and I said, "Nope, I'm going. Yep. I ain't working for this shithole."
Well, it's like Blizzard, right? Didn't Blizzard do that shit? They were on top of the world too, and then they're kind of all their shit happened.
The key to picking companies to me is look at the CEO. If the CEO is not good,
your board of directors is always what you do. It's always your board of directors, especially your CFO. I think your CFO is a big point too.
But the thing with tech companies is you got to focus on that CEO. That guy has to lead, and he has to be a good tech person. Not only a good
and he's got to be like a maniac worker, one of those guys that like Elon, where he like sleeps in his office.
I got Tesla at like $2 or whatever. So
you were smart. Nice.
Lisa Su, like Jensen Huang, like there's very few CEOs that are good at managing and tech at the same time. You find that combo in the CEO in a tech company, you minting money. So that's why in one of those streams we were talking about Palantir for a while. Look at Palantir. Get in Palantir.
Lockheed's another great one though too. Lockheed's a great one. Raytheon's and any avionics too is another great one usually because aerospace is a great one to invest in, just in my opinion too.
Anyway, John, yeah, you can go.
So I think as it was in the gold mining days, I think Nvidia is a better play.
Yes.
Than chasing Bitcoin. I mean, look at this. Has any Bitcoin miner made 156% on his investment without the utility costs?
Yes.
The Snake guy, Solid Snake, said his utility bills will run through the roof, increase dramatically, but he didn't talk about any money that he made. And I don't think many of the people are making money. I think if you want to play this, it's probably better. And I'm not giving any financial advice, but it's probably better to go this way.
You need a safe harbor boilerplate every time we start talking finance, dude. Put it up on screen like blah blah blah. Safe harbor. We're not investment advisors. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah. You got it. Well, we haven't recommended anything. We're just talking, so he doesn't technically have to do that.
I just put out Palantir, so I better retract what I said.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, but no, we're not telling anyone to do it. We're just discussing what we've done, so that's fine.
And if you guys are interested in Bitcoin, before you buy any Bitcoin, my suggestion to you would be learn what a stable coin is. And if you want to dig even deeper, which would be my suggestion, dig into the companies that created the stable coins, that are the ones that are holding your cash. This is the same problem that Tom Brady and a lot of other entertainers ran into, is that they sent their money to FTX, and I think FTX gave them some type of coin. Is FTX coin? What was it called? I don't remember. Let's
Probably
see.
just called FTX. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and a lot of times they
Is that Sam Bankman-Fried or whatever?
Sam Bankman-Fried. And let me see what he called
The
it.
guy was called Bankman. Like how obvious was that?
And looking at him, do you
guys
really
are
think, like you
retards.
said, though, like you said, you look at the CEO, would you even invest? Would you give any? I wouldn't give that dirty fuck $5. He looks like a bum in San Francisco.
They all are bums out here, bro. Yeah.
Are you in San Jose or San Francisco?
No, I split my time between SoCal and NorCal.
Okay,
But I was born and raised in San Francisco, so I know the tech.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. I had next that lived over in Saratoga and San Jose. So
yeah, I know that area well. Yeah, it's good.
There's a lot of techs over there too. It's pretty.
Yep, right.
San Jose is getting really big for tech, if I remember it.
Yep.
My buddy, the guy that joined the chat, he worked at in San Jose for Waymo, I think. Waymo.
Yeah, Waymo's a good place. Yeah,
I'm not sure if Waymo's in San Jose or he just lived in San Jose, but I know he worked for Waymo. Yeah. But for the people that are interested in Bitcoin, and I would suggest you figure out what a stable coin is, because I think that's where the fraud is happening in the Bitcoin. Is that when you want to buy Bitcoin, there are these intermediary companies like Tether that issue their own currency, and they peg that currency typically 1-to-1 with the dollar. And that becomes the asset that they use to buy Bitcoin. So they take your money, turn it into Tether, and they could do anything with your money. And supposedly, like banks, they're supposed to have so much assets per Tether to make sure that they don't have a run on the bank. And I doubt, and that definitely did not happen with FTX, because they had a run on the bank. And I doubt that the government is tracking these people. I would even go so far as to say, and I hate to say this, but this may be government.
FTX didn't have a run on the bank.
I think FTX had a run on the banks.
No, they didn't. What they were doing was they were siphoning money from the investors and using that money as their own. That was the issue.
Let me see. But you can do that as long as no one demands their money. Once they start demanding dollars, that's where you have a problem.
Yeah, but if they didn't do that and people demand their dollars, they'd be fine. The problem was the reason he got arrested was because he was siphoning money and doing illegal stuff with other people's money that wasn't for what he was doing. Like he was the largest donator to the Democratic Party. He was giving a bunch of money away and stealing money.
Now, I think you're right about that. That's true. Well, I know you're right about that. I think his cryptocurrency was FTT. So here it is. This really is the crux of the scam, if you ask me. Can everyone see this? For anyone interested in investing in Bitcoin, I think it's very important for you to realize how FTX pulled their scam off. And this is it right here. Cryptocurrency platforms like FTX often create their own tokens to attract new customers. So when you send your money to FTX, they create tokens, or they exchange your money for tokens. As more people invest and demand a digital token, its value increases. What they're talking about is the stable coin, not Bitcoin. So platforms may offer perks. FTX, and you notice it gets a little confusing because there's FTX and then there's FTT. FTX, which is the company, created its own digital token called FTT in May 2019. that is more than likely their stable token. That has to be their stable token. FTX also offered other perks for staking FTT. And I think staking is when you put your wallet with them, such as discounts NFT rewards.
Yeah,
God,
so
John, that sounds like a
Riot was
derivative, though,
staking.
John, that
No.
sounds like a derivative, though, dude.
It's not.
It sounds similar, though. I mean, maybe I'm not as versed as you are, but just to a layman, it sounds really similar, though.
So staking
So
is the derivative. You
FTT's
get
underlying asset was just cash.
no. So whenever you end up staking something with a company, you get a percentage of your investment that you're staking. You get a percentage of that every so many months or every month.
Well, yeah, like a dividend. But
you get a dividend when you stake it. But the thing of it is, you can't touch that asset for however long you locked it up. It's like a CD. So you get a percentage of what you lock up. So
right, but here's my question. Okay, you send your money to FTX. They basically take your cash and create their own token called FTT.
So it's kind of like that. Whenever you go through any of these intermediaries, you use your cash, and then they give you either USDA coins or they give you their coin, and then you end up using those coins to buy.
Hold on. Savage, can you stop for 1 second just to clarify? The coin that Savage is speaking of is a stable coin.
Got it.
Keep going, Savage.
So what I'm saying is that stable coin's underlying asset is cash. It's not based on stocks or anything like that. Stable coin is based on cash.
Correct. It's based on what the dollar is worth, but the coin you're buying 9 times out of 10 is based on speculation of the market.
And there's two problems with that.
Yeah, so like if you look at Bitcoin, when it comes down to Bitcoin, you can see where it went up to 60,000 and then it dropped to 10,000 and then it went back up to 70,000. So that's mainly on buying and selling and speculation.
Let me give you
the other issue that you have when it comes to Bitcoin and a lot of these coins is that the cartels use the coins to launder money. And also when it comes down to shorting, a lot of the hedge funds buy these coins, and when they have to pay up money for shorting on other stocks that are losing, they will dump the coin market and they will screw up how much things are like the value that's in the market to dump it, to transfer it, to pay for their shorts that they have.
Let me clarify what happened with FTX and where I think the scam is. I'm going to put this back on the screen again. Let me see if I have it here. Maybe I don't, but I thought I had it. I thought I had it up. But let me tell you why I think the scam is. And this happened with I do have it up. Sorry. So this happened with FTX. Tom Brady and people like him sent money to FTX. FTX created its own currency called FTT. Got it? FTT was pegged to the dollar at a 1-to-1. Got it? So 1 FTT equal $1 US.
Got it.
So if Tom Brady sent them $50 million and they didn't spend any of the $50 million, the FTT would be worth, in effect, $50 million or dollar to dollar. They got 50 for Tom Brady. They issued, let's say, 50 stable coins. Each stable coin, well, you work it all out. The problem becomes what happens when they start to spend the money, right?
Okay.
And then Tom Brady calls him up one day and says, "Hey, man, I know I sent you 50 million. I'm just using Tom Brady, but it could be anyone. They said, send me 10 million or 20 million back. And they said, oh shit, we've already spent the money. Right? We've already spent some of it. And the money that we do have is in Tether coin. But I can't send Tom Brady Tether coin. He wants cash, USD. Well, what do?
So
that's effectively a run on the bank. And that's what happened with FTX. They didn't have the money. They had transferred it to other companies like Alameda.
Yeah, they didn't have the collateral, basically. There's no collateral.
Right. And the guy, because they had pegged that tether 1-to-1. And so Tom Brady saying, hey, I got 50 million tethers. Give me my $50 million. And they didn't have the 50 million as an example. And I think the case was with CZ Binance, the guy who caused a run on FTX. He's the one that started calling in the money, and that's what crashed.
Yeah, he made a tweet. It was like, oh my god, this guy, fuck that other dude.
He blew them up. And then he ended up going to prison.
Yeah, for a different reason. Because he wasn't supposed to deal with American customers. He didn't meet compliance with the SEC.
But he's worth $60 billion.
I got to run.
All right, Stanley.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. And
thanks, Stanley. It was good having you up here, man.
Hey, Stanley, if you got any suggestions on topics, make sure you
give us suggestions.
Oh, by the way, hey John, I just happened to notice that the New York Times editorial board is basically saying, "Hey, we think it's better if Joe Biden steps aside." So that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, they said it. Did you see Politico an hour after their article, an hour after the debate? Literally 3 words: Biden is toast.
Yeah, I actually think some hard decisions are going to be made, and I hope so.
My working thesis right now is that Trump gets elected, they start a world war. They blame it all on him.
Oh man, please.
The whole MAGA movement will be destroyed.
I don't.
Oh man, that's real deep state thinking right there, John.
Exactly.
You're gonna make me feel so bad.
Well, if you think about it,
all right. Good night, guys.
See you, Stanley.
Go on, man.
All right. I mean, if you think about it, just think about it like this: like they've gone so far, they've pushed it so far with Russia. There is no coming back now. You'd have to admit that. Like, anyone that's being honest with themselves, you can't come back from where they've taken this. That's my
Really? I think you can. I think you can. I'm honest. I mean, I'm not saying it's good. It's not a good situation, but I think you could get Russia, and I think they'd agree to this if you tell them you can have the Russian territories you originally wanted, Luhansk, Donetsk. You know what I mean? Those areas that they're mostly Russian, anyways. We will ensure no NATO membership ever for Ukraine, and we'll de-weaponize the Western weapons out of Ukraine. I think that would be fine. I think he would take that. I think both sides would. I think
the only way he would trust it is 4 years of Trump.
Well, that's what I mean. It would be Trump. It would have to be Trump. Because Trump he's shown he's always, as far as I've seen, that's the one thing, if you notice, nobody really attacks Trump's foreign policy. He knows what he's doing because people forget it's a mafia game. Okay? Geopolitics is a big mafia game. And you got to have the biggest, toughest guy. And he is.
Well, Trump's policy is all about the money. But I think the blind spot for Trump right now is that
That's
the
not
United
true.
States. Well, I mean, his economic policy, his foreign policy.
His foreign policy is that if you're going to do something that we don't agree with, we are going to tariff you, and if you really do something we don't want to do, we will bomb the shit out of you.
Yeah, he's the biggest dick in the room. Nobody moves until I tell you.
Well, I mean, his first approach is economic policy, right? His first approach is tariffs.
He told Putin, "You do something dumb, I'm gonna nuke your capital." When he told China, "You fuck around, you're gonna find out, and I'm gonna bomb Beijing or whatever China's capital is." Like,
but I think he still wanted to do business with them. I think at this point in time in American history,
but this is the issue. This is the issue, John. You don't understand. So much of our economy comes from China that you have to do business with them. You can't can't just come into power and turn off China. China makes most of our products. China makes most of our clothes. China makes most of our pharmaceuticals. Like, China makes a majority of our economy. If you were to tell China, okay, screw you, we don't want none of your products, the American people would feel it. Like, it would be an immediate. It'd be immediate when it comes down to the effect.
Well, I agree with you, but here's the thing that I think that the biggest problem Trump faces that he didn't face the first time, is we've gone 4 years now where Russia, China, Iran, and some of the other BRIC countries, India, if you want to put them in there, have forged some pretty strong alliances. They're not going to break those alliances up for 4 years of Trump. They're not going to do that. Economically.
Yes, they will.
Oh yeah, they will. Oh yeah, I think India especially. India
and India don't want to be with China.
Yeah, they don't. Remember, India and Russia are right now at war. They've been at war for India and China, have been at war on the border. They just don't call it a war for years.
I guess what I'm saying, at best, you will have them hedging their bets. In other words, they'll be crossing their fingers behind their back, making contingent deals with Russia and the other BRIC countries. But when Trump is no longer in power, or the Trumpian like foreign policy is no longer in power, and I think that we've given them.
No, but that's been going on for years. I mean, Putin's been through 8 presidents or something. So it's like, I'm telling you, these guys, they've known that. They know how our system works, and they change their tactics for different administrations. That's happened for forever.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's kind of a known policy issue.
John, do you spend all your money on weed?
Nah, I drink beer too.
You spend all your money.
I just had a big order come in today. A big order.
Yeah, but you spend every dollar you own on booze and weed, right?
Savage, you know better than that.
Wait. Why don't you spend all your money on those two things since you like them?
I have other competing priorities.
Oh, you have other priorities. So if Russia was to make decisions based on possibly the worst case scenario, that means that Trump's policies can't work, is what you're saying? Because what you're saying is any reasonable person would do business with Trump, but they would also make contingencies in case things went south, like you do with the fact that you don't spend every dollar you make every month on bullshit. You probably save some money. You probably buy some stocks. You probably buy another property. Like, you do stuff with your money. So what makes you different than a president or a dictator of a country that has people that are dependent on him, and he has money coming in, and he has things that he has to worry about for the future?
They're locked up. That's a good question. And I think
I just locked him up.
I think it's a matter of I guess in business they would call it like redundancy or like backups. That if I were the leader of a country and if I were Putin, and over the last 4 years I've been at war more or less with the Western civilization, Western countries. And over those 4 years, and I went back and I read a lot about what Putin did to prepare for this war. Like, he didn't just jump into this willy-nilly. He got his money right before he got into war. He also got his food right. He went on a long stretch of trying to make Russia. Hold on, he went on a long stretch of trying to make Russia food.
Yes, he
food
made.
provider.
He did a national plan. He did a national thing, and he certified himself to where they weren't dependent on other countries. But you also have to remember that he was under sanctions by how many presidents?
Did Obama sanction him? I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
But I think those Savage, sanctions are one thing that people get around them. But I think some of the things that were done to them, like the bombing of that pipeline, the underground pipeline, I think the bombing of the cities that the Russians at least feel like the Americans were culpable or responsible for. I think you can't just go back to normal after that, particularly once he's built relationships, financial, strong, deep relationships with China, North Korea, Iran, countries that are not going to be in line with America anytime soon.
Yeah, but he's also come out and many times on the world stage and said, "Look, I offer this peace. I'm the one asking for it. Let's stop. I'm fine with stop." Like he wouldn't see. You don't want to contradict yourself on the world stage, especially Putin. So if he's coming out and sorry, go ahead.
No, I apologize, Imperius, but you have to realize there's sanctions on him. We don't buy his oil.
And I think, look, they cut him out of SWIFT. Are they going to now allow the Russians back into SWIFT? How do you do that? How does the American government save face and allow them back into SWIFT? I think they're forever out of SWIFT.
Yeah, they're out, man.
There's a website that I read. I'm going to share it with you. Some of you guys may already read it, so I'll share it with you. I've been reading this blog, the Trayvon Martin brouhaha, right? And they have a picture.
That's the site name?
What?
What's this? The Trayvon Martin haha? That's the name?
No. The name of the site is the Conservative Treehouse. But I've been reading.
Okay, I got you.
I've been reading them since the Trayvon Martin brouhaha, and so they had they've been saying more or less that the sanctions. Matter of fact, I'll Google it, but I'll paraphrase them, and if I pull up an article, I'll explain it. And it's a very different theory than you probably heard. That the sanctions against Russia and all are not meant to box them out, but to box us in. It's a very interesting thought, because it's like counter to what you would normally think, and that sanctions are typically meant to punish the country, right? That's what you think. Sanctions are meant to punish the country that they put the sanctions on. But this blog is speculating that sanctions are meant to punish the American citizens by more or less blocking us into, I guess, the coming CBDC or whatever, the central bank currency. And so that's what they speculate the sanctions are about. And so this guy, as I'm thinking about it, he went to Russia and he went to Germany, he went to Europe. And he also went to Russia, and he talked about his time in Europe, all of the workarounds, like open workarounds. You walk in the bank and there are open workarounds to doing business with Russia, and how you can get a phone and things like that, that it automatically doesn't work when you come back in the United States, and apps and stuff like that. And his thought before going there and after coming back is that America is boxing its citizens in. And so I'm going to see if I can find something from the article, something brief that will give you.
Okay, John.
Sure.
So, like, we have to get through the end of that milkshake theory paper, right? That I summarized, because at the end of that paper, he talks about SWIFT, and that theory is an old theory, the milkshake theory. He had it long before. And that podcast was in 2020. And he said, America can use SWIFT as a club to punish countries.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 years later, this is what happened. Now, another guy from Credit Suisse, his name is like Zoltan Poznar. All right. This guy basically is saying what you're saying right now. And he's a strategist at Credit Suisse, a big bank, right? So yeah, I mean, the Swiss don't play. The Swiss franc or whatever, is it the Swiss franc? It's It's basically gold. It's basically gold.
Yeah.
The Swiss franc as a currency is treated like gold. So
Yeah.
if you can't get gold, you get Swiss francs.
Yeah.
Now, and they're very important in that role, and that's why they never go into the eurozone. They're always going to be independent.
Stay in the middle, yeah, independent. That's
Mhm.
right. You know
So
what?
that's where their economy really runs. You think their economy is Swiss watches? You think their economy is no?
Do you know why it's treated? Why their currency is treated as gold? I mean, you mentioned one part. They remain independent. And you know the people can trust that they're going to do the right thing with their currency. It's a very high trust country. You kind of trust that they're going to do the right thing. But if you look right here at what he's saying, this guy in the article, and for you guys who can't make heads or tails about what's going on in the Ukraine and stuff like that, I think this blog really gives you some pointers and some ideas that maybe this stuff in the Ukraine is not really about punishing Russia, more or less, but kind of blocking us in. You think about the pipeline that they destroyed.
That was hurt Russia.
Well, but it also hurt Germany. A lot of the German people protested about that because it raised the cost of.
We did that, didn't we? Didn't we blow it up?
Us and Britain did that. Us and Britain did that.
They were trying to push. They were trying to push Russia into World War III.
Like I don't know if that's right. That's correct. They're trying to push Russia into World War III, and they're not going to stop. And I think that when you blow up someone's infrastructure like that, that's a declaration of war. You can't walk that back, even with a new president. Things are never going to be the same again. At least not.
Yeah, I think they will. I mean, dude, we knew the Saudis trained the guys on 9/11.
Yeah, but not even that. If your wife cheats on you, you divorce her and you marry a new wife, you're not going to hold your old wife to the same. Like, you're not going to hold that against your new wife. Like, Putin knows that that's a different administration. Obama was doing this, like Obama was doing deals with them, but it was the Obama administration that said they stole the election.
Well, I'm talking about NATO. Can you ever trust NATO?
No, you can't, and that's why he didn't want NATO to come on his border.
Right. So, and I think a lot of the things that have been done has cemented his relationship.
John, interestingly enough that you talk about NATO, if they're not concerned about Trump, why did they pass a law very quietly this year saying that now a president cannot unilaterally leave NATO?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. They had to be passed by both sides, right?
Yep, and signed by Biden.
Yep, there you go. The Republicans had to sign on with that. So listen what this guy's saying. Let me start by saying everything we have read about the Western sanctions against Russia is false. Now, this is under the context that he has been to Russia. He posted pictures. He went all through the EU.
Yeah, but here's the problem that you're missing. Europe itself has got rid of so many things that, like, they got rid of a lot of their nuclear plants. They quit making energy themselves. So they were relying on Russia. After the war happened and there were sanctions on Russia, they don't really have a choice. Like, you have to realize that a lot of these politicians say stuff based on what they want the people to think. But in reality, it can't work that way. It just can't.
Hey, Savage,
Just
can
like,
we read this, man?
Trump told them years ago, he said, you guys got to get off Russian oil. And they don't do it. They don't want to do it. And not just that, but I think even now, there's gas still going from Russia to Europe.
Hey, listen. Do you know that Russia's oil is being sold to India and China? And they're turning around and selling it to the Western countries. Did anyone know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know the problem with China, though? China's infrastructure, when it comes to their economy, is not good.
Yeah, it's a very fragile thing. It's all based on real estate. And their real estate market is crashing.
Well, guess how much money they're making by being the middleman to Russian oil?
But they're not making money. That's what you don't understand.
Yeah, they have a billion people.
They're not making. No, listen, John. They're not making money because they deliberately mess with their currency. So a lot of the profits that you think they're making is not true because they're offsetting what their currency is actually worth. So whatever they're reporting, it's less than that. On top of that, they build ghost cities, complete cities, so people have jobs, and they have all this real estate. They had all their poor people investing money in properties, and Evergreen, who was the biggest builder in China, went bankrupt. Like, their economy is not
Evergrande.
Evergrande.
Evergreen's the ship that got stuck in the Suez.
Yeah, Evergrande. But their economy is not good. They're not doing as well as you think they're doing. And the only reason that Russia and India sided with them is because the Biden administration has been on so much bullshit with these other countries that they don't really have an option. They're going to pick. The president of India said that he's going to pick India first. A lot of the world is forcing this global economy and this global governance. And there's a lot of people that are becoming into power that are like, no, we're going to be nationalist. So China's nationalist. China doesn't give a shit about the global. Russia got sanctioned and they're under attack. They can't worry about the global because the global's attacking them. And India, what does India benefit to Joe Biden? The guy that is in charge of India is called the Trump of India.
Yeah, Modi, right?
Yeah, so what you have to realize is you have two different powers. You have nationalist people or non-establishment people, and you have the global cabal of the one world government people that are fighting it out. So the fact that Biden himself is a part of this one world governance bullshit, that obviously any country that doesn't agree with that is going to go with the other countries that don't agree with that. That's just what it is. But once Trump gets into office, they're going to be friendly to Trump because Trump isn't trying to ram shit down their throat. Now, after he becomes president and leaves office, could they not feel that same way? Yeah, because if we have fucking Michelle Obama become president after Trump, then yeah, they're going to be back in the exact same boat that they were under Trump and under Biden. But the fact of the matter is, most of these countries want to work with America, but just like you're taxed on your income, you're taxed when you buy something, you're taxed when you sell something, you're taxed every year on your car, you're taxed on when you die, when you inherit stuff. These same countries feel the exact same way. All the taxes that they're coming after you for, they're trying to do the same shit to these other countries.
Savage, I want you to take a look at this article here. You guys that are here, take a look. Russia is China's top oil supplier for a 12th month in April.
Yeah.
China's basically middlemaning this oil, sending it to the West, correct?
Yeah, because, listen, Russia can't sell to a majority of the countries in the world. So the only way for them to actually, again, just like I told you, once these immigrants end up getting just enough benefits to where it becomes plenty for you, you're going to sell all the black folks out of your homes and not rent to them and rent to these illegals.
What about
China's
the white people? You think they'll put the white people out too?
China's doing the exact same thing. Russia has to sell their oil. That's how they build that. That's a big part of their economy.
And China's only being the middleman right now because their exports shrank like almost 10% last year over year. Their imports and exports are shrinking. That's the thing. Their economy right now, I'm telling you, dude, is in a free fall right now. Just type in Google, China's economic slump. Type it in right now on the screen, John. You will see that they are in a free fall right now. I'm just saying, you can read your thing. I'm just saying, at least afterwards, check it out, because I'm telling you, man, they're not in a good place.
And you also have to realize that the West is shoving stuff down Russia's throat. Russia has to sell this oil, and China doesn't like the West. So, regardless of what you think, it only makes sense. If you sold drugs and there was a guy you didn't like that was going to sell you the same thing you sell for less money, you're going to do business with him. That's just how it works. Like, this isn't you choose not to shop at Starbucks or not shop at Whole Foods. These are whole economies with whole countries that these people are relying to take care of their people. They can't let everybody starve. They can't let their economy completely crash. They have to do what they have to do to make the economy, even if it's poor, keep going.
Yo, check this out, chat, Savage. Are you able to see this? India's oil imports. I'm sorry. India's oil imports. I'll read it to you. No problem. India's oil imports from Russia rose to a record 2.1 million barrels per day. Now, Russia is discounting the oil, clearly, as demand from China lowered.
But John, what did Trump do last time with oil?
I'm going to say he was willing to drill, right?
No, he flooded the market.
Yeah,
and if we flood the market again, India's going to buy our oil first.
Well, I think
they're all going to buy ours first.
But not even that. Here's the issue. If Trump gets into office and he floods the oil market, that means the amount of money that Russia has becomes less.
Yeah,
because the oil under their feet is less.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We flood the market and their imports and exports dwindle to nothing because everyone's going to buy from us. So their currency becomes nothing. They have nothing to back it on. There's no trading. There's no. Sorry, go ahead.
Not even just that, but here's the issue. Do you know, are you familiar with like the war in Chicago or the war in Jacksonville?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So a lot of these gangs they were at war. Do you know what happened once money got interjected into the war?
Get worse?
It got worse. So the reason that Trump starved Iran was so that they couldn't fund Hamas. By Trump dumping oil into the market, it hurt the Saudis, so they couldn't send more. They couldn't send as much money to these terrorist groups. Russia didn't have as much money. Russia wouldn't have had the money to jump into a war with Ukraine. Like, these things are more complicated than just, hey, there's a new guy in office and they like him. Things are going to change. Like, these policies have ripple effects. It's just like right now, if for some reason they were able to stop the illegal drug market in America, and when you went to the dispensary, John, you were paying $7,000 an ounce. You're probably going to smoke less weed.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's flooding supply and making demand. It's flooding the supply so much that it overwhelms demand. So it's simple, in essence.
Yeah, like these things are much more complicated than just how we try to paint them. Well, it's good that has good foreign policy is doing multiple things on multiple levels that are entrenching themselves into their enemies. If you're able to put policies that affect the world in a point where the economy is it's not strangled to where they die, but they don't have extra money. When people buy new cars, why do they buy such high amount of cars at a high rate? Because they have extra money. But if you end up starving their extra money, what do? People in America are going to start making wiser decisions when it comes to their purchases. It's the same thing with a country. So this isn't just cut and dry. The problem that we have now is Biden has literally done everything he can do to make, like, Russia itself feeds Europe. So when he says, hey, guess what? You can't sell any more shit to Europe. Europe still needs the fuel. So India and China buy the fuel and then sell it to them because it gets around sanctions. But if Trump dumps billions of barrels into the market, then it makes Russia's barrels worth nothing. So
Yeah, and not just that, but no one's even going to buy it from them. They're going to be like, American barrels are cheaper, so I'll buy every one of them from America. Because, again, people don't forget this. We can pump out more oil faster than anyone.
Hey, guys, I want to lighten it up here with some inner city violence here. I want to get you guys' thoughts on this.
What an uplifting story, John.
What is this, man? Come on.
Yeah.
Get this off of here.
Man, when you look at this guy, a popular sneaker seller.
Oh my God.
Have you guys ever bought any used sneakers before?
I don't wear any sort of Jordans or sneakers or anything like that.
Have you ever bought any used sneakers though before?
No, I mean, I have shoes, but not like sneakers. You know, I have like dress shoes, like Ferragamo's or something, you know?
You ever bought any used shoes?
What the hell would I buy used shoes, bro?
That's kind of gross. I mean, if you do
That's
that, I mean, how do you
nasty,
know? Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, I don't know.
Okay,
it's like when you go to the bowling alley. I don't even do that, man. I just can't.
I only wear boots.
All right, hey, are you guys familiar? Are you guys familiar with the sneaker reseller market?
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I see it on YouTube. I see it on eBay. I mean, sorry. I see on eBay. There's a ton of sneakers always on the front page for eBay, dude.
Now Yeezy's got to go up, man. Yeezy futures.
So listen to this. Like, I did not know this was a thing until recently. I think I saw a video on YouTube. I said, "Damn, like people buy shoes. Like, I would buy that shit." And then you see like, then they have like fake ones. Every now and then you'll see like,
man,
you know, like the fake Jordans, and they say, "Whoa!" Like, people had. So let's take a look at this. This is kind of interesting to me. Javier Meja, also known as Upscale Crack. Now, if anyone
is he related to Get Crack? Is Get Crack and the Cat, are they related? Or
I don't think so.
Hey,
Long lost cousin.
You need to change your name to Get Upscale Crack. Get Upscale Crack for me. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with New York. This is Soho neighborhood. Again, it's kind of like the neighborhood that I was talking about in New York City. Very high-end neighborhood. Meja, 31, he's selling sneakers. Was shot multiple times in his leg. At least one of the bullets pierced. Damn, he died from this. The killers left behind. Damn, look, they left behind the money, which was all over the South. Can you imagine those people in New York were probably just scrambling for that money?
It was a target hit.
As well as his signature lime green sneakers. Imperious, what would it take for you to wear those? Would you wear those out like on a date or something?
Yeah, that's not going to happen. You couldn't pay me. I mean, trust me. I mean, I have a couple Gucci like shoes. Like, you know, they're nice. They're black though. They're not green.
Yeah, Sperry's.
I prefer like the Italian brands. I'm sorry, I don't like sneakers like that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Imperious, are you Italian?
What was that?
Do you have?
Are you Italian?
Yeah, half. Yeah.
Savage, do you have any of these right here?
No, sir. I only wear boots.
Get Upscale Crack for me. Do you have any of these shoes right here in your closet?
No, man. I have running shoes. You count them as sneakers?
You can run in there. Can you run?
Yeah, you can, but
dude, I bet they have. Good, I bet those things are horrible though on like the cushion on your feet or anything.
Yeah.
Like, I have like nicer running shoes like that, you know, and I even sometimes on those, if I go running or working out, I put the pads in there anyways because that shit hurts. I can imagine that thing.
I wear Brooks, man. Brooks for running shoes, nice. They're the best. They feel like air, dude. Like you don't feel them at all.
Well, I mean, the thing is there's actual Nike running shoes that look really that are really nice that actually can.
Dude,
yeah, like
kicks ass.
Yeah, there's some that are really awesome, but what is that? That's just like God, dude. Like, who would pay for something like that?
Hey, this is the Air Force One Imperius. Don't you?
Air Force One.
Is that like that song or whatever?
And that
Air
shit.
Force One. No, you didn't know what that was, Imperius.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know what that's from the song. I know what they are, but I didn't know that. How do you tell it's an air? Is that how do you tell it's an Air Force One? I mean, is
You
that,
can tell when they start robbing your ass.
yeah, I bet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll be sure not to shop at Nike. You know what I mean?
John, when it comes down to asking me about stuff that I own, I'm just telling you, I live a very humble life. I only wear work boots. I wear a Carhartt for every occasion. Like, I don't buy any sort of
See,
like.
the thing is, Savage, I know you're kind. You're like a few of my buddies, dude. You say all that, but then you have like 6 cars in the back you're working on. You got a big property. You got a nice house. Come on, dude.
I have a 2,000 square foot house with 4 bedrooms and 2 baths. I also have 5 kids. I have 5 acres. I own 2 vehicles. I have a Ford F-150 that I drive for work every day. And my wife has a Ford Escape. Like, I don't live some crazy.
No, I'm just saying, but most people hearing that would say that's a pretty good life, dude.
Yeah, like I don't like anything I buy comes down to practicality. It's not. I'm not a flashy guy.
Well, yeah, I would hope so. If you have 5 kids, you're going to put the priority on just, hey, I don't care about that stuff. I got to get them through college. I got to get them, insurance and food and all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? So I would assume, dude, I'm a single guy with no kids. I make pretty damn good money. Over 200. So I'm doing okay. I can go enjoy myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I make over 200 too. I just myself.
But you have 5 kids. Trust me, I have friends that have 2 or 3 that cost a ton, dude. I know kids are not cheap.
They're not that bad. It just depends on what you value.
Well, I mean, like private school for all of them. It's a lot of it. That shit costs a lot, dude.
Well, my kids aren't in private school. I live in a very small township where I went to school with the principal. And
okay. So you got lucky. Okay. Well, I get it.
Location, man.
The principal goes
that's nice for
church.
you. All right. Well, a lot of people that I know, they all have 2, 3 kids, and they're putting them in private school, and that's like each $1,500, $2,000 a month, dude. So
I totally agree with you. I'm just saying, me personally, that like if you ask me if I own said thing, like I have a 2003 4-wheeler. Like my kid has my kids have 4-wheelers, but we bought them used. Like we don't.
Well, yeah, you're good in keeping yourself under fiscal responsibility. I mean, I'm sure you have, I'm sure you have a lot of money put away. I'm sure you have, I'm sure you have tangible assets and a high amount of liquid capital you have. All that takes into account. Just, people diversify their money in different things. I mean, for me, I have a lot of, ammo and, food put around, away for things. And I try to use gold and silver and copper. You know what I mean? I try to invest in tangible things,
If I showed you my basement when it comes to food, it'd make you sick.
Well, I can guarantee I know it's there. But you get what I'm saying. I can imagine what's down there.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
but that's what I'm saying. We all have our own stuff. It's just, what we decide to invest it in, I think. Some people just do it in things that have absolutely no usefulness or value other than vanity. And, others decide to invest in more useful things.
Yeah, I'm just not a flashy person. Like I work 7 days a week.
My dad's not either. My dad's he's 70 years old. He drives like a 2001 Buick. He's worth millions. He don't care. He's not impressing anybody.
Yeah.
He goes and fucks around town.
Hey guys, we hit the 5-hour mark here. That's pretty cool. All right. I think it's a pretty good time to stop. There probably some other live chats you guys could get on. I think CT's even on. I may pop over to CT's channel. Look, I was gonna go into some real estate stuff, but I think this chat was even better than the content that I was going to talk about, so I can save that for another day. Anyway,
when it comes to real estate, if you're really trying to save money on real estate, if you don't have the capital to buy it outright, if you get a variable rate on a property and you pay them $1 every day, if you pay them $1 every day and then make your mortgage payment every month on top of that, you won't actually end up paying interest. You'll actually end up paying your property off in like half the time.
Wow, really? That's
Yes,
wow.
because you get compound interest every day that you don't pay. So if you set up payments to pay them $1 a day, you're making a payment, so it resets the interest rate. So when you make your monthly payment, it goes to the actual
direct
loan.
the actual value of the property, not the interest.
Correct.
Wow.
Correct.
Damn, that's
I didn't
almost
know
like
that.
a cheat way around it. Oh, wow, dude, Savage is giving away like too much information. Yeah, Savage, what are you doing here, dude? You're too nice about this shit, dude. You could be charging for this.
See, it was worth waiting until the end to get that.
Yeah, whoever heard that at the end, well.
Yeah, John, another great stream, dude. You have a lot of good stuff to put out there on here, man. I really, I think it's a good contrast to CT show. It's a lot more wild, but down here you can actually have a good,
This is the after.
Not that I don't enjoy CT, I love it over there.
It's an exclusive club here.
Hey, while I have you guys, any suggested topics that you want?
I think a good one is honestly about the homeless. Did you realize that the court dropped that opinion on Grants Pass, where the cities can now throw them out and fine them and do what they got to do?
They finally got to that, huh?
They dropped Grants Pass, yeah.
Okay.
So they're gonna now even in San Francisco and all, because remember it was the 9th that was blocking all that.
Mm-hmm. That's right, the 9th, good old 9th.
Oh yeah,
There's tons of homeless outside the 9th.
Before we end this, I'm going to take you guys to my basement and do a little tour.
Let's see.
But he's gonna have like a wall of rifles. He's gonna have like 2 or 3 pallets over in there. I'm telling you, dude. I have friends like that, dude. They don't spend money on anything. They'll wear whatever, same stuff. And you'll go into their house and they'll have like a collection of antique firearms or.
They have a wine cellar that's like all locked up.
Oh, another one, wine cellar. Yep, that's a big one. Watches.
Look up a YouTube video with this dude who made a wine cellar, and he cheaped out on the rack, and the rack just tilted over and started falling. All his wine just went all over the floor.
Hey, hold on for a second. Let me answer this. Artie Chico, have on Tyrone and Mimi next time, John. You know what? If they ever come on, I tell you, I have them on with devoted.
Oh my God,
Mimi's a wow, dude. John, how do you? And she likes you, dude. She likes you a lot, dude. She wants that older man right there.
Man, don't go with that crazy.
I'm actually, she may be a little bit older than me. I think she's 51. I'm 49. I actually see her on Flow State every now and then. I think she goes. She probably makes the rounds, I guess. Savage, is that your basement that we're looking at?
Yeah, put me on the main feed.
Are you froze? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Your stream's frozen though, Savage. So.
Yeah, it's you lost the connection when you went too deep.
Yeah, he's probably, like I said, he's probably got a bunker under there with like food supplies and freaking like. I'm telling you, dude. No, I'm telling you, dude. Like my buddies, a couple of my buddies are like that. They've got like, you would think they're driving all this humble stuff. They don't care about all this. And then they have like a giant game room with like 10 TVs, and they have a huge fucking beer fridge there, and
shelter, his Fallout. He's just like,
he's probably, like I said, he's probably got he's got like 20 years worth of food down there for like 7 people. Yeah. He's got water all put away and filtered out. He's got like 50,000 rounds of ammo in there.
Hey, Savage, we really can't see that much though. It's kind of frozen there. If you want to show us,
I'm in my basement, so I have Wi-Fi. It shouldn't be frozen on my screen.
Yeah.
It shows it moving.
Huh? Yeah, on ours it's just.
John, maybe you got to refresh him. Maybe you got to refresh him real quick, John.
I don't know if I can refresh him. I think he is.
Here, let me leave and come back in.
All right.
That's what I meant. I just meant put him in the back real quick and have him come back. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Maybe come back in.
I'm telling you, and he's got a pretty decent sized house. 2,000 square foot isn't small, dude. You know what I mean? And so, and so I'm telling you, he probably has a basement. It's 2,000 square foot, but then he has probably a 2,000 square foot basement in there too. Watch. He's got a basement that runs the whole house or something. Watch. I'm telling you, dude.
It's like a house in DC. I have houses not that big.
Well, and if
We're
they're
way
that
more-
big, they're 2,000 square foot, but they're up and down, not on the ground. You know.
Yeah. Oh, here he is. Let's see. Oh, damn. Hold on. Let me put you on the main screen here, Savage. Damn.
See, like I said, dude, he's got everything taken care of for years. Watch.
What's that at the bottom? Apple juice or honey?
Yep, that's apple juice. And then here you got more. You got baked goods, and you got mac and cheese and cereal. Over here, this is a horse feeder that's completely full of rice.
Damn.
And then over here, this is my rice and beans. And then here you got all this canned food.
Look how giant his basement is, too. Look how big that place is down there, dude.
And then here's a freezer. And then a freezer. And then a fridge.
Damn.
Then let's open this up.
Hey, how often do you rotate that food? Doesn't it get freezer burnt after a while?
Well, we have a big family, my guys, so we eat a lot of food. And I do a lot of cookouts for my family. Me and my sister, between us, have 10 kids.
I mean, do you systematically rotate all that food?
So this is a 5-gallon bucket of sugar. This right here is a 5-gallon bucket of almonds. I got probably 25 gallons of almonds, 25 gallons of walnuts.
Let me ask you this, Savage. Why so many nuts?
Because they're good protein.
Man, they're great. Nuts are the key, man.
Super healthy, low fat, high protein, good carbohydrates, man.
That's the superfoods, man.
See, like I said, his basement is probably almost as big, like runs under almost his whole house.
It runs under my whole house.
Yeah, like I said, so he's really got like 3,000 feet.
Yeah. And then here's my wood stove right here that can heat my house off of wood. So if we run out of power, I don't need to worry about that. I'm also an electrician.
Show us how that, hold on. Show us how that works. That wood stove.
All right, so you put the wood into here, all right, and then you get the fire going and you close it, and then the heat rises, so it automatically will go through the house.
Well, so there's a vent. There's a vent leading up.
No, there's ductwork that runs through my house.
Oh,
so all I have to do is take this panel right here off, and then it will fill my ductwork. And then in my kids' playroom, there's a fireplace.
Did you set that up yourself or what?
I bought this house with it. It's specific to this house.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
That's pretty cool, dude. That's a pretty cool system.
So then, like, here's green beans, here's pickles, here's black beans. Like,
how long did it take you to get all this stuff?
We've been stocking this food for probably 2 years.
Damn, dude, how much do you think you've spent on all that, dude?
Nothing.
Wow. How'd that happen?
Yeah.
Okay, so out where I live, the way that it works is that there's food pantries that have nothing to do with income. So if you're a large family, the churches are food pantries. They'll just donate you food. The food that gets donated is food that's getting thrown out. So when it comes to a lot of these like canned food, they're past their expiration date, so they legally can't sell them. So the company then writes them off by a donation. So then when they go to the food bank gives them to the pantries, and the pantries hands the food out, and if they don't hand it out, they throw it away. So my wife doesn't work, so my wife would go and grab food every once in a while, and we've just saved the food because you can hold canned food for 20 years.
You don't worry about the expiration dates?
No, sir.
No, those are it's all bullshit, dude. It's like eggs. You can have eggs 2 weeks after the expiration date in your fridge or something like that.
Yeah, the expiration dates on cans are crap. It just won't taste very good, but they're fine.
You know, I get free food every Tuesday myself. Well, when school is in session. So yeah, I know what you mean by that, Sam. You can't get a lot of free food.
Here's my eggs for this week.
That's a lot.
Oh, beautiful. Did you get those from your chickens, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Very cool.
So you probably don't spend much on groceries at all then.
Spends less than I do, probably.
And that's probably true. Hey, I got to get out of here, guys. It's been great. Drop some suggested topics in the chat. I saw that Grant's passed.
Yeah, they're smart, man. I need to start shit, man. I'm gonna start adopting a bunch of illegals and say it's my family. Go get some free food.
Hey, they probably don't even check in Pierce. I get a lot of free food myself, man. No one ever checks. At least no one ever checks where I am. So I've always been able to get free food. So
damn, man, I've been missing out, man. I missed the game.
Oh man, are you familiar with Wegmans? They give out Wegmans here in DC free, man. The good shit.
Here's all the peanut butter that I have. Here's all the tuna.
Jesus, dude, it just keeps going. Look at all this.
That's true.
Jeez, like that's what I'm saying. We're gonna go to if anything, if the world's gonna end, we're going over to Savage's house. We're gonna raid him, boys.
He just put it on back. Hey, Savage, someone wants to know if you hunt.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any food that you hunted in your freezers?
Yes, sir.
Venison, you got some venison?
I have venison.
Nice.
There you go.
But yeah,
there you go.
like this. So like I haven't put shelves up yet. So like, as you can see, all these boxes are just packed.
Damn.
Like they're stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, that's amazing. That is amazing.
Like this bag is all food. This bag is all food. Now, don't get me wrong. Not all this food is like organic. A lot of it's processed. So it's not like you want to eat this all day every day. But long story short, if Russia nukes DC, I'm good. My family's going to eat for a long time. I'm not going to get stuck. My family's not going to be starving. I'm not going to have to go out into the world and try to get food from people. My family's going to be able to eat every day for a long period of time until there's some sort of civility that gets brought back to the nation.
Nah, I mean, at worst case, you got it for free. You ain't lose anything.
Like I said, dude, that's what I said. I mean, I have a lot saved too, but not like that. I mean, I got enough for me to last a long time, but he's got 6 other people. So
yeah, you got enough for 6 other people. That's for sure.
Well, like I said, that's tangible assets, though, man. Tangible assets. I tell people in a crisis or in a recession, ammo is the best currency. You trade that for everything. You can trade it for anything.
Hey, Savage, you have a question up on the screen here. What kind of water filtration do you use, Savage?
So I have a well system. So our well has this right here. This is a reverse osmosis system right here. This goes to our sink and this goes to our fridge. As you can see, it goes up. And then over here, this is my water room. So we also keep gallons of water stored as well. And then over here, this is my utility spot. So this is my water softener here. So we have a well. I also have a well on the back of the property. That's a manual well. So in case the power goes out, I can still get water.
And well water tastes awesome, dude. It really is good, dude.
It tastes better than regular water?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like this. It's almost like mountain lake water. It's just like this cool, like darkish taste. Not dark. I don't know. It's art. It's just It's like a.
minerals in it.
Yeah, it's minerally. Exactly. That's what I was gonna say.
It's more like spring water.
I've had it years ago. I don't remember.
Yeah, so the only thing you have to worry about is like when people make comments about West Virginians not having teeth. A lot of people have well water. It's hard on your teeth because it's just like there's a lot of iron in it, and like if you don't purify it, then it's hard on your it's hard on your teeth. It's hard on your clothes. But if you actually can filter it, it's the best water. Like I don't have to worry about like when that stuff happened in Ohio and Palestine, when it came down to all them chemicals being dropped in the river. That kind of like my well is 200 feet underneath me. Like I don't have to worry about the lake like that, the Ohio River water, or like a city sucking that water up because I'm not on the city.
That's interesting, Savage. Hey man, I think you've made it a great ending to the show, Savage. I guess I'll start with you. Any last words here, Savage?
Yeah, so BG says that I'm a lib. I am not a lib. I am a staunch conservative Christian. I don't necessarily agree with what Imperius thinks, and Imperius doesn't agree with me, but we can have the same sort of respect because we have similar ideals. I'm not a liberal in any way. I moved my family away from the liberals. I live in a very conservative place. Me and my family go to church constantly. We have a very tight knit community. Like I have control over the people in my school. Like my kids don't watch TV. Like the only TV they watch is not Disney. It's stuff that we watch. Like I have a very simple, strict life when it comes to the things I interact with. I don't listen to music. My kids don't listen to music. They don't hear me listen to music. Like the world is not a part of my life in that sense. I go into the world to do electrical work and make money. I don't live in the world.
Not right. What did the Bible say? You're in this world, but not of it. Right.
Correct. So regardless of that, I'm not a Catholic. I hold true to the fact of being a humble servant of God. Our kids don't flash stuff. We don't live extravagantly. My kids have stuff, but they get to play in the city. They don't get to play in the city. They play in the country. They can go outside, worry about where they're at. Like everyone around me knows everybody. It's an acre and a half from the road to my house. So if someone pulls in my driveway, it's odd. Like I live in the place I live is 22 square miles, and there's only like 20,000 people in the area. Like we
So
live
I
in a
said,
very,
dude, it sounds like you live a good life, dude.
very good life. Very good, very humble, very, very non-worldly, and I can cook my ass off.
That's what matters, man.
Man, hey man, if anything pops off, man, we gotta have a route like a readout.
Bug
What they
out
call
plan.
it,
It's called a bug out
like,
plan.
yeah,
It's
we
called
gotta
a bug
go
out
like
plan,
fuck
dude.
Savage's place. Oh, let's go.
Listen, I plan on building plan on building like on my property. I plan on building a bunker on my property that's underground. Like when it comes down to this whole like when it comes to the Bible and it's saying that Christians need to keep having children and to live through revelations, like I believe in that wholeheartedly. I don't think there's going to be some sort of tribulation before everything happens. I don't believe that shit. So like I raise my kids that way. We prepare that way. Like if I can buy more land and get to where we're 100% efficient on ourselves, I would. That's what I'm working on. That's where my money goes to. My money goes to my family and to being more sustained. I don't care about a Bentley. I don't care about fancy clothes. That's why every time you guys see me, I'm wearing overalls or I'm wearing a hat or I'm in my truck because I'm driving to a job or leaving a job and I'm always working. Like tomorrow is going to be the only day this week that I'm off and I'm taking my kids to some event and then I'll be working Sunday and then I'll be working every day next week.
All right, Savage, get ultra crack for me.
Mm-hmm.
What you got for me? Any last words? Any thoughts on any future podcasts?
Yeah, we can discuss it later, man.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Imperious, I'll end it with you.
Oh, once again, great stream. Always informative. You know, it's a good shift. Like I said, CT's great, fun. It's a war zone. I love it. But this is a little bit more. I think intellectually pure over here. I would say where you can actually have a little bit more in depth discussion on things. So I think that's a good counter to what CT does. It's a good yin and yang. You know what I mean? So appreciate it.
It's always good having you guys over here. Savage, I wanted to man, this your road from recovery to where you are is an amazing story. I think it's like the American story. Like it can only like happen in America.
That's what I'm saying. Savage has got a lot of dude. Sounds like a great life, dude. Freaking 5 kids. He's gonna see his kids grow up. He's gonna have people there for him his whole life. He gets to see his future in front of him. He got a nice house. Lives in a great area. He got a great wife. What else could a guy ask for, man?
Yeah, I think it's truly an amazing American story. Man, he took responsibility for all of his children. The foresight and planning that you see these done in building out his basement with all that food, the preparation. I think people are right when they're saying we need more men like Savage in the chat. I think that's definitely right. He should be an inspiration for all you guys who don't have much food at home. Start stocking up because you won't be able to go to Savage's house. How about that? Anyway, hey, I'm really glad everyone's joined. Before you go, hit the like or the subscribe button. If you
everyone subscribe, hit the like, dude. Let's get John's channel up to 1,000 soon. Come on, let's do it.
And if you have some topics you want to talk about, I'll be here to discuss it. Just send it to me by email or put it in the chat here. Sounds great. All right. Again, thank you for coming. And let's all go over to CT's chat, by the way. Bye.
I actually have love for you.